Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? In light of how last Friday's meeting went, I'd like to read something to all of you. The Board of Trustees conducts the business of the Douglas County School District and its residents during its meetings. As president, I will not hesitate to remove any person whose statements or conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from commenting should not occur. The viewpoint of a speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. Thank you. I move to approve a flexible agenda and to combine agenda items 6, 7, 8, and 9 to be read together and considered as one item for action.
I second that.
Thank you. Let's go to consent. Well, it's not, it's just for flexible agenda. Dave seconded it.
Do we need to approve a flexible agenda before we go ahead and make changes to the agenda?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Let's just vote on the flexible agenda. All in favor, please say
You
aye.
need a motion for a
Aye.
flexible.
We have one. I made
Who
the
seconded?
motion.
You
Dave
made,
seconded.
but your motion was to combine all
Okay.
these things.
Okay, I'll make another, I'll reread it. Or go ahead, Catherine. You want me to reread it? Okay. Approval, the trust, I'd like to make a motion for the approval of a flexible agenda.
And I second that.
The whole thing, well, Keith said we have to do one before we do the other.
It would seem that you would need to approve a flexible agenda before you start to change the agenda around to how you're going to present it, which is what it seems like she's doing, is she's combining a bunch of agenda items, which would be changing how the agenda is posted, is how it would seem to me that we approve a flexible agenda, and then she can make that decision. Yes.
Okay, so let's vote just on the flexible agenda. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Karen?
You have to have public comment before you can vote.
Public comment?
You made the motion, so public comment on the flexible agenda.
Okay, public comment on the flexible agenda.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you tell me who made this agenda for today? Who actually was involved in making this agenda today? Ms. Jansen?
The officers and legal counsel.
Okay, so it was you and Dave, and Doug was there too?
No.
Okay, so it's not the officers and legal.
You were there.
Doug was there.
I just would like to know because I have some questions about it, that's why. And Kara, I'm not talking to you, and you're not the lawyer, so I'd like Ms. Jensen to answer.
We're voting on whether or not we're going to accept a flexible agenda. This is,
And I had a question about the agenda.
okay.
That
Is
was-
that not, is this not the time to ask that?
No,
No.
it's a vote. There's a vote right now.
We took
Okay.
the vote and it was passed. So
No, we haven't.
Everyone besides you voted, trustee Gilkerson.
I know, because I had a question before in fact, we haven't voted. You've made the motion and seconded it. We have not voted yet because you had public comment.
And
Do you
then-
not realize that?
And then we came back because we were seeing no public comment. We said, who's in favor?
And nobody said
Trustee Kangas said aye. He said aye. You're
that
the
was
only one that didn't.
before. You went back. No, Mr.
Am I-
Gilbert,
am I
that's
seeing-
not true.
Did that not just
You
happen?
went back to it because it was incorrect the first time.
Okay, so we don't have public comment.
Uh,
And there's
I
a
have,
motion.
I had a comment though.
There's discussion.
There's discussion.
Okay.
We can have discussion after each one. Usually we discuss, then the public gets a chance to discuss. And my question was, I just wanted to know, just a simple question. Who made the agenda? And Ms. Jansen said, the officers and legal. And I asked Doug, were you there? And he said, no.
I was there for part of it, but I was not there for putting on this. I was on the agenda more about the special meeting, I believe.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to know who did the agenda. That's all. Thank you.
You're
Because I have
welcome.
questions about the agenda.
Okay. So
Just
do
ask
we
for
have, do
public
we
comment.
revote that one or? Okay. Okay. All in favor of approving the flexible agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Unanimous. So now I move to combine.
Tony, if we don't hear from you, we're going to assume your vote's a yes. Is
Can
that
you hear
fine?
me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you see me?
Yep, I can see you too.
Okay. Thank you.
And you, the audience says you look good.
Oh, God, I don't feel good.
Okay. So if we don't hear from you, we're going to assume you're a yes vote, okay? Is
Correct.
that fine? Okay. Or just vote in. All right. So are you, you're a
Okay.
yes on the flexible agenda?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
All right.
So now can I move that? I move to combine agenda items 6, 7, 8, and 9 to be read together and considered as one item for action.
I second that.
Discussion?
So I'll say something.
Trustee Engelkirk?
I would like to not be here till midnight, so I think it's a great idea.
Trustee Gilkerson?
I agree with you. I don't want to be here till midnight either, but I'm willing to be here till midnight because each one of these things I feel are in and by itself. I think a whistleblower policy is different than the 060 and the 070. And I think we're just burying them by not taking each one, because each one is, to me, is monumental for our superintendent, for our school district. So I don't think that it's the right thing, in my opinion, that we just bundle this together.
Trustee Kangas?
I agree with Mrs. Gilkerson.
I also agree. Tony Magnata.
My comment would be, we are going to go through all the items is how I read it. And do I understand that we're going to vote just yay or nay on all 6? So we're going to go through each item and we're going to discuss what we like and what we don't like on it. And then when we're all done, we're going to vote on the whole thing. So we will go through every item.
How do you do that?
How do you vote? If you don't like one, how do you not vote for one but vote for the other? That's what's confusing to me. If we're putting these all in a bundle, how can I say, oh, I would like 070, but I don't want 060, and I don't want the whistleblower? How do I vote that if they're all bundled together?
I see your point.
Okay, thank you.
Is there
I mean, trustee Gilkerson, you can make changes, you can make suggestions. It's not a done deal. It goes on the final agenda.
This is a second reading.
I understand, but I still think it's
This is the first
important.
It's the first reading.
I still think it's important that we take each item and clear it up so that we
Well-
don't do, because then we'll end up doing it again next month.
We're
So-
going to have an opportunity to clear it all up.
Listen, not only do we get to discuss it, the public gets to discuss everyone. I think this is a wrong approach.
The public absolutely gets to do public comment, and they can comment on any and all of them.
And I hope we will listen to the public. Thank you.
I think we
So
will.
I guess I have a clarifying question. If I'm the public, do I get to speak 4 times?
One
No.
time, a minute and a half, and they can speak
So
on
they got
any
a
of
minute
them.
and a half to talk on 4 items.
Yeah, correct. And again, Keith, I think if there's someone in the middle of something, we'll give them a little extra time if the comments are not repetitive.
Linda, you were handed a folder by May Hyatt. What's in that folder? Yeah.
It's a birthday card for me.
Can I see?
No, you may not.
Okay, because if somebody handed me a folder, you'd want to know what was in it. You've asked for emails and things like that that have been sent to each and every one of us, Linda. So it just looked a little bit, so I just wanted to kind of check. I'll trust you for that. Thank
Thank
you.
you for asking. So, I'm sorry, Ms. Jensen, President Jansen. Yes.
Uh,
You can't bundle these together.
First, we have consent, then we're going to we would like the Vitale High School and Zephyr Cove Elementary presentation, and then those 4 items will come after that. Yes. So right now, we're at consent. Okay. Okay. So we're having public comment on combining the 4 issues. Okay.
Before we do public comment, I'd like to say something. I'm sorry, Ms. Cadell. I agree that putting all 4 of these items together is not the best thing to do. They are totally, you're talking about apples, oranges, bananas, and grapes. We're not talking about all the same thing in one item. And again, Mr. Lewis brought up, which I thought was a great point, is that you're giving a minute and a half for 4 different items. Is that really, is that fair? I feel like, again, we're going back to taking the voices away. We want transparency and we want to hear from our public. So I disagree. I think we need to have each item brought up separately. Thank you.
And again, I'm going to say this, that the public is allowed to speak on the 4 agenda items, and they're also going to be able to speak at the end during public comment on anything.
Too late.
And this change is done for the sole purpose of saving time? We're
Correct.
here for the public.
I can only speak for myself, Mr. Kangas. Yes,
Okay, well, I was
When you
talking to
run-
Mr. Gilbert,
yeah, I'm,
Mr. Burns.
uh,
Go ahead. I'll listen.
okay. We are not going to sit here for 8 to 10 hours in meetings. The presidents decided to control this, and this is one of the things. If you look at adjournment number 14, you'll see that the Board of Trustees may combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration. So it's there, it's on there. You've had it, you could see what's going on. So the purpose is we continually get things on the agendas, different agenda items, and it's a repeat, the same thing over and over and over and over again, even though the agenda items have changed.
Okay. Mrs. Jansen, that should be your answer to this question. I don't know why you're not speaking up.
What question are you asking? So-
Take public comment.
For the record, Laura Cadeau, and as a stakeholder, I am asking that you give each item, make them separate, do not combine them. I think in the interest of transparency and clarity and the importance of each item, they should be given their own time. As a stakeholder, I believe you have the obligation to listen to all of us on every item. You have been cutting our time, and I resent that. Yes, some of us repeat, but we repeat because you do not listen to us. And you shouldn't be determined on your course of action until after you've heard what we've had to say. It makes a difference. And Mr. Engelkert, thank you last meeting for your vote. That is how you conduct public comment, is you listen and then you determine the action that needs to be taken. I want my full 3 minutes for every article. Thank you.
Next.
Casey Rogers for the record. I spent a lot of time at the legislature, and the legislature always cuts time all the time because there's so many people to speak. There's a lot of people here tonight, so I think that it's wise of you to cut time. The legislature does it as well. In fact, they even limit time. They set out like 10 minutes for opposition and 10 minutes for the other side. So it's up to you as the board president, as the chair, whatever you want to call yourself, to make that decision. So I respect that you're trying to get every person in here that wants to speak the moments to speak. If they have 3 minutes, yeah, you're right. We might not get the rest of the agenda finished by midnight. So I very much respect that decision.
Thank you.
Sorry, Virginia Sterrett for the record. I have reason to believe that this item actually doesn't require a vote. That the way it is written, that the president has or may combine items on the agenda is not the same as an action item on the agenda, and therefore actually no public comment is needed. And it is entirely up to the president sitting at this board to decide whether or not to combine any items on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Larson. I'm a parent of a Zephyr Cove Elementary School student. I came in a little late, so I apologize, but I just want to make sure my voice is heard, and combining agenda items really concerns me. This board just keeps taking up very significant items, and a lot of them at once in one agenda. And there's just not enough time for you to hear from us properly. And so now you're looking to shorten us again. I've been to a lot of public meetings, including the legislature. I've never seen 90 seconds. 90 seconds is ridiculous. And now that you're asking us to use 90 seconds to talk about multiple items, it doesn't work. There's no point in us even coming up here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. I am 100% against combining these items. A lot of us here have taken time to go over every item and do our due diligence and have taken the 90 seconds to explain our point of view for each item. And by taking that away from us, you're stifling public comment and you're not listening. Once again, this board does not listen to the public. You want to go home, so do I. If you didn't take up these ridiculous items, we wouldn't be here until midnight. Let us speak. We deserve to speak. We elected you. You need to listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Silva. I live in Minden. I am once again surprised that you are maneuvering to disallow us from participating in a democratic process. It's really important that we be able to give voice to our concerns. And if you combine these issues and give us limited amount of time to speak, we're going to have to then double up and ask partners to finish what it is we have to say. There is not enough time to speak on 4 items in a minute and a half. Again,
It's your time.
it's not my time when the chair is speaking with the attorney and ignoring me.
They can do this. They can do that. The legislature sat there and do it. We can
What
do
you
that.
can do,
They are conversing with
Yeah.
items and they have a right to do that. So go
I-
ahead.
what
I would,
you,
I would never ignore you. I listen to you every time.
it was just hard for you to do when
I know,
the
but I was a
attorney's
teacher.
whispering.
I was a teacher, so I have that
Okay.
magic power.
Well, I will say again that we expect you to listen to us and pay attention to what we have to say, hopefully consider what we have to say and take action in response to that. When you are combining 4 items that are not really related, then each bylaw change that you're talking about are different from each other, and we have different things to say about them. So again, we understood that you were going to be someone who believed in transparency, and this is not transparency.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
For the record, Jan Muzzy. I too have gone to the state legislature and spoken. And yes, they do have the authority to limit what is being said in the time periods. And I think that the majority of the people that I've heard of the last couple of meetings are filibustering because they don't want this board to make any sort of decisions and they just want to malign the character of these board members. I find that offensive to use that type of form to shun the school board from doing their job. So I hope that you keep that in mind. And if the people behind me want to say something and they agree with the previous speaker, all they need to do is say ditto. They don't need to take up unnecessary time. Thank you.
Thank you. Post an agenda and there can be 15 items on the agenda and each speaker is given 10 minutes to maybe cover 15 items. So it's not a per item thing. You get to pick your area of concern and you get to speak on it. So I have no problem with the way that you're doing it because it is what other boards have done. And Nevada revised statute doesn't designate a particular time frame that you give those people to speak with. You can go as less as a minute per person or as much as 3 to 5 to 10. Actually, Lyon County does do 10 minutes for all the agenda items. So it's really at the pleasure of the board that we are allowed to speak. We don't expect an answer. We don't demand an answer, and we don't demand and should not, and it is rude to even expect that you cannot converse with legal counsel while you're doing the business of this organization. Thank you. Thank you.
Susan Littman from Gardnerville, Nevada. I'm opposed to taking these items one by one. I mean, collecting them all in a group of 4 to be approved or not approved. These are important decisions that the board is making, and I think they need to hear from us. And I think the board needs to consider, because I have a feeling you're all ready to vote. Yes, this is just fine that we combine these changes to the bylaws. Bylaws are important. And I would just suggest that it is not the public that is stalling these meetings. It is the inefficiency of the board members themselves. I don't know if you haven't been through training on how to run a meeting, but I would strongly suggest you do so, because we spend quite a bit of time, you and the attorneys going back and forth, you, Ms. President, looking over at the superintendent for instruction. You're clearly not running an efficient and timely meeting. It isn't based on the fact that the public wants to speak to your proposed changes. It's on you as a board.
Excuse me, go ahead. Maybe this will help some. This is a comment that's come from someone that is involved in, this is his profession, in meetings and law. And he's a good friend of mine. He's a Democrat, but he says, I like facts. So here's the facts. He says, I'm tired of observing public comment being used as a method of filibustering progress. Even Mr. Lewis visibly grew tired of it last regular board meeting. I'm tired of hearing people claim it's an unlawful gag order by limiting public comment. It's not and would be completely legal. It's not limiting. It's not a gag order and would be completely legal for the board to only provide public comment at the beginning and at the ends of meetings. He said, I like facts. Open meeting law complaints, tired of hearing about those. Whether or not those are founded complaints, they ultimately change nothing. I challenge council to find one instance where someone has been charged with a misdemeanor for violating open meeting law. And if one is found, it likely changed nothing. Again, well-meaning intent of good people that don't truly know the limits of the justice system. I'm hoping that explains where the law falls in and says that we don't have to have public comment. So it's something that we're trying to do to keep it. But if you're going to filibuster and you're going to drag out meetings, this is what happens. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melissa Rouse, and I have 2 children. Well, my son is in 3rd grade, and my daughter will be in kindergarten next year. It's true. It sounds like all of those are facts, and you can do this. I don't think the majority of the comments are designed to filibuster. I think the majority of the comments is for us to share our comments based on our experience and have you understand where we're coming from as people in the community that you serve. So I echo everything that has been said here in opposition of combining the items and restricting our time, because I think the public deserves time and space to add comment. It's true. I don't think it's our comments that are the problem. It's not our comments that are making the time long. It's an opportunity for you to hear us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jansen, I'm sorry, President Jansen, I'd like to say something. I didn't know that we were allowed to read from, like Mr. Burns just did, from someone we have no idea who it is. He said he was an expert. We don't know him. I don't know that we should take into account what he just read, because that was from something somewhere. I have things from, I've gotten comments from our past superintendents, so I guess I'm going to be able to read those too.
No,
Thank you.
In fact, if you don't agree with what Mr. Burns says, you are free to disregard it, and we'll move forward.
But he did say it in public, and the public heard it, so that's what I'm saying.
Actually, anyone can submit a written public comment to the board. You can do it pretty much any time, but definitely at these meetings. So we do encourage that. That way we can get through the meetings. But yeah, the NRS regulations say that you have the opportunity to be able to written comment to hand that to the president for future references. Thank you.
Okay, we need to move. Thank you. We need to move on. Mr. Sterrett?
Yeah, this motion, as I understand it, appears to be quite well taken, as each of the items have to be heard contemporaneously, have a common thread through them. Therefore, why not save the time of this board and of the public by combining the issues? Those who wish to speak as to those items have an opportunity to speak, but in the hope that we can avoid having meetings that go on till almost midnight, I think that this is a well-taken motion, and I encourage a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha B., go ahead. Martha B., you're up. Colin Burrows, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Colin Burrows, for the record. Firstly, welcome back, Keith Lewis. We're absolutely ecstatic you are back. So please stay with us. First of all, as far as this is concerned, you send out an agenda, which the public prepares for, and then at the last minute, you change rules so we don't get a chance to give our voice on each individual topic. This isn't transparency. It's not fair. You should make up your mind before you send out agendas of what's going on. And I'm not sure who's trying to filibuster. We are parents, students, and teachers concerned about policies and agendas you're talking about. Seems to be a political board, and I just heard these political people who are for you in the front row who don't have kids and teachers in the school districts. And once again, please, Ms. Jensen, you require assistance in effectively managing a meeting. It's been 10 months. Please take some time independently to gain better understanding how to run a meeting. It is truly embarrassing. Thank you.
Ginger Carlson, you're up.
Thank you, Ginger Carlson, for the record. I just want to bring to everybody's attention, if you haven't gone through board training or your legal counsel is not aware of the duty of boards, they fall into 3 categories: duty of care, duty of loyalty, and duty of obedience. I encourage you to look up what those things mean if you haven't served on a board or you haven't learned that as board members yet. But duty of loyalty also means that you should not and never act out of expedience, that you are responsible. It is the board responsibility to take each item in the time that it needs. And so this speaks to agenda development and working together to develop an agenda that does not take 8 hours to go through. So maybe you don't have as many items on there. It is, I don't mind being asked to be more articulate in the 90 seconds, but you need to also, I also advocate strongly that you take each of these items separately. They may be all part of the same document, but they are very unique, very specific items that require intentional care by this board to work together. You've said that you want to work together. You need to actually show that you're able to do that now. As a parent of
Thank you. That's time.
I can assure
Emma, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, Emma Archbold for the record. I just wanted to pretty much honestly second what was just said. I don't think the problem is necessarily the public comment. I think that the issue here is that there's too many agenda items on one meeting. And so, of course, it's going to take a long time to get through, and it's going to be a very long meeting because there's a lot of agenda items and a lot of very important agenda items. I believe that we do have the right as the public to speak about these things. And you're right, you can take that away from us. You have the ability to do that. But the question is more, should you? Should you do that if you are a board member that wants to actually serve the schools? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Monica, you're up.
Hi there, my name's Monica Dett for the record. I think that last meeting really showed how everyone speaking up for Superintendent Lewis helped change the vote. As a parent, it's a lot of work to get onto these meetings or to come to these meetings. And I think that people should have the opportunity to speak, especially when these are 4 different agenda items, that if we're only given a minute and a half, we should have the time to speak on those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pat Schmid, it's your turn to speak. Go ahead and unmute, Pat.
Yes. Hello, my name's Pat Schmid for the record. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'd like to start by reading a document from the Nevada Association of School Boards about the role of the school board. It starts out by saying the school system exists to improve student outcomes. That's it and nothing else. Improving student outcomes is the only reason a school system exists. There are many details involved in improving student outcomes, but from the perspective of the owners of the school system, the community, they all collapse into 2 primary considerations: which students' outcomes should be focused on, the vision, and which circumstances should be avoided along the way, the values. But it is impractical to have everyone making routine decisions regarding the vision and the values, so it was decided that the community would select representatives who would act on their behalf of the legal and moral owners of the school board. The function of the school board is to represent the vision and values of the community. Effective representation of the community's vision and values breaks down into 3 categories: listening for the vision, identifying the vision, and implementing the vision. If you folks start saying, we only get 90 seconds to speak on 4 items instead of the 6 minutes for that, you're not listening to us for a vision. You're not executing your role as the school board.
Thank you.
2892, it's your turn to speak. The last 4 numbers.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Shelley Speck. I am a parent of a 2nd grader at Gardnerville Elementary School, and I just want to provide just a little bit of input here. I think having public comment at the beginning of a meeting will be a muddled attempt at allowing parents and constituents to have a voice during these meetings. Each trustee will not be able to recall the testimony given beforehand. Still there?
Shelley, you're cutting out a little bit, Shelley.
I know we're at a swim lesson trying to provide public comment, but I'll start over, okay? Please restart the timer. Having public comment at the beginning of a meeting will be a muddled attempt at allowing parents and constituents to have a voice during these meetings. Each trustee will not be able to recall the testimony given beforehand as it relates to each item on the agenda that requires possible action. I consider it a dereliction of duty to make a predetermination and not consider public input, as parents are just getting home from work and they're at the beginning of the meeting where you want to have public comment. I think it's an infringement on the rights of the constituents of Douglas County to conduct a meeting in this way, and I hope that you reconsider what you have on your agenda for your changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Height, it's your turn to speak.
Jeremy Height. Mr. Burns brought up the facts when he said that he was unwilling to sit here for 8 hours and listen to stakeholders like parents and teachers when they have valid complaints or valid concerns about their children's future. And if Mr. Burns' time is so important, and it's so much more important than our kids' future, then he needs to step down. Because these 8 hours a month might be a lot for him, but we're here for our kids 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Courtney Jeffries, go ahead.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, it's actually Courtney Burrows for the record. It just is Jeffries, it pops up on there for my maiden name. So I 100% disagree with what you are trying to do again, school board. Did we not make ourselves known and clear last meeting? This is a desperate display of power. You are power hungry. You are not caring about our children. You are trying to silence us and put everything that you want, and you're trying to hide everything. Those people who have not looked through the code of conduct, bylaw 70 that you are trying to change, it is absolutely astonishing what you are trying to change. And the fact that you are not going to allow us to comment on it until maybe at the end of the night or at all in 90 seconds is absolutely crazy. I thought I was going to come into this with an open mind, trying to hear you guys out, but y'all won't hear us out. You won't hear us out. How many times do we have to say it? We deserve a better board. And I urge everyone, if you have not looked at 70 of what they're trying to change, look at it. They specifically do not want to have a positive relationship with the superintendent. They do not want to support the staff. They do not want to require themselves to have to do any type of learning or training to be on the school board. It is absolutely ridiculous. We deserve a better board.
Thank you.
Chris Robbins, we are ready to hear from you.
Hello, my name is Chris Robbins. I'm a parent of a student at Scarcelli Elementary School. I am against the combination of the agenda items. I think each of these items are very important changes that you're trying to make. So I think it's important that your constituents have a voice on every single item. 90 seconds for 4 items is definitely not enough to cover everything that some people may have prepared for when they read the agenda. So just remember, you serve the public, and please allow public comment on each of these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now we're ready to move to the, okay. Ms. Oken?
Kendra Oakton for the record. So in September, when you had all the bylaws on the agenda, many people, including your trustees, stakeholders, asked you not to combine them. And here you are again, doing just that. So you prove again that you're not actually listening, and the transparency you claim to have is not there, because here we are again. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So I guess I'm insane sitting here again, hoping you'll listen. But the bylaw changes, according to a lot of you, is because we don't want to break the law. So if that was the truth, they would be given the time they deserve. But I question if that is the reason you're trying to push it together, because you're trying to make changes on something so you're legally sound, but you're not actually paying attention and giving them the time to deserve. You're actually just lumping them together. The school district students and teachers deserve these to be one item and not combined. We all sat there and looked at your agenda, prepared comments, and prepared for this. And when you combine them all, you are taking that away from all of us, and it's not okay. So if it is truly about being legally sound, then give them the credit they deserve and have them as separate items.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Jensen. I'm a parent of a 5th grader and an 8th grader, and I'm also a teacher in the district. In December, shortly after the election, we were sent an email at the request of the 3 new board members. In your words, you pledged to, we will encourage parents, guardians, and the community to take an active role in student education. We promise to listen to all and to be open, transparent, and respectful. We will be supportive of all school district employees. I ask that the board live up to the promises you made in your own words. We want time to talk about these things. We want you to listen to us so that you can understand our concerns. That's why you were elected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom user, it's your turn to speak.
Never mind.
Go ahead and unmute yourself, Zoom.
Okay. All right. Should we move on to consent? Yes, go ahead, trustee Engelkirk. Go.
We still have to vote on this item. As far as combining, a lot of people are concerned about that we're not dealing with issues that help the kids, and that the issues we're dealing with are unimportant, or that they're not helping with dealing with the children. So I personally think they are important in the general running of the school district, but as it seems to be, the way things are going, the last time we brought up a bunch of agenda items were brought up, we got through one item. And so if we're ever going to get to what some people might consider important items for the children, like I am the Lake representative, I would like to talk about, and I think a lot of people here want to talk about how we can help the Lake schools, which is an agenda item coming up. I would like to combine these items, and I don't want to make them addendum to the motion, because that'll require a whole nother round of comments. Not that I don't want to hear from everybody, but my suggestion would be at the discretion of the president is that we combine the items and that we give 3 minutes for everybody and that we work with that. So that would be my opinion on the matter. Thank you.
I will agree with that. I think 3 minutes. And if someone still needs a little more time, just ask and smile. Thank you.
Excuse me. So Doug, I hear what you're saying, and I would love to just jump right to the Lake School presentation. As soon as we can get to that, the better, because I believe that's why there's a lot of people here too. That is before the number 6, 7, and 8, and 9. So if we were to keep 6, 7, 8, and 9, it's going to be after the lake, right? So I would like to move that well, I'm not moving, but I would like to say that if we're listening to the public, right? And I was taking notes, and I'm sure you were taking notes, and you saw that it was a lot of people don't want it combined. More people, probably 4 times or 5 times more people spoke to dividing them up individually. And again, we may not get to them all tonight the rate we're going, but that's okay, because each one should stand by itself. So I'd like to say that if we're listening to our constituents, for and against, that I think we've all heard that the majority of the people do not want to put these together. And for me, the big thing is many people, most of these people have taken the time to go through each one. And I think it's really disrespectful of our public and the parents and teachers that we combine all these together and we don't take each one, because they took each one as it was presented in our packet. Had it been presented, we were going to do this all at one in the packet, that would have been different. But that's not the way they got the information went to them. How they got this information is they got it that it was each individual item. So getting to the lake item, to me, that's going to be the highlight, I think, of the evening, is listening to the lake. But all these other things come after. So I believe we can take them individually, vote to not put them together, take them individually, and show respect to our public who has asked us to do that. And that's all they're asking, is that we take each one, because each one is important. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to vote to take all four, but we're going to double the time to 3 minutes. And if somebody really wants more, then that's all they have to do is ask. So then you can break them up, and I'm going to take notes of what everybody says. So
sounds like you've already made up your mind.
Let's take a vote. All in favor?
Catherine, I think I'm listening to the public. Are you? Okay, then I guess you're going to vote not for it.
Okay, the motion is to combine items 6, 7, 8, and 9. And we are going to increase the time to 3 minutes more if people request it. All in favor?
Excuse me. The only thing is that extended time beyond the 3 minutes is your discretion.
Correct.
Okay.
All in favor? Say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, consent. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the we're going to do the minutes separate? No, we'll just do the consent together. Someone like to make a motion for consent?
I'll make a motion to pass the consent items for possible action.
I'll second that.
Public comment? Any comments from the board?
Do you have anything? I do. I would like to pull accounts payable 2431. I'm wondering, are we going to be going into closed session tonight, President Jansen?
Yes, we will.
Okay, great.
Okay, we will not be pulling budget voucher number 2431. Trustee Gilkerson, you're free to ask your question. For further clarification, it can be answered by counsel. You are not, however, free to waive attorney-client privilege on behalf of the board. As such, you shall not read the information contained in the invoices. If you have questions, please ask it in front of the public now.
Yes, I'd like to pull accounts payable 2431.
No.
Why? President Jansen, why?
Because you were to ask legal counsel about it.
No, this is public information, Mr. Gilbert. You don't want the public to see the invoices.
That's not true.
So then why can't I talk about it?
So you can ask me any questions you'd like without disclosing any attorney-client privileged information, and I'm happy to answer.
So I'm gonna do that right now and not pull it, or I'm gonna pull it and then ask you.
You get to ask your questions. You can't pull it. It's up. The president has the discretion in this.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask my questions now.
But you just can't read by line of the invoices. But
Can
you're
you
more
tell
than
me
welcome.
the law that says that? Could you tell me exactly why I can't do that legally?
It's attorney-client privilege, and you can't waive that for the board.
Okay, I won't mention names then, okay?
That's fine.
Okay, great. You want me to do
But
this now?
You
Okay, I'll
can't
do
read
this
what's
now.
on the invoice.
Mr. Gilbert, I would say that the public deserves to know the expenditures of any of
You're
these
more than
board-
welcome to ask about the
the
cost.
expenditures of any of these board
Sure.
members in any non-litigation matter. That's called transparency in my
Absolutely.
book.
We're not talking about litigation. I'm not going to talk about any what you're calling client attorney privilege. I'm talking about the board meetings that I think the public gets to know
That's
what we're
fine.
doing to get ready for board meetings.
Go ahead,
I think
Trustee
we should be
Gilgerson.
able to talk about general board administration. And I think I should be able to talk about employee
Yes,
organizations.
and some of those things are for a closed meeting,
What things are, can you tell me?
depending on what you're trying to ask, if you're going to be
Okay,
disclosing.
well, let's
attorney-client
just move
privilege.
forward then.
And so
Go
how
ahead.
can they be put in consent items and go to closed meeting?
Apparently-
That doesn't make sense.
Exactly. My whole question was, why wouldn't you ask about it before?
Before what?
So you can
To
charge
the
me
board meeting.
$325 to talk to you? I don't think so. You're getting paid now to answer these
Okay,
questions.
and I'm willing to answer them.
Okay, great.
I'm
Let's
just saying,
go.
please don't disclose attorney-client privileged
If
information.
I do, you can let me know. I'm sorry, I prepared this, so. Okay, let's go. Let's see. I know you know how up in arms the community is about the charges you have accrued so far. My first question that I've been asked many times about these is, why are they redacted? Why, when you send them out, are they redacted?
It's case law.
Can you tell me which case law it is so I can look it up?
Just give us a second to pull it up.
Thank you. I apologize.
No, go ahead. You can ask other ones while we're waiting.
Okay. So you're going to give me a case law. Okay. So I'd like to start with, let me see here. I have several concerns that appeared on the legal services notice. Okay. Number one, the 9/12 board meeting cost the Douglas County School District $16,642.50.
No, it did not.
I'm going to break it up for you, sir. Just give me a minute here.
Trustee Gilgerson, you can't break it up. We can do it in a closed session, but it's
No,
not
I can't.
possible to be a $16,000 charge for the last board meeting.
Yes, let me break it up for you. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, I'm just saying that 7,475 were creating the agenda and supporting documents.
Okay.
Okay. $1,625 was for you to attend the agenda development meeting.
Okay.
$1,300 was for you, Mr. Gilbert, to review the agenda and supporting documents prior to the meeting. $750 was for your office staff to prepare a binder for the meeting. Have I broken anything yet?
Yeah, actually you have.
And
but
what's that?
I can read it to you if you'd like. The attorney-client privilege is a long-standing privilege at common law that protects communications between attorneys and clients. That's Wind Resorts. 8th Judicial District. The purpose of the attorney-client privilege is to encourage clients to make full disclosures to their
Whoa, slow
attorneys
down.
in order to promote the broader public interest of recognizing the importance of fully informed advocacy in the administration of justice. Mere facts are not privileged, but communications about the facts in order to obtain legal advice are. That's again, Wind Resorts. The party assuming the privilege has the burden to prove that the material is in fact privileged. That's Rouse v. United States. It is well settled that privileges, whether creatures of statute or the common law, should be interpreted and applied narrowly. Again, that's C. Clark County School District. And then it goes on to say that, however, if the purpose of the attorney-client privilege is to be served, the attorney-client privilege must be able to predict with some degree of certainty whether particular discussions will be protected. And that's Upjohn Company versus the United States.
I'm lost.
Can you
Well, I
break
mean-
that down and so that we can understand what that said?
Again, what we're doing with the board, some of the information that we're discussing is the board asking me questions about legal proceedings, legal things that we're trying to outline, things that we're investigating, what I've been doing since I've been brought on, doing due diligence. And so what you're seeing there, I actually welcome the fact to talk a little bit about what we're doing here. Some of the stuff that you're seeing in these agenda preparations is me going through the problems that have been happening the past 9 months in communication, the different, I guess, items that continually come up. For example, you're probably aware of the fact now that there's now been 30 public record requests since I've come on. There's been 4 open meeting law, complaints, lodged with the Attorney General's office. There's been, let's see now, there's 3 amendments to the writ of mandamus I was handed the day I walked into the first meeting. Now with the entire discovery packet, all supporting documents is over 900 pages. That hearing was vacated by Judge Gregory and has been set for a hearing. We filed an opposition to that. So again, a lot of the stuff that you're seeing is us trying to respond as best we can to what's happening. And we all know that a lot of this that's being done is being done purposely to drive up legal costs. What I'm doing here, what you're seeing with the preparing the agenda, is there's a lot coming on our plate with regards to why things haven't been working. As you've seen, tonight, one of the things you're taking issue with, last week you said statutes didn't matter. This week you're saying the statutes do matter. And one of the things I've found particularly interesting is the NASB, the Nevada Association of School Boards. And so I'm actually trying to be completely candid, defang your bylaws, the bylaws of the district, with what's been added to them since COVID. The public probably isn't aware that starting in, I believe it was April 20th, 2020, you as president, or no, I think Rob Lehman was president, you were involved, started making additions and adding and I guess amending bylaws with no public meeting. No one was commenting, things were being done. And so what I've been doing since I've come on board is going back through those and then preparing information to the board, to President Jansen, and showing her what's going on. And so that's taken a considerable amount of time. We've been watching every meeting on the YouTubes, reviewing every bit of minutes to pull out what we believe to be problematic. And that's what you're seeing here tonight in the items that we're trying to package together, is stuff that, again, you should be very familiar with it because you changed it. We had this discussion last time. These are changes you made. And all we're doing is amending them back to where they were before COVID. Because whatever happened in COVID, I don't know if everybody agrees with this, but a lot of the people I speak to don't agree with what took place during COVID and the amendments and the changes that were made to the school board's policies and procedures and the way that we're conducting business. So we're trying to undo that, so to speak. And that's what we presented tonight for a first reading.
Okay. That all being said, Mr. Gilbert, you were hired by the school district to represent the school district. You have taken on a role, and it's costing us, let's see, this month was $106,000. You're taking on a role that I don't believe you should be taking on. That's my opinion, but I don't think you should be scouring through the bylaws. This is just a waste of our money right now, okay? We've got bigger things to talk about, a lot bigger things to talk about than you taking on bylaws. This is really not, you're an advisor. You're the one going out here and initiating this stuff. And there's so much wrong with that. Anyways, I'd like to continue. So, yes, sir.
Mrs. Gilkerson,
Yes.
if there's violations in the bylaws, then I requested it. I will request the bylaws to be reviewed to make sure that they go standard with the NRS statutes. That is our responsibility. And I'm sure that some of the others may have. I'm speaking for myself. I have requested it because there's violations in the bylaws. And to clean it up, and some of them come right from you. You have put bylaws in there November and December of last year before we took office. You deliberately on a lame duck.
Whoa.
You deliberately on a lame duck put 2 bylaws in there and with changes. So you hamstrung us as we coming in, and you gave power over us to the superintendent. That does not line up with our statutes. So he has a right and he has a responsibility to correct these things that are in there.
Thank you, Trustee Burns. I respectfully disagree with everything you've said, sir. That's not true. What you just said about me hamstringing or whatever, that is, now we can sit here and go back and forth, or I can continue, okay?
Were you not the president at that time?
Absolutely, and I was a damn good president, Mr. Burns. There was none of this going on. May I continue, President Jansen?
Can you make it quick?
No, I'm not going to make it quick. I have every right to talk. Yeah. Well, you brought it on. So Lake Schools, they should apologize. Okay. So next is, and I'm sorry, I respectfully apologize, but I think that the money is probably pretty big on everyone's mind in this room. Most people anyways want to know where $106,000 goes in a month. So
it's not $106,000.
Yeah, I don't know where you're coming up with $106,000 for the month. That's not an accurate statement.
Huh.
It was about 70. It was in the 70 mark, 70, 74.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was for the 2 months. You're right. That's right. It was 74,000. I'm sorry.
It's just
No,
$30,000,
that's true. I should
$40,000
thank you
difference.
for correcting me. You're absolutely correct. Thank you. So, okay. So, so I went through as I said, how much it cost us for the first board meeting, or for the last month's meeting. Let's see. And the last thing I think I said was $750 to prepare a binder for the meeting. I'm sure that was a wonderful binder.
Well, Trustee Gilkerson, you asked me last meeting, you said you said I'd like to contribute to what you're asking.
Okay.
You said that you didn't understand what the changes were, even though that you were the person that made the changes, and you asked us to better help you to better understand it. So we had to prepare all of these documents, and we had to prepare historical memos showing you the chain of events that took place starting in April 14th, 2020, when these bylaws were first proposed, two weeks after COVID was declared a pandemic.
So we're talking about bylaws now. And
we are talking about
the
bylaws.
binder.
You're asking
Right.
why those agenda bills are so big is because we had to prepare these documents.
And thank you, Kara, for
And
your
the other thing
explanation.
I would like to clarify is that there was a misunderstanding with the retainer, and it was not being billed against, which is what it states in the contract, that the retainer is to be billed against. So there will be a credit to the district for $15,000 because they've issued a retainer that was not billed against when it was supposed to.
Right. I was going to bring that up as
Thank
well.
you. And
I guess
I'd
that's
also
not
like to say
privilege.
Well, what's not privileged, what's privileged is you reading line by line. You don't have the authority to waive the privilege from the board and read line by line on the invoices.
And can you tell me where that states that in an NRS?
She just read it to you.
It was,
and I don't understand why you're not listening to your own legal counsel when Joey told you.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to
You
go
don't
there.
have any respect
It doesn't
for legal
matter. I don't
counsel.
want
Just be honest.
I
It's
don't want to
okay.
be respectful. I want to be respectful. So, okay. So, let me see, where was I? Yes, I was going to bring out about the retainer. Because last month it says the charges listed under non-billable part of the $7,500 retainer fee. When we added it up, it was short.
That's
it only
not
came
correct.
to 6,977.96.
That's
and
not
it was
correct.
$522 short. Well, that's according to mine and somebody else and the financial people. They're the one.
Well,
who
I
told
will
me
say
this.
that the prior council, Mop and Cox, had a retainer that they did not bill against. It was just a flat retainer, and then they would bill on top of it. Contrary to Mr. Gilbert's contract, that is billed to be billed against the retainer. So that $7,500 is to be billed against.
And MCL, that's what they did do. They worked against the $5,000 that they billed was for the meetings and things that were non-billable.
That's what she's saying. But
yes, I
so,
know. Okay.
So Trustee Gilker, just so you understand, Kira does handle the billing. She puts together the billing. So
Okay,
that's why
well,
she's answering the questions.
That's okay. I'm just showing that it was $522 short last time. Also, let's see, number 7. Under general board administration, My question is, we were billed 18.7 hours. Kira, you billed us that much for response to requests for more information on
So here you are
Joey
again reading
Gilbert's
the
law
invoices,
contract.
which is waiving the board's attorney-client privilege. So if you'd like to discuss these things, I believe that a closed session would be more an appropriate situation so that you don't waive the board's attorney-client privilege on behalf of the board.
How do I, then, can you answer this? How do I explain to the constituents where this money's going? How do we explain that to them? How do we explain to them that Mr. Gilbert charged $325 to travel from Reno to our meeting when it says in his contract he's supposed to be under the GSA rate, which should have from his office to Douglas High should have been only $60 to $65. How do we let them know that he's charging us almost $650 just for travel time, just to come here and then to go back?
Well,
But
how do
in
you
the
know he's charging
contract,
that
let
if
me
you
finish,
haven't
please. You're
asked him?
interrupting me. When it says it's at a GSA rate of 0.655, why are we getting charged this much when actually, when you figure it out in the distance, it should have been somewhere around $60, $65? How can I let the public know that that's going on?
How do you know that that's for travel and not his time here in the county, but you didn't ask him?
Because it says. And how can I let them know that he charged us 15 hours for the last board meeting, which was impossible because he got there at well, he was late. It wasn't even 2:30. And then we left at midnight. And so how can you add that up? It doesn't add up to 15 hours. How do we question that? How did the public get to know these things, Mr. Gilbert? That's what I want to know. I think they have a right to know
I have
this.
no problem with the public knowing it. I left Reno last time at 10:45 and I didn't get home till 1:45 a.m. that night. That's what happened.
And you left at 10:45, but you didn't show up at
I was in Douglas County meeting with board members preparing for the meeting.
Oh. Wow.
Which has absolutely allowed to happen.
All right.
And who authorized that?
Yeah. Tony asked a question. Who authorized that for you to meet with them first?
Again, the board has a duty. I have a duty to advise and to counsel the board, and there was a lot happening, so I went there early. It's just simple as that.
And how come you showed up late, but they were on time?
I wasn't.
We're your client. The taxpayers are your client.
And I was with my clients.
We hired you. And you can't just do open checkbook whenever you want to do it, because we're not going to pay it.
Tony, wait till I call on you.
No, you don't
All right.
have to call on me. I can speak whenever I do because everybody else does. So you want to control me? You're not going to do it.
Okay, I have just two more things possibly. Well, another one is there's things listed and I'm confused. I know when I was president, and I wasn't perfect by any means, but I know that when people emailed me, I answered. That the president is the voice of the board, right? That's what we're told, that if we want to, one message goes out, it should go out through our president to answer things. Now, lately we've gotten so many emails, but my question is, why are our board members forwarding emails and we're getting charged for this? Why are they forwarding? It says reason record courier. It says it has 5 different people's emails that were forwarded by someone on the board, and we were charged, probably $200-300 for it. Why aren't the people that are supposed to answer them? Why are they forwarding emails? I don't get that. I don't understand. I got the same emails here, so I don't understand why we're being charged for a person on our board to forward their emails to you. Are you answering them?
Well, what I think is really
And this is to
interesting
Mr.
know-
Gilbert, excuse me.
Again, Trustee Gilgerson, Kira assists me with a lot of these. And what happens is I'm forwarded emails and then we end up going back and forth discussing things, President Jansen and I at different times. And that's what you're seeing. And as I've said so many times to you guys, I rarely bill for calls or emails back and forth. It usually has to be something substantial or significant, but I'm on the phone hours and hours with board members all the time. You're more than welcome to call me anytime. You've never called. Trustee Kangas is more than welcome to call me. He's never called. So when they call me, I speak to them. If they send me an email, majority of them, if they're quick emails back and forth, we don't bill. We enter them all, but we don't bill for them all. It's just very simple. It's billing. And again, I am very aware of my billing. And it's something I'm, take very seriously. I'm not, fleecing the billing.
So, but the emails that I see here and that are being sent, the hours are 0.1, 10 minutes. You're charging us for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You're charging us for 20 minutes. You're charging us for another 10 minutes. So they're not, you're saying they're quick. That's quick, but I don't know. These all add up, Mr. Gilbert. That's
They
all
do.
I'm saying.
That's how billing works.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
I would have said that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Tony wants, I can't call on you, Tony. Sorry.
Who's been emailing you?
I'm not going to say because it's.
No, this is for Joey Gilbert. Joey Gilbert, who has been emailing you all of these requests?
From different requests from different members of the board.
We're not allowed to say who's doing it all. Okay. But he just said that we've never.
The public is paying for it, so yes, we want to know what's happening publicly. All the
Okay, again,
citizens sitting out there are paying your bill, and it's taking money away from our schools. So I think you're obligated to tell us who's ordering all this stuff.
They're members of the board or their staff. It could come from anybody that's just regular course of business, answering emails, responding to emails. Sometimes I'll forward them, email, call back. A lot of the stuff is done over certain periods, but it's all tracked by 0.1.
Okay, I've got some more. Excuse me.
I listened to you intently.
Great,
So
I've got more to say, so go ahead.
I'm
let
sorry,
you
I'm
jump in.
speaking. Thank you.
Mhm.
I listened intently, but it's interesting that I didn't hear anything in there that you pulled out about how many now we have? 30 filings
30
against
and
us.
climbing.
And if you think those aren't expensive, they are. And those are happening from a group that is intent to come against us as the news board members. They have since January. But it's interesting you don't bring those up, but that's the majority of the money that is going out to the law firm is defending those particular points. Thank you.
It's easily half the bill, Trustee Gilkerson.
Okay, we'll get into that. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a narrative in the community that there are frivolous lawsuits. Open meeting law complaints and public records requests are primarily, is what you're saying, responsible for the exorbitant legal fees. In the past 60 days, we have been billed $109,838.35 in legal fees.
That's
While-
actually $15,000
While
over the
while
actual amount.
$35,834.60 spent on the items I just mentioned is concerning and will have a significant impact on our budget. 67.4%, which is $74,003.75 of the bill amount, has been on legal services not related to those items that you just mentioned. I hope you understand that, so it's not the majority of it. 67% of our budget is not on the writ of mandamus or whatever that is, and open meeting and all of that. When you add it all up, $74,003.75 are on what I just discussed. I hope you understand our budget cannot support the continued legal bills that are on a pace to cost $659,000.30. This projected amount would be $499,030 over our 12-month legal services budget of $160,000.
How did you come up with that?
I
amount?
added everything up.
Well, so we actually
That's what I did. And I gave you exact numbers.
And that's not accurate because we.
Can you give me the accurate numbers?
Well, no, because you're making a projection. So a lot of that bill was coming up. I don't know if you looked at the supporting documents, but it was drafting the bylaws, the changes to the bylaws.
Waste of money.
You asked me to do it, Trustee Gilkerson.
No.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you actually did at the last meeting. You asked for supporting documents. You asked for memorandums. That's where this was spent on. We went and spent tons of hours to redo this for you because you asked it and for the public.
don't think
So
I
it's
did.
very clear. It's very clear now that you can see when you look at those documents that it's outlined much differently and should be much clearer. And we did that at your request.
I looked at it, well, because I got it just a few days before and I was heckled because I didn't understand it, but I know the rest of you have had it for a lot longer than I did.
Well,
So it was
again,
very
I'm not sure
difficult
why
to
you didn't
understand.
understand it because you were the person that did it.
Yeah, well, I didn't understand
You were
it,
on the
Kira.
subcommittees and you made
Okay,
every
I'm going to
single
move
one of these
along.
changes.
I'm not done. So as pointed out, the contract states that the contractor acknowledges that as required by statutes or regulations, the contract is effective only after approved by Douglas County School District's superintendent or CFO. I'm asking, you said something about evidence, but I'd like to know what legal statute supports the notion that Mr. Lewis approved the contract. Kira, now you can talk because I'm asking you. You said to Mr. Lewis at the last meeting, you said,
Well, I also answered your question at the last meeting. And first of all, the superintendent is not allowed to sign the contract. So execute and approve.
and where is that written in what NRS?
It's in your bylaws.
Which bylaw?
Well, I'd be happy to take the time to retrieve it if you'd like me to.
I'd like to know what it is because I don't know of a bylaw. And believe me, I've been looking at them a lot lately. I don't know a bylaw that says superintendent cannot sign the contract.
Well, the statute says that.
Is this an NRS you're talking about or a bylaw?
That's what a statute is an NRS.
Okay.
The Nevada Revised
Right.
Statute
It's
says.
not a bylaw though, right? That's different.
Let's speak one at a time.
Yeah, I'm
Please.
asking her a question. Is a bylaw the same
You're
as an
not
NRS?
asking me a question.
Is the bylaw the same as an NRS?
No.
Okay, so which is it that states that it's against whatever for Mr. Lewis to sign it? That's what I'm asking.
The statute says that the Board of Trustees is a corporate body created by the legislature. And that corporate body is given the authority to hire general counsel. So only the people in that organization have the authority as authorized signers of that corporate body to sign and execute a contract on behalf of that body. And then in your bylaws, it states that the officers are the ones that are able to sign on behalf of the district, on behalf of the Board of Trustees.
Okay, can you tell me which bylaw that was and which NRS that is that you're reading? And you don't have to answer me this minute, but maybe before the end of the meeting, you can give me those answers. I'd like the NRS and the bylaw.
Happy to do so.
Thank you, Kira. I appreciate that. So my question is, are you concerned at all about these costs?
Yeah, absolutely.
And do you have a plan
Absolutely.
to reduce them?
We do. As a matter of fact, we've done a couple things. First of all, you keep throwing out a number of 74,000 without listening to Kira saying that's going to be a $15,000 credit that's coming back.
Okay.
Another thing we did, because listening to the community, Kira's billing, I bill Kira out in my firm at $475 an hour. So we put her down to $325. But after hearing from folks in the public that said to me, you know, you should reduce her, we've reduced her down to $225 an hour. And so there's going to be a retroactive credit back, probably be another 15 grand or 10 to 15 grand on top of it. Furthermore, I believe that now we've done the research on finding out what all took place since COVID, and we've outlined it. You've gotten supporting documents. I don't think we're going to have to do any more of that. So I'd like to see the legal bill come down, you know, considerably, probably by another 15 grand. And if we can get folks to stop filing, and I'm sorry if people don't think this is a proper term, but some of these things are being filed just to be, to be a nuisance. There's public records requests, multiple of the same people that are speaking right next to each other are requesting the same documents, and they have to be gone through, and everything has to be gone through over and over again. Things sometimes have to be redacted. It is cumbersome. It is time consuming. It is expensive. And I actually spoke to a couple folks at the last meeting and said, can we please chill out here? Can we cool the temperatures? Can we get in a room and talk about this and possibly pull the writ? We'll work on things. And so all I can say is stuff like that is happening. I would love to see the legal bills come down. When I came in here, I never in my wildest dreams imagined that I'd be in here with, like I said, 30 public record requests deep, 4 open meeting complaints, and a writ of mandamus that's now 900 pages. Never imagined that. And that's something we've had to deal with on top of the stuff that's come in, requests from board members, from members of the public, from yourself sitting at the last meeting asking for stuff. A lot of what Kira spent the time on last meeting, you can roll your eyes and say it's unnecessary and the statutes are a waste of time, but you asked for it. So we combed through it extensively to provide the documents that you're now are saying are a waste of time to make it more efficient for the public. So if we did do things, something like combined stuff, everyone's got it. Much easier to read, much easier to comment on. And that's what we've done. So absolutely, I'd love to see the legal bill come down, more than in half. But we're going to be working on it. We're going to ask everyone's help on here, including everyone that's sitting at this table, to just like cool the temperatures, be respectful, exercise some decorum, and let's get there.
I have just one more thing.
Go for it.
I'll be done.
I got plenty of answers.
Okay, great. So could you send me what you read? Could you give it to, I don't know if Mr. Kangas wants it, but that NRS or whatever you read, why these have to be redacted? Can you send me that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can absolutely.
I'd like to look at that because you read it so
problem.
fast.
It's
I don't know that anybody could have caught anything that you said. So if I could get a copy of that,
no problem.
I'd like to look at it and see, because I'm still struggling with why.
Well, you know what? I'm happy to prepare a memorandum for you with that in there.
Just send me what you read tonight. That'll be fine.
We just want to take note that will cost.
And Dave, are you concerned that I'm going to spend some money with Mr. Gilbert?
Trustee Gilkerson, I'm happy to provide that memo to you at no cost.
Thank you, Mr.
No
Gilbert.
problem.
I appreciate that.
No problem. I got you.
Okay. We're getting there. All right.
I can do this all night too.
And likewise,
All
we've
night.
been doing it all
No
night,
problem.
haven't we? So, and it's time for me to talk, Mr. Gilbert,
Okay.
and I'll wait
And
for
you're
you
talking.
to quit heckling before I start.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. $35,000 plus $74,000, $109,000 for 2 months of legal services. Type of spending can't continue. The public's mad. They don't understand how these costs can be controlled. Maupin, Cox, and Lagoy typically charge $10,000 to $15,000 per month for their services, which included their $5,000 retainer. Okay, we could triple those costs and you'd still cost more. I know the cost for legal defense for the problems this board has is expensive, and that can add up to a great deal of money. I get that. As far as I can tell, and I'm doing it straight from the invoices, as far as I can tell, these costs are about $35,000 for the first 2 months. Okay, 109 minus 35 is 74,000. That average is $37,000 a month for these meetings and general services. That cost is more than this school district can afford. It will be discounted. I acknowledge that. And I guess I had a couple things I wanted to ask about, but you've made it clear that I can't. So the charge of $325 an hour for your driving time is ridiculous. I know gas is expensive, but that's a little out of line. And that's what we were billed. Okay. And I have a hard time having faith in your law firm that you take such pride in your billing that you can't quite get it straight. I've questioned, and I still do, if you have a legal contract with Douglas County School District. We never came to terms with that. I believe the contract I saw was switched and signed by the officers of this board in the 11th hour. The entire board was not allowed to discuss or vote on it in a public meeting. I also believe there were significant changes that I have previously detailed. I asked for a response in very simple terms. Am I right or am I wrong?
I think you're wrong. I think there's a valid contract signed by the officers.
Did you switch the contract?
No, I did not.
Oh,
We talked about that.
That can be proved otherwise.
We covered that.
We could
Trustee
be
Kangas.
proved otherwise, sir.
We talked about this at length, what
Right.
took place, that we incorporated a memorandum into the contract. We've talked about this. We did this at the last meeting.
Joey, it's not a valid contract.
That's
in
again,
my mind. And
Okay.
in my mind, not having a binding contract is liking to giving legal advice without a license.
that's not anything like that.
Okay, well, I've said my piece.
Is there,
I
is there
agree.
something different? Or something
I
like
agree.
Yeah, I did. And I asked for that too, that you resubmit a contract. We have it vetted by an outside service, and then we review it as a board and take a vote. Yeah.
That's what the board wants.
As a
we'll
board
do.
member, I don't get to vote on a contract. That's bottom line is what you're saying.
You voted, you didn't vote to hire me. Remember that? So you didn't vote to hire me.
Yes, I did.
You're not going to vote to prove my contract either.
Oh, I get it. Okay, there you go.
I mean, it's just being honest.
Well, okay. Well, and I'm honest that
Thank you.
I'm an elected official and I am allowed to vote.
You are.
Mr. Gilbert, those comments should not be said from somebody that represents us. You should be not talking that way. And that's
Understand, Tony.
legal.
I'm done.
We're still on. Oh, sorry.
The public comment will be 1 minute and 30 seconds each. I hope everybody will be respectful. These are for items not on the agenda. Thank you. Please state your name clearly so I can write them down. Thank you. Oh, is there a list? I didn't know. I will go off the list. Thank you.
Susan, do you want me to wait till number 3?
Yes. Okay, great. Wendy Smalley.
New board members, you have heard a strong message from the teachers, students, parents, and community members that we do not support what you're trying to accomplish. Thankfully, Trustee Engelkirk has integrity and followed through with his oath to do what is right for students and voted against terminating Superintendent Lewis's contract. This leaves Superintendent Lewis between a rock and a hard place. Since this new board has stepped into this position of power, you have undermined Superintendent Lewis and you have created such toxicity that it is irreparable. On Friday, it was made very apparent that you don't have many fans in this community. Your actions have turned the majority of people you're supposed to represent against you. The only honorable thing you can do is to resign. On today's agenda, there are many proposed bylaw changes, yet no mention of adding a student representative, which you said would be on this month's agenda. It's very odd that students are not your priority yet again. However, the proposed changes you want to make are not even supported by law, and Ms. Sears' nonspecific appeals to the laws and the statutes are far from adequate. Even more, the accusations of legal noncompliance are untrue and misleading in the fact that nearly every school district in the state of Nevada delegates the same powers to their superintendent that we have historically delegated to ours. The difference is that Keith Lewis has managed to use his delegation to turn us into the #1 district in the state. With that being said, why would you want this board to change anything? It's not broken. The answer is clear: power grab,
Thank you.
political agenda, and incompetence.
Aaron Miller.
Erin Miller for the record. I am a current Zephyr Cove Elementary School parent. I'm a George Whittle Middle School parent. And I'm a George Whittle High School parent. I appreciate you all being here as we only get 2 meetings up here at the lake. I was hoping to speak after our lake presentation about the wonderful things that we're going to be doing and we have planned for this year. I appreciate you all being here. We have an amazing community. We are a small community, but we are a strong community. I'm hoping you see that behind me with our parents and our staff that are still here. So I appreciate you all being here, and I hope you really understand what we're striving to do up here at the lake with our small but strong community. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Casey Rogers.
Casey Rogers for the record. Hello, I'm here today to ask you guys a huge favor, a favor amongst favors. I am here to ask you guys, you 4, please quit. And more importantly, to give our school board back to the Marxist communist idealist, to the SEL loving teachers and admin who say it's not Marxism, even though its underpinnings are Marxist at its root. Please quit and give our children back to those who don't want you to ban bottom sex books and pedophile submission books, please. In fact, please give the board back to the people who face rape children with masks that don't work. For example, it's just like our legislature putting inoculation and abortion camps and clinics on every public campus so that every parent can release their children to the government and they can be their parent. Please, that is so smart. I say quit so the social media will stop lying about you. And finally, most importantly, please stop thinking about the children in all of this. Please force them back under Lewis, Lehman, Linda, and Kangus's submission. Please, we need more suicide, more illness, more children questioning their identity, their sexuality. We need more chaos, more confusion, and more war on our children. Quit now so that we can return back to that, please.
Thank you. Virginia Neese.
Virginia Neese for the record. I used to live up here in Lower Kingsbury, so I want to speak on behalf of maybe some of the local people and thank the trustees for their creative ideas that they have for keeping and supporting our lake schools. Living up here in the high tourism area has its advantages and disadvantages. Housing prices are high and the average cost of living here is even higher. Less families with children can afford to live here, thus our low ratio of students in the schools. Your idea is to combine the schools with California side students and having them pay tuition to subsidize our school must be applauded. Thank you for caring enough about our concerns and giving us this special attention. The thought of sending our precious children down the mountain to the schools below in winter in buses is frightening for parents. Thank you. Linda, you asked a very pointed question and always allude and rudely to your fellow trustees. I have a pointed question to you. During your filibuster for things you have already answered and know the answers to, who does prepare your numbers for you that you slipped up on when reading? And then answer to President Johnson, who you have doing your numbers and your talking points.
Thank you. Jaden Gunter.
It's Jaron Gunter for the record. And
I had to make the decision to not go watch my son's soccer tournament today so I can come listen to this crap. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You're acting worse than the kids that you're supposed to be representing. The public has spoken and we must deal with it. Like it or not, it is what it is. We have old board members that need to get over it and move on. Don't go away mad, just go away. What I am seeing and observing is a divorced family that can't get along, and they're trying to make each other look bad. And just like every divorced family, all that gets hurt is the kids. Your people do not like having Joey Gilbert as his counsel. They're going to do whatever they can to inflate his bill. There's already all these requests for all this paperwork just to try to inflate his bill. You talk about open meeting violations. The last board had open meeting violations with and so does this one. If you don't like it, now the two wrongs don't make a right, and stop pointing fingers and wasting money. Again, it is what it is, and we need to move on and do what's right for the kids and the teachers. As for the lake schools, I don't want my kids going to the California schools. I moved away from California 16 years ago, so I didn't have to put them into the California schools. I moved to Douglas County because it's conservative views, and I don't want my kids going to the lake schools. California schools. I want the lake schools to stay open for my first and second graders so they can move up and go to school here. Make it to where the California kids that don't want to be over there can come over here, not us going that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you. Yeah, the Lake School agenda items coming up, and we're all looking forward to talking about that. Thank you. Yeah, we talk about what's not on the agenda, public comment. Rebecca Wells, Posh.
Rebecca Wells Poth, for the record. I want to start out here with, I'm native to State Line, Nevada. I was born and raised here. I am a lucky person to have been able to attend Zephyr Cove Elementary, go to Kingsbury Middle School, graduate from George Battelle High School in '97. I was the last of 5 children to attend these schools, and I'm the daughter of a former Battelle teacher. It was then, and still is today, the best schools were in Douglas County. For the state of for education and the schools. Lake schools have provided a small ratio with a very good personal relationship between teachers, administration, support staff, students, and parents. This is something I consider myself very fortunate to have had. I wanted this for my children, and I later found out I needed this for my children. I am the parent of a neurotypical 4th grader. I am the parent of a special needs 1st grader. And I am the parent of a very sassy neurotypical kindergartner. I want and need them to feel safe, have the opportunity to learn in some of the best schools in the state. And by all accounts, my 3 daughters are not only achieving academic success, they are thriving in this environment with the support of the amazing staff at Zephyr Cove Elementary. Before my oldest started kindergarten, there was concern about low enrollment. My husband, myself, and a lot of other parents and of upcoming students worked together with the school board and administration to formulate a plan to increase enrollment. If you look at the data, enrollment at Zephyr Cove has increased dramatically. We have had to hire an extra teacher in the now 3rd grade class because the ratio was too great for one teacher. For the past 5 years, the numbers have increased by approximately 20%. While this is great, it will take time to trickle up to the high school. This is all because we have learned to work together. But if nothing else is heard, I would like you to be able to see the commitment of our parents to work for the betterment of our students and our amazing staff. Let's stop trying to reinvent the wheel, stop focusing on national issues, and focus on what is good about our students.
Thank you. I gave you 2 minutes, and that was really about the lake schools, but I like what you were saying.
That's what we're talking about. Is
No. This is public comment. We're going to have a special agenda just about the lake schools.
And I'm talking about what's important for us is a future for all of us, is our children.
Thank you. I agree. Alan Wells.
Well, I'm Alan Wells, for the record. I am the former teacher here at Whitell that Rebecca was talking about. I brought our children from Seattle because I did the research and discovered that Douglas County was one of the best counties for education on the West Coast. I taught for a very short time and got to know a lot of people in the community, and they support this school and they support this county. And you know, my daughter is a 3-sport letterman, and we have 4 more boys that are also active, or were active in Whitell in Kingsbury Middle School as well as Zephyr Cove. And Keith Lewis was Rebecca's softball coach and did an excellent job. He's been in all aspects of the district. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Virginia Starrett. Oh, go
We're going to do a public service.
Can I do a brief moment? The restrooms are down that hall on the left side.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Yes, Tom. Thank you.
Tom Starrett. Trustees Gilkerson and her sidekick Kangas are in rare form for mischief tonight. At the September meeting and now this meeting, this dynamic duo of filibuster have wasted 3 hours of everyone's time rudely questioning and insulting Mr. Gilbert and his bill for the multiplicity of services rendered so ably. Gilkerson and Kangas seek to grandstand and to filibuster, nothing more. Gilbert and his associates, the very able Ms. Sears, have reacted as true professionals with stoic discipline despite the groundless insults. The district is fortunate to have the representation of Mr. Gilbert's office. Well done and thank you. What Gilkerson, Kangas, and the partisan detractors refuse to realize is that they themselves are responsible for the fees of which they complain. Every groundless lawsuit, every monotonous request for information, every bogus OML complaint, every filibuster, every 8-hour board meeting necessarily increase his fees. So the next time any of the aforementioned complain, they should look in the mirror to see the cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Virginia.
Virginia Starrett, for the record. More than a few folks in my acquaintance who have come to a school board meeting in the last few months have had a similar reaction. I've never seen anything like that before, they say. And how can people behave so rudely and ugly and not realize how awful it makes them look, they ask. Well, I discovered recently that there is a name for this phenomenon where healthy debate is replaced by activist hysterics. It is called the Cluster B Society. In the public square, Cluster B psychological tactics show up in hysteria, moral theatrics, emotional volatility, self-indulgence, and even outbursts of violence. Those folks who dissent from the accepted party line are targeted and called hateful bigots and regularly accused of lacking empathy. It sure all sounds familiar to me. Another facet of Cluster B is social media, which has become a petri dish for incubating mass compliance through fear-mongering, appeals to victimhood and elevating Karens to a mock center stage. DCSD school board meetings aren't civilized anymore. They are prime examples of cluster B, and that's a terrible shame. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Mattis, that's a U, not a T. Okay. Melinda Mattis.
For the record, Melinda Mattis. First of all, I brought a whole lot of stuff and it's worthless to even discuss. So what I'd rather discuss is the article in the paper, Douglas County, first in the state, best in the state. That is through a lot of hard work of our superintendent, of our teachers, of our parents, of the administration of this district. Same newspaper, first page, under the headline, new school board racks up costs. You have a fiduciary responsibility to this district, to this taxpayer, and to every other one that is standing, sitting, and waiting to communicate with you. We can't afford this. We have students who deserve your attention, your responsibility, and your dedication to them. You ran for the parents, for the teachers, for the students. I haven't heard a word about the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Christensen.
It's good to see you, Mr. Lewis. I'm glad you're back. And thank you, Trustee Engelkirk. I feel like you listen to us, and I really appreciate it. This whole thing's a mess, and the division that exists is silly. We all agree on the fundamentals. We live in a conservative valley, our community. We all want great schools, but most of the arguments and agenda items are about the distribution of power between the board, the superintendent, and the attorney. We haven't even talked about the kids. And aren't you tired of all of this? Do you feel good about how the money is being spent? I liked the district, how it was run before. I don't think you need to change the bylaws. If you're tired of this, you can change things. You don't have to dig your heels into a position. You don't have to change the bylaws. You can change your attorney. You can change it now. I ask that if you're not willing to change these things, that trustees that are not willing, trustees Jansen, Burns, and Dickerson resign. And I'm not saying this as a personal attack. I would love your help with my kids. You could volunteer in kindergarten. You could do math facts with second graders. You could patrol the high school with Safe Schools. You could fundraise with PTO. There's so many ways you can help my kids, and I would welcome it. And we need your help, but not this way. You're hurting us. You're not helping us.
Thank you. Ella Schweitzer. Next. Okay. You want to take one? Let's take one on them. Okay, let's take all three.
Martha B., you're free to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Martha.
All right, thank you. My name is Martha Betcher, for the record. I just want to draw your attention to an article that appeared in our local record Courier September 28th this year. There were comments made at the recent Douglas County Business Council Critical Issues Conference by former school board member, current county commissioner, and former attorney for the Churchill County Public Schools. Her name is Charla Hales. She noted that the false full page ads suggesting our students are failing.
We
Yes.
lost you in the room.
Oh, can you hear me
Hold
now?
on 1 second.
Hello?
Stay with us. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, Martha, go. Let's try this.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh dear. Am I echoing? You're echoing for me. Woo! If this isn't working, I can just send my comments to the trustees, I suppose. How does it sound now?
It sounds good.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to Charlotte Hale's comments. She noted the false full page ads suggesting our students are failing could have a highly negative effect on whether people are led to believe that our public school system is functional. And they would likely choose not to relocate to Douglas County out of concern for how the public education system here is doing. It seems valid as well to assume property values will decline as a result of your actions. And then there's, of course, the problem with recruiting solid educators as well. No one wants to work with and for a dictatorial school board. All this disruption is extremely counterproductive and leads to poor outcomes for the public school system. Who are you working for? Virginia Sterrett and Nicholas Myers, or the families and staff and children of Douglas County? That's my question. Also, I'm still waiting for responses from Dickerson, Jansen, and Burns. I hand-delivered letters. You have not addressed the questions that I included in those hand-delivered letters, and I would really appreciate, you can email them to me. Thank you.
Pat Schmid, you're up next.
For the record, my name is Pat Schmid, and I just wanted to go back to that article that where Nish found our schools to be the best in Nevada, 3rd year in a row. That happened under the watch of trustees Gilkerson, Kangas, and Magnota. Evidently, they did something right during the 3 years during the COVID years. Nish says so. If it ain't broke, why are you trying to fix it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Colin Burrows, you're up.
Hi, Colin Burrows for the record. I must ask, since Joey Gilbert brought it up, how many board members did he meet before the last meeting? Did that violate open public meeting law? Joey asked also if we'd like to join him in a room and talk about stuff. At $375 an hour, no thank you. Furthermore, what educational programs for students will be sacrificed to accommodate the persistent financial strain caused by Joey Gilbert's actions? What educational resources and tools for our children and teachers will be eliminated from the budget to address the ongoing financial challenges posed by Joey Gilbert? What adjustments will be made to our teacher's salary to increase? That we will take away from our teacher's salary to mitigate the ongoing financial burden imposed by Joey Gilbert on the school board. I express my gratitude every day for Joe Lombardi getting elected as our governor and not crushing the state like Joey Gilbert. Jensen, I've now heard over 120 teachers in the past few months come out against you. Not a single teacher supports you. Are you sure you used to be a teacher? Because you certainly don't support the teachers in our county. It must be very awkward walking into the school to observe the schools knowing they don't respect you or even like you. I've heard countless school psychologists, nurses, and administrators come out against this board, but not one single person supports you. I've heard over 400 parents over the last couple of months against this board. Very few parents for you. And now
Thank you. Alice Schweitzer. Thank you. Ginger Nikolai Davis.
Hello. I have been an educator for 24 years and I have attended countless board meetings. I have never witnessed legal counsel sit front and center in a position along a board president. It just does not happen. I served on a school board and our attorneys never actually even attended the meeting. So this is very, very unusual. Mr. Gilbert, you are not our district's leader. That role belongs to Superintendent Keith Lewis. Mr. Lewis is our chief educational advisor, and it is the board's job to collaborate with Mr. Lewis, not our legal counsel. Recent actions like tonight's proposed bylaw changes have hindered Mr. Lewis's work. Linda, Doug, Casey, and Tony, you showed us Friday through your actions and your words that you are dedicated to working with Mr. Lewis. Catherine, I really appreciate the email that you recently sent me expressing your willingness to work with Mr. Lewis, and I believe that you'll do that. David and Susan, you have not showed us that, and we have to have a board that works with our superintendent. Susan, as the president, your commitment to this is vital. It's the only way that we're going to survive. You must commit to collaboration with him, and if you can't do that, you have to step down. We deserve a better board, and we demand a better president. We really do. Our district deserves a board that's focused on our students and their education.
Thank you.
Not politics. Thank you.
Lauren Larson.
Hi, my name's Lauren Larson, parent of a Zephyr Cove Elementary School student. And when I spoke before, I forgot to mention a parent of a future Zephyr Cove Elementary student as well. She'll be attending kindergarten next year. I cannot forget her. I walked away from Friday very optimistic. The first time since I've really been following this board. And I commend you all. I understand things didn't go the way all of you wanted to, but it was a surprising outcome. And that's the first time this has happened since I've really been involved with following the board. Over the weekend, I was emailing back and forth a bit with board member Burns. I actually really appreciate that. We disagree, and that's fine, but we found some common ground, and that was regarding the lake schools. And I do think there's these really important issues that we could be tackling where we can all work together. And I understand there's these other issues out there that some board members find very important, but I don't believe it's necessary that we have to focus on all of these issues at once. I think this is a big reason why our legal bills are so high. This is a big reason why these board meetings are so contentious. I just think let's focus on the things we can work together on. And I think these board meetings will be shorter and we'll figure out how to deal with these other issues down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. We just don't agree on things. That happens in life, but you were very respectful. And I want to thank you for that with that communication.
Melissa Rouse.
Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Melissa Rouse. For the record, I have 2 children in the district. First, I'd like to offer a suggestion of changing the bell to maybe something different, like a light or a timer, but that's just on a side note. I was going to take a moment to share a little bit about me and my family as a way to foster some connection with all of you so you can learn a little bit more about a family you support, but I don't have enough time. I do want to share, though, that before my son was school age prior to COVID, I was really surprised how so many families in our neighborhood were enrolling children in California schools. The vast majority of them would share that the reason why is they were unhappy with the prior leadership. But what I will say is that strong leaders, which we have now, who are impactful and consistent and well respected by the community is critical to the success of the school. And luckily, because we were open during COVID, many families returned to our schools and they're very happy they did. My husband and I are so grateful that Mr. Ryan and Mr. Pace are leading these schools. They are excellent administrators and the children really respect them. We have strong and caring teachers who are doing an excellent job. Our nurse, Cubby, our bus driver, Dave, Miss Galley, the librarian, they're all amazing. And my children go to school every day and really enjoy it. And I feel a sense of relief that they are well taken care of and safe. We love the school, that it's small, but it's clear that the kids are leaving to pursue sports as they grow. There's 20 boys in the 3rd grade class and just 7 girls, but the girls and boys are both active. And if there aren't more opportunities for California students to come to us, we'll continue to say our enrollment numbers will change as we go to them. I did just want to add too that all these bylaw changes and the work you're doing, it seems unnecessary because what you aren't focusing on is improving the quality education experience. You aren't focusing on increasing teacher compensation and benefits. You aren't focusing on community outreach, and you aren't focusing on connecting with the students or the community. It's embarrassing to listen to you talk about your hourly rate when the teachers and administrators here in this room make a fraction of what you make, and you aren't doing anything in terms of these bylaw changes to really help them. I don't place blame on the trustees who are asking for clarification and more information on the cost of the bills. Let's have agenda items that don't require timely discussion. Taking care of our schools is not complicated, but you're making it more complicated and it doesn't need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Muzzy?
For the record, Jan Muzzy. I am very concerned with the testing scores of the children's education and national standings. I want to thank you for considering to combine with Western Nevada College to offer more opportunities for the Lake children in the area of advanced credits. Having an accelerated curriculum will be a great start and shows how much you care about the special needs of the Lake children. I applaud your creativity and sincerity in having this meeting geared to hearing primarily Lake concerns, which are different than the Valley. I am grateful that you, Mrs. Jansen, personally bring 30+ years of being a teacher and understand the frustration of such firsthand. I was sorry to hear and see the lack of support you have received and hope for a brighter day to come. I support you 100%. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. John Eppolito?
My name is John Eppolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher. I'm currently working with Protect Nevada Children. I have an issue that we hope can unite this board once they're further educated. I'm referring to Infinite Campus. Experts have said IC is the most massive database ever created on students in US history. Parents cannot see most of the IC database. Some of the problematic data is discipline, minor discipline, multi-tiered systems of support, medical, counseling, including the most problematic data of all, psychiatric. A subset of IC data, including the most incriminating data, is uploaded to the Nevada Department of Education's SANE database. I emailed the board a copy of both of these databases a few hours ago. No IC or SANE data is ever deleted. Protect Nevada Children hopes to further educate this board on IC and SANE, specifically how these databases may affect the future of DCSD students. You can learn more about IC and SANE at our website, protectnevadachildren.org. You can also find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally Bowman?
Sally Bowman. During the 1973 International Education Seminar, Harvard psychiatrist Chester M. Pierce, speaking as an expert in public education, said, "Every child in America entering school at the age of 5 is mentally ill because he comes to school with certain allegiances to our founding fathers, toward our elected officials, toward his parents, toward a belief in a supernatural being, and toward the sovereignty of this nation as a separate entity. It's up to you as teachers to make all these sick children well by creating the international child of the future." Psychiatry's devastating influence on our schools. John Dewey stated, "I am convinced that the battle for humankind's future must be waged and won in the public school classroom by teachers that correctly perceive their role as proselytizers of a new faith that will replace the rotting corpse of Christianity." What an evil and divisive thing to say. This man was a Marxist. Parents, you must know your children are the prize. You, as teachers, should be ashamed. Thank you to all of you for listening. May I pass out something? Am I allowed to? Pardon? For the board, and if you need one.
Gary Bowman. Thank you, Sally. Thank you. There's two. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Gary Bowman for the record. I've been to several of these meetings, and I have heard a number of these people at these meetings profess to be Christians, as am I. So I'm wondering why they are so opposed to what you, the board, are doing, who are also believers, are trying to, and what you're trying to accomplish. Why are they against keeping CRT, transgenderism, drag queens, and age inappropriate books in our schools, both now and in the future? I know that is what the four board members are working on to accomplish. So why is there this battle if their belief is in what honors our Lord and God? Both sides believe in. Let us stop this and come together.
Thank you. Nick Mayer. Gary Bowman.
Nick Mayer for the record. I hear parent after parent, teacher after teacher, administrator after administrator accuse the new board members of not caring about Douglas County schools. Yet when it comes to an issue that affects the safety and security of all students and staff, you hear crickets from parents, teachers, and administrators. I'm talking about the hiring practices that were used to hire Michael Ismari, the teacher at Whitell that was arrested for stalking. Michael Ismari had a restraining order against him for stalking when he was hired. Ismari was also a defendant in a civil case in which he is alleged to have abused and assaulted a disabled student. And not a single parent, teacher, or administrator has spoken in favor of reviewing the DCSD hiring practices. Not one. I have no doubt that Joe Gerdner, the Vice President of Human Resources, resigned because he was the one who hired Michael Ismari. But there are still many questions to be answered about why Keith Lewis continued to allow Ismari to teach when Joe Gerdner was informed by Megan Barth at the Nevada Globe on May 3rd that there was a restraining order against Ismari and a civil case against him for allegedly assaulting a student. So when parents, teachers, and administrators hurl accusations at the board that they do not care about Douglas County schools, those accusations ring hollow.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, thank you.
Madam Chairperson, can you hear me? May I address Keith Lewis, the superintendent, please? Madam Chair, may I address Keith Lewis, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I was prompted to come to this meeting by the Superintendent Lewis and Commissioner Hale's presentation last week. I normally don't get involved. I don't have children in the school, although I do interact with them every week to help them read at the library. And I really enjoy that. But I was disturbed to see, and I'm looking at the picture of your slide, Mr. Lewis, where the math performance of our students in Douglas County went from 89.3% in 2014-15 to 26.6% in 22-23. Similar for reading, 92% to 46.7%. You said that was comparing apples to oranges. To me, that's a simple math, and it's worse than half. Could you please answer to me how you can defend this performance of students? I've came here to see about why this is happening because it concerns me, and all I hear is open meeting law on how everybody in the community interprets it by themselves. I tell you, I go to enough meetings throughout the county in Northern Nevada to know that it's not up to our interpretation. Go and read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Talia Trenton.
Talia Trenton for the record. As a student athlete at Douglas High and a child of 2 teachers in the district, I feel that you are not listening to the people that matter, especially the students and teachers who come here to speak. It is unfair that the voices being heard by majority of the board do not even have kids in the district. I also feel that it is weird that there are people sitting in this room showing their phones to the board members, asking them to check their messages. I would also like to thank Superintendent Lewis for his constant support they has shown to our school, especially our athletics. As I am a varsity basketball and softball player, he was at almost all of our games, home or away, including our softball state championship. I would also like to thank Vice President Engelkirk for changing his vote to terminate Superintendent Lewis's contract. Thanks.
Thank you. Mickey Trujillo.
Hello again, Mickey Trujillo for the record. I want to say first, ditto Wendy Smalley. I don't know if you're still here, but Keith Lewis, Wendy is right. You are in nearly an impossible position. You strive diligently to put the needs of our students, their families, and our educators first, and you cannot do it with new board members who are putting politics over people. And I too, I told you last week, I am truly seeking to understand your stance. I'm still having a hard time seeing it. To me, it seems that politics come first, and it makes my heart sad. When I walked in here tonight, the first person I saw, and I was behind him, but I recognized his head, was John Dorff. There is wisdom in this room. I looked around. I just have to tell you, John Dorff hired me, helped to hire me. I'm going to name some names real quick. in my 30 seconds I have left. Robbie Robinson, Gay Tyndall, Dave Brady, Heather Jackson, Randy Green, Janice Flory, Cheryl Anderson, Marty Swisher, Rami Cronin, Martha Betcher, Garth Pentler, and Frank Forverly are all people I saw Friday and here. And they are not here because they are paid liberal activists. They are here because they care about the human beings that are our school community members. And I hope you would find time, choose one of them, connect with them. They will lead with love and they will teach you. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to take them now? Okay.
Chris, we are ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
Hold on, Chris. I can hear you on Zoom, but not in the room.
How about now?
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Can you hear me all right? I'm getting a big echo.
Try now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, that's much better. You know, my name is Chris Larson, for the record. I wasn't even going to comment tonight. I'm back in Wisconsin doing some work. I'm a lake parent, and I have two kids, one kid in the district, one soon to be. My wife's Lauren, and I had lots of correspondence back and forth with the school board members this last week, which were, for the most part, on a very positive note. But what I do want to comment on is what Nick Meyer said. Nick Meyer, you have no business being involved in this school district. Virginia Sterrett, you have no business being involved in this district. Neither do you, Tom. You don't have any kids in this district, and we're the ones that have to stay up till midnight to deal with all this nonsense and then wake up and deal with our kids in the morning and get them to school. So I consider you guys to pipe down. You should not be the majority, the 3 or 4 people in the front row that continue to railroad this agenda that has nothing to do with you guys, all right? We're the parents. We have to deal with the kids that are gonna have the repercussions of this district. You guys probably won't even be alive when my kids graduate from high school, okay? That's the sad reality of this. And I also just wanna repeat that I'm actually in possession of an email that was distributed from Nick Meyer to the board members that says items that could be addressed prior to inauguration. This email was organized before the board members were even inaugurated. And number 8 on that email says, new attorney, review the plan sent by Joey Gilbert, and if agreed, meet with his law firm up in Reno. And next to that, line item number 8 for that agenda item says done.
Carrie Clevin, you're next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Carrie Clubbin for the record. I'm a 28-year teacher, veteran teacher in Douglas County. I have been teaching K1, 2, and 3 for 28 years. Interesting enough, I was going over my pool pack course that I have to take that every year about bullying, bloodborne pathogens, and all these other things. And as I'm looking at school board policy number 113, it says, it is the intent of this body to ensure that all administrators, principals, teachers, and other personnel of Douglas County School District demonstrate appropriate behavior on the premises of any public school in the district by treating other persons with civility and respect, and by refusing to tolerate harassment and intimidation. And my concern is that is all I have seen with this board since the new ones have taken over. That's all I see with Keith. I feel so bad that he is having to face that harassment and intimidation every day. Something needs to be done. My kids are not getting what they need because we're so focused on policies and NRS and all this stuff. We need to focus on the children. And we have a super leader that has led us and done a fantastic job and still continues to. And we need to keep him, and we need to give him the freedom to go back to what he was doing to lead this district. So
Brandy T, it's your turn to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. My name is Brandy Torres, for the record. I'm a 24-year veteran teacher of the district. Trustee Dickerson, I would like to address your comments that you made on Friday night regarding what has the board done that's so bad. I truly believe that you don't understand what you've done, so I can only speak for myself to let you know how this board has personally affected me. Since this board began running and since their election, either members of the board or their close supporters have accused me of sexualizing children, called me names like a propaganda activist, and my new personal favorite, a filibuster, for trying to read a children's book, which teaches the dangers of not finding commonalities. Your supporters have also taken unwanted pictures of us who sit and watch these board meetings. So how has all of this affected me? I can honestly say the actions of this board affect me negatively on almost a daily basis. I'm offended, hurt, spending less quality time with my family so I can come to these meetings or listen to them. And I find myself waking up at 3 a.m. most nights wondering how this has happened. So I ask you the same question you asked the audience back on Friday. What have the teachers of Douglas County School District done to be treated like this? And what are you doing to help our students?
Maddie Kennedy, it's your turn.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi, Maddie Kennedy for the record. Perhaps this was answered at Friday's board meeting after I had to log off, but I would like to ask why the student representative board item that was decided at the June 13th board meeting to be on the October agenda, why it's not on the agenda for tonight. I waited 4 months for this meeting to plead my case to all of you, and now I have to wait longer. I'm not blaming anyone if it was a mistake or if there's a good reason, but I'm a senior and I only have a little time left before I graduate. I won't be here next year, and it is my intent to have this be my legacy, that the elementary school students I tutor have a voice when they're older, that the freshmen that I adore to death are able to have someone vouching for them, that my classmates' siblings have someone who knows what it's like to be a kid in this district, in this modern world. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than all of you. This is your opportunity to take a stance and show our students, show my peers that you do care about us, that you care about making our school experience better. And maybe having a student in the room, on the board, non-voting of course, but maybe having a student in the conversation will remind all of you, the board, the public, everyone who is watching, that what you are doing has a purpose. Everything you do, everything you talk about is to make our schools better, to make our students better, to make our staff better, to make our entire district better. That is your purpose, and I believe that you care. So show my classmates, show my parents, show everyone in Douglas County School District that you care. Thank you.
Courtney B, you're up.
Hi. Courtney Burrows for the record. So, Maddie, what you just said was absolutely beautiful. But I want you to understand, sweetheart, that Unfortunately, this board, these 4 members in front of you, they have shown you that they do not care, or you'd be up there. You would be added. Because the fact of the matter is that they're doing things behind closed doors that no one, including Trustee Gilkerson, is able to hear. I mean, remember, hey, Mr. Gilbert, when you were talking to Ms. Gilkerson earlier, when you actually told her that she wasn't allowed to say things that were behind closed doors, do you remember at the September 12th meeting where she asked you not to speak about what she had just said in private, and you said, I don't care, I'm saying it anyway, and you did. And you said something that was behind closed doors that Trustee Gilkerson said. So how come she can't say anything? This is all about power. And once again, I will say it, and I will say it loudly. We deserve a better board. My child deserves a better board, and you all need to quit. You all need to resign. You are an embarrassment to Douglas County, Nevada. An embarrassment.
KDM, you're up.
Hi, good evening. I have to admit that the constant contention is exhausting. Believe us, we want to come home after a day of teaching and working with students and not have to, sorry, that's my little one, and not have to worry about the future of our profession, which we deeply, deeply care about, but we can't. My husband and I are middle school basketball coaches, and we just came home this evening after a whole day of teaching and counseling and coaching to listen to the unfolding of our future and the constant beratement of our profession, our intentions, and our leaders. You guys hold our futures, and we are scared. We want to let you do your thing as board members so that we can do ours as educators, but we are so fearful of your intentions that we red shirts continue to show up to these meetings, which seems to bother you, but these are our livelihoods and our kids. Do you not think that you undermining the time and energy we put into the education of our students day in and day out has a trickle-down effect? It does. On a side note, Joey Gilbert and Company, you have to admit that it is quite suspicious that we now will receive a credit for your services because only due to public scrutiny did you understand and realize how laughable it was to allow both Joey Gilbert and Kira Seeley to charge over $350 each. So now you decide to minimize Kira's fees, but only because it was brought to light that the charge was not acceptable. Yikes. How does that allow us to put trust in you? This is the constant theme. We are worried.
Saul Goodman, you're up. Saul, go ahead. Saul, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Ava Wilson, student body president of Douglas High, and I'd like just to talk to you today. I have attended Douglas schools for 6 years, and earlier this morning, I was thinking about how my teachers have to go over the rules every single year in every single one of my classes. These ones I would like to go over with you. First is no bad language. Negative comments to people who do not believe the same opinions that you do is not okay. Next is no cell phones. At Douglas High, we have a new rule. If a teacher is talking, you should not have your cell phone out, and it will be revoked if you are caught with it. Now, when I watch these board meetings every month, I watch you guys on your cell phones, not listening to the public comment, and I just hope you see what that does to our community. Next, there's no judgment. Equality is a human right. Next, be open. Even when it's not your opinion, you need to realize that other people's opinions are also important. Lastly, you're a good example is important because young people like us wearing red shirts who come after school, after sports, after work, and then either are on the Zoom or come in person and drive each other up here, that shows dedication. I have to respect all the teachers, and even when their opinions are not the same as mine. And I really don't see that when you are respecting each other, and especially Mr. Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Lawrence.
Colleen Lawrence for the record. Man, we're raising some pretty smart kids in Douglas County. That's all I can say. So I'm really excited. I drove up here to see the Lake School presentation is actually the reason why I came up here. So I'm really excited to see what's happening up here. First, I want to say thank you for taking bylaw 30 off of the agenda. I also want to say, you know, I was sitting outside during some of the public comment and something occurred. There's multiple studies out there that says the impact a school board has on the studies and the academic performance on our students, right? We know that's out there. A child walked out there while I was sitting out there. She didn't see me. I was kind of up against the wall, and she's about 15 years old. She said, wow, she said to her mom, that was the worst behavior I've ever seen. There was more fighting than I've ever seen in the school. That was nothing but drama. That came out of the mouths of babes, as we like to say. That was from a school, from a child. Okay? That's not me saying it, that was a child. The other thing is, in the last 2 board meetings I've been in, I've had to see and witness youth who have been overwhelmed by the behavior of adults. I want to put that out there for people to notice. Okay? It's adult behavior that the youth are getting overwhelmed by. We need to raise the bar in these meetings. We need to do better.
Thank you. She always has something good to say. Heather Jackson.
Heather Jackson for the record. It is really hard for me to get up and talk at these meetings because I know there are several on the board that have already formed opinions about me through misinformation and lies and don't really know who I am. And so I try to just stay away. I feel like the same thing has happened to Keith Lewis, that you guys have come in with some misinformation and have not really taken the chance to really get to know him. And I'm really sorry for that because he's a great man and we've heard so many great things about him from so many people. We want him to stay and we've asked for him to stay, but he cannot stay in the way things are working right now. And so I'm pleading with you guys to please put back the misinformation, the lies, and reopen communication with him. See how you can work together, because together we can make great things happen, but it's not working the way it is right now. We need to be able to work together. He needs to be able to do his job, and he needs to be able to be mentally healthy and physically healthy and be able to be a part of his family. And this is destroying him. And so I'm asking for you guys to just change things a little bit and really get to know him and work with him. You guys, we have amazing teachers. We have amazing students. We have amazing things going on here. And that's what we need to focus on. How are we going to keep our teachers? How are we going to find new teachers? What are we going to do to help these students? I go into the schools and I help them in the different classes and work with them on different things. And I see so many of them that need so much help. They need one-on-one work. They need someone that loves and supports them. And how can we make that happen? Those are the things we should be focusing on. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Kinsey Pillsbury.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm Kinsey Pillsbury for the record. Thank you guys for coming here and for supporting our small schools and allowing for our ongoing autonomy here. I want to thank you for your support for the California cooperation idea between our school and California. I think that would be very mutually beneficial. My understanding is it worked years ago and it worked very well, and I think it would be wonderful. My family is a family of 4. We have 4 kids, 3 in the school, 1 in pre-K, so we'll have 4 next year. And we were a family that took our kids to California years ago before COVID, and we came back during COVID because we liked the way that Douglas County was running it. Sean Ryan actually was the one who interviewed us at the time and brought us back in, and then left and came back. So we're a fun story, but we've been very happy with our choice. I think many people, if given that opportunity, would make the same choice. We are a united, supportive community. We have great kids, and we raise them together, despite us here all having a broad swath of political viewpoints. We are happy and thriving. We really appreciate our autonomy and our support from you. We strive to be a gem to this district. We don't want to be a strain. We have kids who go and win state. We have kids who go to Ivy League schools. We want you to be proud of us, and we appreciate the opportunity to do that. And we are small but mighty, but we have big goals, and we're excited to have your ongoing support. So thank you for supporting the League schools.
Thank you. Adrian Sawyer.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. First, if Mr. Burns by himself, as he admitted earlier, can go to legal counsel and ask for him to go over the bylaws, I do not see why trustees Gilkerson, Kangas, or Magnotta cannot waive attorney-client privilege. If one person is doing it, I don't understand why other board members can. But anyway, I also hear that the board has replied to other people's emails. Well, I've emailed and not gotten a reply, so I guess I will read it here. I have attached a copy of the signed contract for legal services with Joey Gilbert Law. I have some clarifying questions. At the end of section 13 reads, however, contractor warrants the service, deliverables, and/or work product under this contract shall be completed in a workman-like manner consistent with the standards in trade profession or industry shall conform to or exceed the specifications set for in the incorporated attachments. Where, what are the incorporated attachments? Where, what are the specifications set for that legal counsel shall conform to or exceed? The signatures on the contract are the board president, vice president, clerk, so I expect you have thoroughly read the contract and can answer my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. May Hyatt.
May Hyatt. The South Tahoe Now recently released public records regarding correspondence between Nick Meyer and the new trustees that indicated that you received a directive from Nick Meyer telling you to meet with Joey Gilbert prior to inauguration and prior to even working with Maupin, Cox, and Lagoy. This speaks to a lack of transparency. Truth be told, it's a little shady that you were communicating with Joey Gilbert before you even started working. One would infer that you had this planned all along, part of a master plan to replace legal counsel, replace the superintendent, rewrite bylaws, and Lord knows what else. We are here because we are concerned parents, teachers, community members, and taxpayers. That was correspondence that was released through public records. Earlier today, Trustee Gilkerson was trying to be transparent and seek for transparency. Joey Gilbert full-on admitted that he billed 15 hours on the day of the school board meeting, and he full-on admitted that he left Reno at 10:35 and arrived early to advise particular board members prior to the meeting. You're all supposed to act as one body. He's supposed to advise all of you, and if he's only advising just a couple of you,
I would question whether or not, is that not an open meeting law violation? If he's only meeting with 1, 2, or 3 of you, if 1, 2, or 3 of you are together, is that not an open meeting law violation?
Thank you. Kendra Wilson.
Hello, my name is Kendra Wilson. Previously, I've come before the board to talk about some concerns, some broader concerns that I have with the current board. But today, I want to focus on one of those concerns specifically, which is a major concern I have with our legal counsel. I have a fiscal concern and an ethical concern. Financially, we cannot afford Joey Gilbert. His fees are obscene. And ethically, I think his standards are questionable. I don't understand why he can't be transparent with his fees to the public. And his legal guidance seems skewed, seems biased, seems just questionable to me. I'm not a lawyer or anything, but it seems sometimes wrong, misleading, and unfair to certain members of the board. So I want to call for the termination of our relationship with Joey Gilbert and the reestablishment of a relationship with our previous law firm as legal counsel who was more informed about this specialty of law and had more reasonable fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Muzzy.
Lynn Muzzy. This board majority was elected by margins of victory from just over 1,000 votes and one chair to over 2,600 votes. The political enemies of this board have shown up in the Valley School meetings and here now with their matching red shirts and their snarky comments. But these refused actions don't negate the voters' decision. The hostile attendees here are a small, noisy minority. If they or you think that you can do better, run for office.
Thank you.
Jeremy Height, you're up.
My name is Jeremy Height. I'm a teacher within the district, and I'd like to talk directly to Trustee Engelkirk. Last week, you were brave. You made a difficult decision, but one that you should be proud of. It would be easy to go along with the rest of the board, who is bought and paid for by PACs from outside of Douglas County. Instead, you showed your grit, your backbone, and you stood up for what was right. You have that power. You continue to have that power. You can put a stop to so much of this. You know that fiscal conservatism does not mean spending $325 an hour to have a legal assistant Google search attorney-client privilege in an open meeting. You know that you could actually put things in the agenda that are valid concerns for parents, teachers, and students. We could be talking about bullying. We could be getting more teachers in the classroom instead of long-term subs. Instead, we're talking about changing bylaws and wasting more taxpayer money. Stand up for your constituents, your neighbors, their kids and grandkids. Stand up for yourself and do what's best for Douglas County. You showed incredible strength and integrity last week. Make that the first step in your long journey in improving Douglas County schools. Thank you so much for your vote, and I hope that you continue to show that integrity.
Carrie Clubbin, you're up.
Thank you again. I've already was speaking earlier, but I also wanted just to add, based on some comments.
Sorry, Carrie, you already went. We're going to go with Ashley, you're up.
Hello, my name's Ed Alexander. I just want to say it's great that you guys have a forum where everyone can express their opinions, and I think that's super valuable. On another note, on the topic of Keith Lewis, I just want to say he's a rock star. I really appreciated his guidance during the whole COVID thing. He was brave and went maybe a little bit off the beaten path and helped a lot of us digest some of that news. And that's really it. I just wanted to do a shout out to Keith Lewis. I think he's awesome. And I would also suggest that anyone that's against Keith Lewis, you may want to keep a lookout for them. And that's it.
Thank you.
Tiffany Chambray, you're up.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Tiffany Chambray. For the record, I have a second grader and fourth grader and seventh grader. I'm all discombobulated over everything that is going on with this board. I want to thank Keith Lewis for doing an amazing job, and also Ingle Kirk for stepping up the other day. I don't think we're getting anywhere with these board meetings, and so I'm pleading for Jansen, Burns, Dickerson, and Gilbert to step down. You're not at all in favor of our children, and it's apparent that you're just out for a political agenda. And it's, if you search the definition of bigotry, I'm afraid that's what we have in our hands. Thank you very much.
John Sheridan, you're up. John, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Muted. And then you just changed it.
Okay.
Okay.
Shannon Friedman.
Good evening, Shannon Friedman. I'm a parent of a sixth grader at Wattell and a third grader at Zephyr Cove. And we have loved these schools because of the great teachers and staff and community that we have up here at the lake. And I want to specifically comment on agenda items later, specifically 6 and 7, but I'm not going to be able to stay to comment on them because I want to go home and spend time with my children. What I will say is that this board should be working collaboratively with the superintendent and the parents and public that they represent to provide a safe environment where our students will thrive. And agenda items 6 and 7 and the changes to those bylaws do not do that. They do the opposite. And I will be writing specific comments that outline in more detail my opposition to those. And I feel like we would have been able to get to them if this board knew how to run a meeting. And you all should maybe go to the classes other people have referenced and figure it out, because the last few meetings have been kind of embarrassing, that you spend 2 hours of all of our time going around and around and not allowing us to get to the important items on the agenda. Thank you.
Rachel Jones.
Rachel Jones for the record. You know, I think that one thing that we can all agree is we can agree to disagree. It's really unfortunate to sit here and go through this tonight. Linda, I hear your concerns about the fiscal responsibilities of this board, which you're part of. I would really like to know, drill it down, where those costs are. What are the lawsuits? What are the actions that have taken place? The 30 that you guys are mentioning. Who brought them on? Where'd they come from? That's what I'd like to know. Where is our money? Yeah, you're quiet now. Yeah, of course. I'd like to know where that all is. And I keep hearing people say that the board needs to work with Keith Lewis. Well, I think it goes both ways. Everybody needs to work together for the betterment of our kids. That's what it's about here. You know, there's a lot of angry people in the room. Doug, I get your decision last week. Everything happens for a reason. I think there's a bigger reason coming behind all that. And I can't wait for that to come out. But as far as I'm concerned, the board is doing a great job. I have no problems with what you're doing whatsoever. I'm really, really saddened by your display this evening, Linda. But I'm really wanting to know where the numbers are coming from. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie Jacobson.
Robbie Jacobson for the record. When the three of you new board members ran for election, you used words such as Marxism, CRT, SEL, and the such. About 25 minutes ago, there was a woman who came up here and spoke about something that was written in 1973. She used some of those same words, CRT, SEL, Marxism. But most disturbing, when she ended, she said, "Teachers, you should be ashamed." You three, she's your person. She supports you. She aligns herself with you. And I just want to say loud and clear, and if I could climb Job's Peak right now, the teachers have nothing to be ashamed about. But perhaps you, and you do.
I can't read this one. Who does someone know if they signed up after Robbie Jacobson and before Debbie Silva? If you think you signed up and you haven't gone, if you come check. I can't read it. See if you can read it.
Mary Ann Wendell.
Is that what that says?
My name is Mary Ann McNeil. Is this on? Okay. The language, I saw that the language in the agendas 6, 7, and 8 that you tried to slip past the Douglas County citizens appears to be all about removing control from the superintendent and district and turning all the control to the 4 board members and council. Douglas County has always hired skilled, competent, and knowledgeable people that understand the needs of schools, staff, and students' education. As you've already heard over and over again, we don't trust you. We don't trust you and your political agenda. We aren't willing to give the authoritarian board members, you guys, the power to dumb down our schools and children. Your expensive and irresponsible use of counsel instead of the superintendent is unconscionable and disrespectful to all of us. We do deserve a better board. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Silva.
Debbie Silva. I live in Minden. I've been attending these board meetings for well over a year before the new board was elected. And I actually want to say thank you to Linda Gilkerson and Mr. Kangas, because I think that it's very important that the questions that are being asked are answered and that the board understand that there is no grandstanding going on. Many of us in the audience, the majority, want to know the answers to those questions. We're very concerned about the fees that are being charged by the attorneys. We're concerned that there are 2 attorneys at every meeting when there could be just one. And, so I just want to thank you for asking those questions, because I think sometimes you don't get thanked enough. I don't know either one of you. I've never had a personal conversation with you, but I thank you. The last thing I want to say is that I would like to see this board united around the teachers. And I think that means having the board condemn those who are name calling the teachers, and especially calling them communists and Marxists. What do you mean no? You're shaking your head no at me? No, I'm not saying you said it. I'm saying I'd like to see the board united in supporting the teachers and condemning those who are calling them Marxists and communists. I don't see how that in any way is helping our teachers to teach at school under that kind of comment. So I think that's something you might be able to unite around.
Thank you.
Denny Castor, begin when you're ready. When you're ready. You're ready. Ready. Ready.
Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. So yes, a lot has gone on social media about all of these issues, as Ms. Sterrett brought to our attention. One of the things that I have found is that frequently those that are backing the threesome will post something pretty inflammatory and then they'll remove it. So I can only go from memory, and I cannot tell you exactly the words that were said, but in a conversation, Ms. Sterrett questioned someone about following laws like sheep, and that the only way we can change laws is to challenge them. And my understanding was that the only way we could change things like the NIAA's where they stand on transgender athletes, where the state stands in certain rules and legislation on some of the laws regarding CRT and SEL can only be changed if we challenge them. I put forth that perhaps one of the ideas of hiring Mr. Gilbert, and especially with his courtroom experience, which again is something I know I've read, could be so that Douglas County could be the catalyst to change laws either within the state and or nationally. The second point would be I'm often very surprised at how much information is put out on social media that seems to be information that only people that are in contact with the board on a regular basis would.
Time. Thank you.
John Sheridan, let's try this again. You're up.
Can everybody hear me this time?
Yes.
Hello? Thank you. My apologies. So I want to start out by saying I don't share the sentiments of many of the admin and teachers that have spoken. I do want to start by saying I am concerned for our teachers around the increased class sizes, especially classroom ratios of 23-1. This burden we place on our teachers is compounded by incorporating children with severe learning or behavioral disabilities into the classroom. I believe as conservatives on this board and you know, the majority of Douglas County as a whole, we need to look inward about investing in our children's future. Now, I am concerned about our abysmal test scores. I'm concerned about our elementary school, one of the two in the Ranchos falling to a 1-star rating. It was up to a 4-star rating in 2019. And I do want to talk about the clique of specifically admin, but admin and teachers. I do get this clique exists as we are a very close-knit community, and many of these admin and teachers have worked together throughout their careers, worked and volunteered. However, I believe this clique is unaware of their actions and, you know, leading to the demise of the institution as a whole. I do want to say I do support this current board, and I do understand the attack you have been under. And I lastly want to end on by saying I do want to say I believe we need to review the retention of Mr. Gilbert's contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Eleanor Lacey.
Eleanor Lacey, for the record. I support Catherine Dickerson, Susan Jensen, David Burns, and Doug Engelkirk for all they have tried to do. With all, I have been to many of these school board meetings, some lasting till midnight. I think Mr. Gilbert is an amazing man to sit there with the straight face and take the slings and arrows and dirt thrown at him. He is an honest man with great integrity. And Kira, his assistant, she has gone over our bylaws because she was asked to do it. They are wrong. They have to be brought into compliance with our laws of the state of Nevada. I don't know why that is so hard to understand. Our school board loves the teachers. I do not know where this idea came from that they hate the teachers. They may disagree with some of them, and they may agree with others. That's the way the world works. I want to see peace with all the school board members. I want you to work on agenda items, not constantly use up my time with all of this garbage that you spout at these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Adeo.
It's Ed Addio for the record. I apologize to the whole board for coming up without a prepared statement. But after listening to all these 10 board meetings, I think I can narrow everything that's going on here down to 2 statements in all of these board meetings. Mr. Burns, you came within a whisker of getting exactly right. You said there are people in this room, there are people, and a majority of them in this room that are here to cause nothing but a disruption. I don't blame you, I don't blame Mrs. Jansen, and I don't blame Mrs. Dickerson, and I certainly don't blame Mr. Engelkirk. I don't blame anybody up there. I think the blame should be put where it is, the people that created this whole nightmare. And you said that they were a group of people out there wearing red shirts and creating this mayhem. They're not a political pack. They're parents, they're teachers, they're concerned citizens. But there is a political pack out there that financed your campaign, and her campaign.
and also was instrumental in getting Joey up here. Let's call it for what it is, the Good Governance Group. The GGG that's the one I lay everything at their feet for this, not you guys. You guys are just trying to push through their political agenda. And you, I'm sorry, Mr. Kangas, I didn't mean to point at you. You said something at the very end of one of the meetings, let's call this what it is, a political coup. It's just a political coup. Thank you.
Emmy Kowchek for the record. This board retained legal counsel without the due diligence of an RFP process, irresponsibly overspending the determined budget for a firm that has publicly stated they have no experience in education law, open meeting law, or NRS. Board trustees have not been honest with their constituents about how money is being spent and under whose directive. Now we hear that the retainer has not been being charged properly despite the board reviewing and approving previous costs, clearly indicating misuse of funds or at least lack of oversight. I would ask that these board trustees who are fiercely demanding to develop agendas unilaterally for these meetings consider reviewing supporting materials more carefully in the future. For example, if the items requested at the last meeting were presented clearly initially, there would not be additional hours accrued. For even more additional savings, perhaps the trustees should retain their own legal counsel with their PAC funding for their own needs and stop using public funds to defend their own poor behavior and litigious actions. It becomes very difficult to move forward. We can see hour by hour how your time has been spent. If you are truly well-intended, I encourage you to change this course, be transparent, be productive, or step down.
Thank you. David Seat.
A safe environment for the children was mentioned earlier today. Michael Ishmari did not provide a safe environment for our children. At the Friday meeting, I spoke to a parent whose child was required to perform push-ups in a math class taught by Ishmari. That child had a doctor's note dismissing the child from any physical exertion. The parent brought this abuse of authority to the school administrators at the school, and there was no action taken. There must be accountability for the hiring of Ishmari. And I support this board, David, Susan, Doug, Catherine, Joey, and Kara. I know they're not the board. I don't mean to include them in the board, but I support this group who are working to dismantle the administrative state that was created through the past board members of their unauthorized and illegitimate power. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to do that wonderful lake presentation that we've all been looking so forward to tonight. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There's a motion on the floor for consent. Let's take a vote. All in favor of accepting the consent? There was a second. Yeah. Okay, all in favor? You have to. You mean you have? Wait, so we have.
It's been so long ago, I don't remember.
I know. All right, is there any public comment for consent? Okay, great.
I have
All right.
something. Wow.
the other thing I wanted to pull, and there's a reason for this, is donations, because I believe that that bearing donations within consent is really being very disrespectful to the people who have donated. I think we should always, always, always have on our agenda item donations. There's only a couple here, so
Please read.
that's why I did want to pull
Thank you
that.
for pointing that out. Please read them.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I think Karen, didn't you say that you had those pulled out and labeled in the agenda so that they could have attention?
So we usually have them under the superintendent's report, and because we pulled the superintendent's report off, we decided to put them in the consent items just so that they were publicly noted or publicly noted as
But thank you. I'm sorry. I just feel like, that you have big donors and sometimes you have little donors, and we should respect that.
So
I agree. Okay, let me go ahead.
Before we go to public comment, I would like to acknowledge from Gardnerville Elementary received a donation from the Carson Valley Arts Council. They donated $3,700 to pay Missoula Children's Theater to do a workshop audition performance with their students. Jacks Valley received a donation of $2,500 to the parent group from the Carson Valley Health. So those are our two donations that we want to publicly acknowledge.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, we ready to take a vote? Okay. All in favor of consent, raise your hand, say aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, 7-0. Great, thank you. Now the highlight of the evening. Lake School's presentation is going to be next. Mr. Ryan.
You guys have a lot of pressure because people think this is going to be a great presentation.
Good evening. I hope it's not too late, but I'd like to, welcome everybody to the Lake Schools. I'd also like to thank the students. There's still a couple left, I think. Staff and families that are present. I think they were planning on being a little earlier. So I think I have control. This is in your red folder. We might have to manually do it when I push the button. There we go. So at the beginning of the school year, before all the students arrive, we have a staff training in which we go over some things. And one of the things that we do is, as a staff of the Lake Schools, both Zephyr Cove Elementary and Wattell High School, we came up with a shared vision. And this was the shared vision that we came up with for the students at the Lake Schools. These are the enrollment numbers from 2021 forward. As you can see, our elementary school is staying pretty steady. Our high school population is declining. One of the reasons that we have determined is that our middle school program is quite strong, but when students reach that 9-12, they don't have a lot of opportunities for electives and sports teams. So we're going to address those in a few minutes here. The families truly appreciate the small size that we offer, but then once they hit that 9-12 area, they are really looking for more opportunities for their students.
Okay, we have 3 students who are recognized for earning academic honors. They're up there from the College Board National Recognition Programs. The criteria for this award includes a GPA of 3.5 or higher, earning a score of 3 or higher on 2 or more AP exams in 9th and 10th grade, and attendance at a school in a rural area or small town. Here you can see this is our 8th grade championship volleyball team from last year. They went undefeated. They went on, they won the first postseason tournament and then went on and won the big school tournament, which has never been done in any sport up here. And just to add, our current middle school program, all the sports teams, we have full participation. We've been very successful. Our girls basketball team played tonight. They went undefeated throughout the year. They played tonight. They lost in the championship game of the small school tournament. Yeah, nobody knows that yet. But we still qualified for the big school tournament, which is this Saturday. And then cross country competes on Thursday in the regional championship. On the right, you see the state championship track team. That was last year. You want to take a look at all these banners up here. If you go inside the gym, you'll see on the near wall and far wall, nothing but banners. There's 54 state championships at this school. 11 of those are academic state championships. So there's a rich and storied tradition here athletically. And our goal is to keep that going or get it going again, because there was a little bit of decline in the last few years. So we're fully committed to bringing sports back up to where they were, and the community's committed, the administration and the teachers. We offer all the NIAA sanctioned sports. I know there's a little bit of a misconception there that we don't offer sports. We offer anything. We just don't have the participation numbers. So for instance, next year, we don't have tennis. I don't know if there's ever been tennis up here, but we have a pretty strong group of middle school kids that play tennis. I've been in contact with the NIAA. We can get one going next year. There's no teams on our level to play, but we can go and play the bigger schools, and we will compete. So we're fully committed to doing whatever we can to get this thing going. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pace. All right, so student opportunities. I just want to share with you some of the things that happen at Zephyr Cove Elementary School. Zephyr Cove Elementary School is considered a place-based opportunities for students, science opportunities for students. We coordinate with the Tahoe Education Resource Center, which is at the UNR Tahoe campus in conjunction with UC Davis. We coordinate with South Tahoe Environmental Education Coalition and the Tahoe Institute for Natural Science to provide students at Zephyr Cove with unique science field-based experiences to the Tahoe Basin. This year, Zephyr Cove has partnered with the Master Gardener program, and each grade level has a focus. So our first graders this year were able to harvest the potatoes that they planted as kindergartners, and were able to they planted 25 potatoes and were able to pull 150 out of the ground. Tomorrow, they're coming up here to Wattel to work with our culinary program to bake those potatoes. This fall, our current kindergartners are going to plant garlic, and in the spring, they'll again plant the potatoes. Our first grade is going to continue planting seeds in the spring to create seedlings to take home. Second grade is planting daffodils to make Mother's Day baskets. Our third grade is doing composting and reinvigorating the soil in the garden domes. Our fourth graders are working on microgreens and herbs so that they can one day create a cottage industry for their crops. And our fifth grade is working on native plants found in the Tahoe Basin, and they are in charge of keeping track of all the produce that comes out, weighing the produce and keeping track of that that comes out of our garden domes. So that's going down at Zephyr down the hill. Here at Wattel, we have the National Honor Society, the National Junior Honor Society. We have a club called Where Everybody Belongs. We have Academic Olympics. And we are next week starting Explorer program with Tahoe Douglas Fire for our students. And earlier the chief was here, and I don't know if Assistant Chief Cranch is still here, but they were both here wanting to be recognized for that. So I'm doing that in their absence. We're also looking to partner with Tahoe Area Mountain Bike Association, better known as TAMBA, to create a mountain bike program for our students both at Zephyr Cove and Wattel. And then we just met last week with the Tahoe Rim Trail Association to see what kind of opportunities we can provide for students to work on the Tahoe Rim Trail as well. So I would like to thank the Zephyr Cove Elementary School Parent Club and Whitell Booster Club for their continued and amazing support. I think it worked. I think I clicked it and you clicked it. All right, so in January of 2023, with the funding of the Goal Foundation, Western Nevada College and Douglas County School District began a collaborative study to determine the feasibility of integrating an early or middle college program at the Lake Schools. This would specifically address George Whitell High School. We considered this model and how it supports Douglas County School District and George Whitell High School's current focus on identifying strategies that ensure the viability of a high school by increasing enrollment and retention, elevating academic rigor, and finding unique opportunities to add value to the George Whitell High School experience. The goal of this study was to evaluate whether an early college program or middle college program is a viable option for George Whitell students that would broaden the curriculum options and increase access to college and career preparation. To ensure a wide range of stakeholder voices, a steering committee composed of Western Nevada College staff, district staff, both Whitell administrators, and a Whitell parent representative, along with the facilitators, participated in collaborative exploration over the course of 5 months. The committee was charged with identifying and recommending program models, identifying key considerations for a successful implementation, and developing an implementation timeline to include strategies and processes for launching a program in the year 24-25, or in this 24-25 school year. The committee members researched different models, discussed the benefits and challenges of each, and arrived at recommendations in June of 2023. This steering committee concluded that the access to a dual credit through the implementation of an early college or middle college program could provide George Whitell students with more options and autonomy in their educational journey. However, the opportunity for dual credit is already available to students in Douglas County School District through the Jumpstart program. The committee determined that this implementation of an early college or middle college program would not be a unique opportunity to draw more students to the school, since it is already available to all students in Douglas County. We feel with the hiring of a full-time counselor, which we haven't had since the 2020-2021 school year, the communication regarding access to the Jumpstart program with students and their families will increase, and this new program wouldn't benefit the majority of students. So currently, we are working with the district office and evaluating what magnet programs that align with career tech education pathways could be brought and uniquely suited to our area for students throughout Douglas County to be transported up from the valley to Whitell. So before we push play, I want to thank Haley Sebahar and her work with the Estepona group to get this amazing video about our lake schools developed. I also want to thank Haley for developing unique video that is on our Whitell website that is of our students and our building. So thank you, Haley. And with that, here's our lake school video. There is sound. based on our numbers of 60 kids in high school, AP classes, I think we had 68 AP tests taken up here. So we already kind of have programs for that student. We don't have programs for the broad spectrum of all our students, which I think the WNC program would focus again on a narrow population that were already being addressed. So, you know, with consultation, we didn't think that that was going to be a unique opportunity to draw more students up here, especially since the Jumpstart program is already in existence and students are already participating in that.
Okay. So I just, over the last month, I've corresponded with some parents, and just, these are some things that have been run by me, and somehow in the course of this meeting, I would like to, hopefully with the permission of the board, direct, you know, some research to be done, some, you know, something to be done, get into different ideas. And the first one, and we were discussing this a little bit at break, was to allow students from South Lake Tahoe to come here. And I understand there is in force for this, it could be used, but there has to be an agreement with South Lake Tahoe. So that's one thing I would like to see researched. Another one is, you said the fire chief, Scott, was here earlier. I've heard of different programs like an EMT training or a fire explorer program, maybe an auto shop with the fire department mechanics coming up and offering a shop. These are just ideas that I've heard of. There was, I mean, this might just be for more funding for the areas, perhaps a helicopter base to allow safety services. Just, it would be something that could be used, the campus, or obviously a back area could be used possibly. You know, I don't know if it's possible for students that are here to be able to compete in South Lake Tahoe sports without being a student there. I don't think so. Okay. Somebody mentioned to offer bus service from the valley up to here, because there might be students at Douglas High that want a smaller school environment. Another person expressed the comment that they were a little concerned about maybe people thinking we're going to shut the school down here. And I don't think anybody on the board here is interested in doing that. We're all fighting to try and keep this school, the schools up here, viable. And they pointed out the fact that property owners up here pay higher property taxes versus what actually the students cost up here. So there should be some consideration of that. I know that with all the money going to a state fund now, it's kind of mute, but anyway, it was just a frustration. And I like the idea of hearing about the tennis. You know, it seems like with a smaller school, we maybe have to, we can't put a football team together, but we can cater to a tennis team, and obviously track and field and, you know, individual events like that would be great ideas. So, you know, a surf team, maybe. I like to surf, so we could do that. So, yeah, climbing. So anyway, yeah, that's right. So these are some ideas I have, and then I just, I would like to open it up for more conversation, questions for you guys. And if you guys have any comments on that.
Yeah, so I'll speak to, yeah, again, I think we're all committed to how do we increase enrollment here. I don't think we would have undertaken 5 months to do that. And I think, so what, as we talked to the NIAA, one of the things that we heard even at the parent meeting is the lack of opportunities. And so a magnet program makes sense also. You have a magnet program, then the students don't have to sit out a year. Typically, if you transfer between a school for athletic purposes, you have a period of time that you have to wait before you can be eligible. So a magnet, and going into your fire science. But I think, again, I think we're at the point now, we need to gauge interest, because I think 2 reasons. Students may want to come here for a magnet program, let's say fire science. Come here and it's specialized. And I think we want to offer something that's not offered at Douglas High School, that they would stay in the valley too, and maybe that would entice them to come up here. And also, I think we have kids in our valley that would thrive in a smaller environment. You know, we hear that all the time, that Douglas is, you know, it's a big animal. And so also opening it up to students that would thrive in that. And then looking at transportation, you know, obviously we probably have to do some kind of what we call a hub stop. So we have a bus from the north, south, and central valley that maybe meets at the bottom of Kingsbury, and we bus them up. And then I think, as we've talked about this through, we'd want to have obviously transportation at the end of the day. But I think also if we're trying to increase our activity offerings, that we would also run a bus later in the evening for those kids that want to be involved in activities. And so those are all things that we're exploring. I think they're viable. But I think we're at the point now what is the interest? And also, I wouldn't behoove us to have a fire science magnet school if no one's interested in fire science. So really kind of trying to find what are those interests. I mean, obviously we're also looking at Barton, it's a ways out, but there's going to be a hospital right here at State Line. Can we, do a nursing program up here? So again, I think these guys have been very creative in these discussions. And now we're beyond that study to now they're forming another committee that really starts to talk about that viability. There's a couple things that I think moving forward, and this is a broader, not just a Lake Schools, but it's a broader district. Many years ago, the board made the decision that they did not want to fund dual enrollment and the Jumpstart program that Sean talked about. And at the time, there was a grant that paid for that. That grant has run out. And so our numbers in Douglas County and Jumpstart are pretty paltry compared to other school districts. So that may be a discussion you as a board want to take up again. It's been several years, and they just at that time didn't believe that money that was coming into K-12 should be used for higher education credits. And so they made that decision. But again, it's probably a discussion that you may want to have as a board because it's a great thing to be able to walk out of high school with an AA degree too. And the impact that has on families and higher education, those are all things. So I think that's something that you as a board are going to want to talk about. And then Doug, I think what you're saying would be a future agenda item. I'd recommend you put that on since it's not agendized as a action item tonight, but we definitely need to keep this discussion going and get some momentum because you don't make a decision in February and then all of a sudden expect in August for everything to be in place that needs to be in place. So
I apologize. I have a bloody nose.
No worries.
I figured that.
And I just want to tag on to what Superintendent Lewis said, that we will have a graduate from Wattell this year that will graduate with her AA from WNC as part of the Jumpstart program. So it's in place. We're taking advantage of it. We just need to really kind of find out what's going to draw more kids to this building. You asked about the California agreement. There are laws on the books in California that allow students easy access to the schools over there. I have the paperwork in my office that says if you can prove 10 hours of work and get somebody to sign off on it, they take students in California. That's a law on the book in California. We don't have that law on the book in Nevada. Nevada residents, they have to have a place of residence in Douglas County or a surrounding county in order to attend a Douglas County school.
But the El Dorado County doesn't count.
No, it's in California.
Well, I know.
So
It's the surrounding county.
Right. So the guidance from the state superintendent said that we have to have a memorandum of understanding between South Lake Tahoe School District and Douglas County School District. Superintendent in South Lake, to my knowledge, has been pretty quiet on responding to that. He is a former Wattell graduate.
So I want to, before we go too far down there, he has responded and is interested in talking what your needs are. And again, he's speaking outside his board. He doesn't believe his board will likely agree to an interlocal agreement because they don't want to lose students. But I think we have those discussions with him. And again, I think one thing that people may not know, because it's really hard to access, is we do have an agreement that our kids could go over to South Lake Tahoe for CTE. But obviously, logistically, that's not very practical just because of how far travel between Wattell and South Lake Tahoe is. To get over there is difficult during a school day. So, but we are, again, Dr. Cutler did just respond a couple days ago to me, and we're going to try to set up a meeting. And then we've also talked, there's been conversation about Keens Beach and those students being able to go to incline. So again, I think those are things that we pursue. What is that MOU? But again, I think it really will come down to whether or not South Lake Tahoe's board will issue that release, but we'll certainly look into it.
Could I just ask one more question about like the sports programs here? Is there anybody up here that say they want to play football? They go to school here and they play football?
They are
down in
allowed to,
Doug-
yeah, they are allowed.
to do
But
that?
I think
Okay.
they have to go down as students. They can't go to school here and play.
Oh, so they
football.
can't go to school here. Okay.
Right. But if we don't offer football up here, it's my understanding, Jim, you correct me as the AD, they could go down there and not have to waive the year, right?
Get eligibility right away.
Yeah.
They wouldn't
Oh, they don't have
sit
to
out.
wait the year.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to go to school there.
Right. Yeah.
Wheels turn in my background. I think consider or look at us offering something that California is not offering. That's one. That way we could possibly get, the state of California, but also the state of Nevada to agree on some things. Now I see you're doing WNC. And I could be off a little bit on this, but I think there's only like 25% of kids out of schools usually wind up going advance into college, which that would be good to connect there. But I'm also thinking about the guys and gals that decide that I don't want to go to college. Trade schools. My son is he's in the pipe fitters union back in Michigan. And I will tell you, Michigan does not make what most states do. And he's making $120,000 to $150,000 a year. And he does not have the degrees. So trade schools, if you're looking at pipe fitters and heating and cooling, boilers, electrical, there's multiple things there that nobody's offering that in the schools. I know in Michigan, Ferris State College is probably the most prominent heating and cooling college in the United States, in Michigan, and they have a 2-year degree. So that's very well possibly, we have the facilities. If you've got the facilities, I'm more than happy to go down, because that was my background, what my son's in. I'm more than happy to go to Reno, because that's where the pipe fitters union is. And my son is one of the instructors back in Michigan. So they have instructors, and it very well could be that they would possibly, I need to talk to them if you want me to possibly could be a connection there. The nursing program, I'm just thinking we have the facilities, and when you start offering certain things like that, you're going to draw certain kids to those areas. And those are the things you also do not want huge classes. You're basically looking 10 to 12 students. That's what my son deals with. So those are the type of things. Mechanics, possibly. Those are a little bit more, because we do have the auto mechanics down the valley. But we do not have heating and cooling and those type of things. Construction's another thing. So there are some things, if we offer certain things, could be very enticing that they can't get anywhere else.
So one of our concerns is that we have to align with the state of Nevada's career tech ed pathways so that our students earn credits. So if our students earn those credits in those fields, that's wonderful. We've taken a look at a lot of those opportunities, those pathways. And we also looked at what WNC offers to align with some of those pathways that they offer, so that students can get the high school exposure and then move directly into the trade school, as you referred to it, the community college, and get their either their licensure or their credential or certificates in those programs. So we want to maximize the benefits for the students that come through this building and align to what they are interested in, so that we can provide them the best opportunities moving forward. So that's what our next step is, to look at those possibilities based on feedback from our stakeholders, which would include both Lake and Valley families, and students.
Yeah, it's just, I'm not saying you're going to grab all of these things and try to tackle them all at once, but it's got to start somewhere. And I'm just saying, you know, you could put out surveys, you can find out what interest there would be in certain things. So it is a process, there's no question. But I really think trade schools is the thing today, because college degrees, a lot of them don't get you to $100,000, and trade schools are now. Because why? Because there's shortages on them. So, and I've got a good friend of mine down here in the valley, down in the Ranchos, that is connected. He is one of the pipe fitter union guys, and he's saying, Dave, he says that we can't get enough, and there were shortages on it. Well, there's a lot of different things that way, but I think a lot of hands-on. That was my son. He had ADD, and hands-on was how he became successful in what he did. And I think we have the kids for that. I'm just my ideas.
Well, I think we've talked, I mean, we got to start small, you know, probably even with one program, and then expand beyond that. And those are the conversations that we've been having. And so, agreed.
I've actually researched this, and electricity is a absolute need across this nation. They are begging for electricians, and they make a lot of money. So who doesn't like a little electricity? I'm just saying.
It's shocking.
I would just like to make a comment. Tony Magnata.
Nevada, that machinists are a rare commodity, and there always are signs out, and any small business, any large business, they're just jobs galore out there for someone that can machine or program.
Stabbing machine? Excuse me. I have a question. Does WNC have a program or some type of a program that starts a student on the path to becoming a teacher? Do we have anything like that we could maybe, because we know we need
We
teachers?
do. We actually have 21 students enrolled at Douglas High School this year. So we have that program at Douglas right
What's
now.
it called?
It's their
Sorry.
EDU classes. I don't know exactly the title of them, but so they're working out in the first semester. It's a 2-year program. In the first year, both years they're out working. And so our teachers have volunteered, classroom teachers have volunteered to allow students to come and be in their classroom. And then I think in the second year, it's more frequent than it is in the first year. But I think she's left, actually it's Ashley Mitchell that is teaching. She's doing a phenomenal job. We had 8 kids last year, and it's grown to 21. So that's exciting.
Wow,
yeah.
that is exciting. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Tony Magnata?
I think our video is ready to go.
Can you hear me, Tony?
We have to keep in mind, trade schools, I'm coming back to that.
Tony has a comment.
Anywhere in the United States,
I
wherever
had a
you want to
comment,
be,
Tony.
needs it.
Can you hear me?
Tony, we'll come back to you.
Oh, okay.
You're really getting a private education. We have a close relationship with our families. You know, every kid in their family on preschool to graduate.
It's nice because your students, they know every child in that school. They know when they're taking a little bit of extra parents.
A great that goes beyond the school.
Feel like the focus is on the well-being of the kids. It's on the education.
I think that this whole process, we have more after school relationships
smaller groups are able to offer reading and math that which has helped entertain and interested and really thriving.
There's so many different things for each kid to do. Printing, art projects. So I think there's space for all just be themselves, kind of with friends and get support. This year is our middle school program. It's kind of introduction to culinary. Then we have a couple of so my basketball, soccer, and skiing.
Big successes this year. Our 8th grade volleyball team championship, which is the first time small championship.
It's such a special place, and we all are here, teaching them about nature, helping them understand.
We do a beach cleanup. We just went on a trip that we went on a boat. Lake Law.
Rodents and
I actually want to be one of those that's I want to help. It's
our goal is that our kids are here and you're over going. These kids are together. We're gonna have really group, big group interactions. Our kids out on the field, in the band.
you can be involved and really hands-on and make a huge like it changes my perspective today because I grew up here.
Thank you. Are we good? So
Tony had something to say.
Yeah, I lived in Jackson, Minnesota. Can you hear me?
Teacher you saw at the very end, she is a Zephyr Cove Whittel graduate and is now a second grade teacher. She's come back, and so it's awesome to have that small, close knit of a community up here.
Tony, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Yeah, I did. Can you hear me?
No, not yet.
not
You
yet.
said.
Got me now? Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Tony.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, okay. I just want to say that I lived in a little town of Jackson, Minnesota, which is in southern Minnesota, a town of 3,000 people. And we had a vocational school there. And they taught a number of things in trades, but one of the things that they did was electric motor rewinding. And that class was 800 kids from all over the nation would come there. And then also we had Pipestone Community College, Pipestone Tech, and they taught meat cutting there. And they couldn't keep up with the number of students that they had. So when you get courses like that, it really attracts the students.
Thank you, Tony. I just want to share that I too have spent time in Jackson, Michigan at the camps there, not at the prison.
Well, Jackson, Minnesota. Minnesota, not Michigan, Minnesota.
So I'd just like to thank Sean and Jim. They're doing an outstanding job up here, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate the time you're putting in to try to improve the lake schools and to enhance them. Maybe I should say that more than improve, but to enhance the lake schools and what we're offering. So thank you.
Could I just, well, I have questions, or basically what I'd like to do, and I don't know, because this was just an option, I think, for a presentation. I guess I'd like to just direct staff, and I don't know if we need to do a motion. Can we just?
So on
I'm
your
just talking
future,
about
on your future
research.
agenda items, when we get to there,
Yeah.
just make sure that you could even say, we want staff to bring back a report or whatever you want us to do. And then with a second, then staff can be directed.
Okay, so things like surveying families and stuff like that, bring that up at the end?
Yeah, you can. We're definitely going to survey families anyway. So we're already,
Okay.
we want to have this conversation and then launch.
Okay, so I'll bring that up at future agenda. Okay.
Yep.
Keith, I have a question. What can we do? Is there anything we can do as a board to help support this initiative or this movement? I mean, can we get some bullet points or something? We can start talking to people, or it's
I don't
too
know that
early?
we're there yet.
Okay.
I think we're doing some of the foundational work right
Okay.
now. Obviously, you as a board are going to be able to support it with, there's going to be some costs. Transportation up the hill will be a cost, but it may be an appropriate and a good cost. And so I think when we get more ironed out, again, I think we got to get information, get more ironed out, and eventually we will bring a plan to the board for approval moving forward. So you will ultimately have the say in where we go with it. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sure that's going to take some time. Can you give us like updates as it goes? Not waiting.
Yes. And don't hesitate to send an email and say, hey, I haven't heard anything. So don't, I'll try to remember, but if you're not getting anything, holler. Okay.
You're gonna do number 5? Oh, I didn't even see that. I was gonna, yes. Let's do.
This will be Mr. Walling.
All right, good evening, everybody. So the proposed amendment to Board Policy 502 in front of you is just in accordance with Senate Bill 65 passed with this last legislative session that changed the starting age or the entrance age for kindergarten students. Historically, it is read out or slashed out from September 30th, which is actually a couple of iterations ago. Most recently, the entrance age was designated by the first day of school. The hard part with that is recent as 2 years ago, even in our district, we had 2 different first days of school, with the Lake School starting 2 weeks after our Valley schools. So this is, we're excited that they've moved to a single day. This posed a few problems pushing it forward instead of backwards, but the new date is August 1st. And so you'll see that the red line is for September 30th. The blue text is for August 1st, changing the entrance age for students. And then the blue writing, the added text, just comes from guidance from Joan Ebert, State Superintendent. Any questions? It's a pretty straightforward one.
Just a comment. I read through this policy and everything made total sense to me, and the graduation of the ages and the special needs portion of it. So I'm all for it.
So this would be first read for you guys.
This is a first reading. If there's no changes, then it'd come back second reading and consent next month.
I think I would. I'd like to make a motion that we approve Board Policy 502, entrance age, as a first reading.
Erin Miller for the record. So my youngest, her birthday is in September. She started kindergarten at 4. Academically, she was fine. Socially, she was obviously on the younger side. At that time in 2018, we did not offer any kind of TK program, hence the reason we put her into kindergarten a little bit early. With this, she's in line now with everyone, and she's the oldest, one of the 3 oldest in her 4th grade class. I think that's better off for her being the youngest in my family as my kids. But we didn't have a TK program for those transitional type situations. So moving the date to August 1st, I think is good because those kids are on the younger side. Being 4 when they start kindergarten is a little bit too much. They should be 5. So I definitely applaud you guys for doing that. But please make sure that parents who have kids on those cusps have some kind of opportunity with a transitional type situation, as we didn't have that back in 2018. Thank you.
So my name is Damon Kicksmiller. I'm a 5th grade teacher here at Zephyr Cove Elementary. Let's see. My children have gone through the school. They did the academic state championships. They did basketball state championships. They did all kinds of wonderful things in those avenues. My wife is a teacher. I have a house at Douglas County, and so I've been a long time, maybe 30-year resident of the area. What else? Just a lot of things along that. My brother is a pipe fitter. My mother owns a pipe fitting in Denver, and so I understand the benefits, and they are both doing quite well in terms of teacher salaries from Denver. And so when I grew up, I was thinking a little bit about how important water is. We were told that Continental Divide, all the water on one side goes to one ocean, all the water on the other side goes to the other ocean. And I thought that was pretty great until I moved here. And I find out in Douglas County, we've got 3 little endorheic systems, or water systems that regenerate themselves. Well, that's a super wonderful thing. And so if we're looking at things to do, and Zephyr Cove being a place-based education school, and then we have Lake Tahoe, which could be one of the greatest, I don't know. For me, I moved here when I saw it because I thought it was one of the greatest places on earth. And then as I keep going through Douglas County, I have to keep like pushing forth my education. And as we go forward.
Hey, Damon.
Yep.
I love you, but you're not on the agenda item.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Are you getting to
well,
kindergarten start age?
No, what happened to me is you guys told me not to talk about the Zephyr Cove stuff.
Oh,
until the Zephyr
okay. Now
Cove
you're
came.
trying.
And so I was waiting patiently, and
That's
everybody
okay. You
was a
can
little bit
finish.
angry.
You can
And
finish.
they were talking that I should speak positively about the things at Zephyr Cove, and I wanted to do so. So I came back, and they said they may have public comment later. They said there's public comment, and I put my name on it. Okay. So anyway, I'm thinking that Douglas County, and thank you for such a wonderful little new marketing, and it's beautiful, but I feel like that our area is represented here, and I would like what I was going to say earlier is that as I'm pushing forth in education, they're telling me again and again, it's no longer, these think tanks are no longer looking for the brightest and most incredible, because those become quite stagnant in the way that they're thinking. And so they need to diversify the folks that are getting into these, right? We need the people that are doing hands-on as well as these other folks. And we have the opportunity here at Douglas County. I'm speaking positively of Douglas County and Douglas County schools, and I'm very thankful for the opportunities. And I understand that where you folks are coming from is from your perspective, and it's super hard to make decisions for all your constituents and for yourself in the same time. And I am not able to make those decisions. But what I am here to say is that when you get to make those decisions with everything that you've seen here, with all these folks that are really strong and powerful, and these are all folks that I've worked with all throughout all this time here. And when they put their forces behind some really, they don't always have to be perfect decisions, but if we can get our forces behind some good decisions and we work for them, I just think there's nothing that we can't do with the district that we have, the area that we have, and the people that we have, and the resources. Okay, I got my public comment in.
Keith,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith,
You guys have a
Keith,
good
he's
day.
a teacher.
And I'm a teacher.
That's
Did
why he
I
likes to
mention
talk.
that? Okay. Oh, and not only you were saying, do we have this? Two of my past students are working also with me at Zephyr Cove, and then a third was an aide until recently, and she went on. So anyway, though we don't have them, we are trying, and we do love teachers. Okay. I'm sorry. I would have spoke on this.
Don't apologize. I miss you, Damon. That was fantastic. Yeah, my introduction to Damon, it was first couple of weeks of being principal up here at the Lake Schools, and he answers the phone. We're in our teacher meetings as we're first getting back, going through some of the first PD stuff, and he answers the phone at the front desk, and it was somebody asking about enrolling their student, and he says, "This one's for you," and passed the phone over. It was so cool. He's answering the phone and helping the secretaries out. So just a quick answer to this. This year there was an exception to that first day of school, or the August 1st deadline, where if we had an attestation for students. So if a student attended and completed a pre-K program, we would enroll them in kindergarten through the first day of school. So it did back it up to last year's example set, or that last year's standard set, that it was the first day of school. But moving forward, it'll be August 1st hard deadline. So it'll catch everybody. In the language, it rolls through age 5, age 6, and age 7, because starting with July 1st of next year, the minimum age will move from 7 years old to 6 years old. And so we're catching all of those students. So as of this year, after the first day of school, we've caught everybody, but I wanted to, when I wrote this, I put the language in to make sure that we're catching all 5, 6, and 7-year-olds in the same policy. So we should be clear from here on out until it changes again.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Okay. Okay. All in favor of the new? Oh, well, I'm calling the vote. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. I was just calling the vote. That's okay. We're all good. All right. All in favor of the motion to have the new rules about kindergarten entry? Raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Tony?
It's a little.
Okay, unanimous. Okay, before we go on to 6, I just want to say that I would like to postpone the full forensic audit number 10. Do we need to vote on postponing that?
She have a right as the president.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. Okay, so in tackling now, there's a small number of people here, so you'll all get to ask a lot of questions and
Well, I think public comment.
No, I wanted to say something. I just wanted to make a comment, that's all. About, yeah, we
No,
did
I'm
public
talking
comment.
about public
finished
comment on
what
the
I-
Okay, go
agenda
ahead,
item.
finish.
okay. So what I would like to do is have Kira go through each one of these, and people, if you need paper to take notes, I'll come and bring you some. And then we'll have the public comment and people get 3 minutes each.
Well, we're going to have discussion too.
Pardon?
We're going to have discussion on the board for quite a
Yes,
while.
we're going to have discussion
I'm
on the
sure.
board first.
Can I say, okay, thank you. Thank you, President Jansen. You know, I have to say, right now, my heart feels a lot lighter than it has all night. I feel we sat here and listened to an item, agenda item on the lake. And I think it was so nice for all of us to be on the same page. Don't you agree? I mean, I think we can do a lot of great things together. I really believe that in my heart. So I'm concerned, and I don't expect you to do this, but I'm worried about tackling the next 4 items, because where I sit and see this, they're very contentious items. And this is my opinion, but I feel like that what I heard, some of the things I wrote down, is that, you know, we need to work collaboratively, always try to work collaboratively. Sorry, I'm getting choked up. With each other and with our superintendent. And we heard from the public on Friday. They came out in droves, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, fighting to keep our superintendent. And I'm worried, and I'm afraid for our school district. If we try to go through these items the way that they're written and trying to change bylaws, in my opinion, it's very, very clear what the purpose is.
I'm so excited that you're asking that question, because I've been really looking forward to addressing that.
I didn't ask a question. I'm sorry, Kara, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't think I asked a question. I'm stating something. Did I ask something? I'm sorry. If I did, I apologize. No, I'm struggling with this because I know where this is going to go. But again, I sat here tonight and listened to the public talk about things like taking power away from our superintendent. I heard things, I'm sorry, I wrote some things down about turning all the power over to our board. Excuse me, turning a lot of the power over to the board. And when you take away power, when you give power to somebody, you're taking it away from somebody. And the person that we're taking it away from is our superintendent. He is the person that knows all about our school district. He's the smartest person in the room when it comes to knowing how to govern the people, how to govern the teachers, how to work with curriculum. He knows our school district. And I'm here to tell you that if we go forth with this, gosh, I would love for us to continue down the Lake Tahoe talking and work on something maybe like, sorry, I'm sorry. I
Go ahead, Kira.
apologize that I wrote some notes. I'm not going to find them. Anyways, but to go through, we have so many other things we could be working on together, just like we did at the lake stuff. We can work on putting a student on the board. We can work on a lot of different things that we need. And I just feel like if we could just not do these items, you took off number 10, I'm asking President Jansen that we don't go through with 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's what I'm asking, is that we don't make this more contentious. We could leave here tonight.
Susan.
We
Sorry,
could
wait
leave
for
here
Linda.
we could leave here tonight with a lightness in our heart that we did something together, and that was the Lake School. And I think we can continue that road, trying to find things where we can work on things together.
Thank you, Linda. Trustee Engelkirk.
I've looked through these items here and they don't seem to be the big, I mean, taking power away. You're making it sound like we're going to strip Keith of his powers. Let's say in many, many years from now, when Keith is no longer our superintendent, we have somebody else that gets in as superintendent, and maybe they're not doing things that people like, but the superintendent has all this power. Well, the board is an elected body. So when the board does stuff that people don't like, the board can be voted out. When a superintendent does things that people don't like, there's no accountability by the people. So the purpose of these laws is basically, it's happened in our federal government and in our state governments, is that senators and congressmen not wanting to take responsibility for things have delegated things to unelected bureaucrats, and they pass these laws. And so then somebody comes and says, well, why'd you do this? And I said, well, I didn't vote for this. This was done by whoever, and it's an unelected person, and we have no rights and no regresses with elected members. The purpose of a board is to have people be able to elect it, and the board is accountable to the people. The board's direction is to guide or direct the superintendent, and the superintendent deals with the running of the school district for our direction. And I've looked through these, and I don't think they're like tying Keith's hands. And if there's something in here as we go through them that you think is tying his hands, then we'll discuss it at the time. But for now, I would like to hear Kira, because she's more versed in this stuff than me. I'd like her to discuss this to start things off.
Short one.
I'm going to edit this because in the spirit of what's transpired, but I have a real problem with any of these blanket removals of things that were done legally. So I'm going to completely be opposed to all these changes in the bylaws and policies, except for policy 502, of course. And it has to do with the intent, and I think we all know what the intent is, but I would even question the legality of doing it. The removal of the previous changes, along with the additional language, would remove contractual responsibilities from Superintendent Lewis, and it would stifle public input, and it is. This isn't acceptable to me. The changes made by previous boards were reviewed by the previous legal counsel, a very fine legal counsel, and it didn't break any laws. We properly agendized, we discussed, and we voted on. Truly, the problem with all this is there was no process followed that was transparent and done during public meetings. The trust of our superintendent, some of our board members, and the public has been breached. I do not think we can heal our board, our community, or our superintendent unless we start over as a board and return to the basic fundamentals of what a board's responsibilities are. The superintendent's responsibilities and what the legal counsel is used for. Individual board members need to understand public education and base their decision making accordingly. The only people we owe anything to are our children. Consider all input from the community and the employees of the district. Bring their concerns to the boardroom and let the professionals we have that have been hired do their job without micromanaging. We are a governing body. We do not run the daily operations of the school district. The superintendent does, because we are not qualified and it's not our job. Our resources are precious and limited. Let's not spend our public educational dollars on problems that we do not have. And that's certainly my opinion.
Thank you, Trustee Kangas. Trustee Dickerson?
Yes, just for the heck of it, I'd like to go ahead and read the bylaw number 020, Article 2, that actually speaks to authority, powers, rights, and responsibilities of the board. Section 1, authority. The supervision of the public school of this district shall be conducted by the Board of Trustees, hereinafter sometimes referred to as the board, which shall be a body corporate which is constituted and is governed by Title 34 Education of the State of Nevada statutes, NRS 38.010. Number 2, the powers of the board. The powers of the trustees exist by virtue and derives its powers from the Constitution and acts of the legislature of the state of Nevada and rules and regulations of the State Board of Education, and shall act as an agent of the state in carrying out the will of the people in the district in the matter of the public education. The board possesses such reasonable necessary powers, not conflicting with the Constitution and the laws of the state of Nevada, as may be requisite to attain the ends for which they are established, and to promote the welfare of school children, including the establishment and operation of schools and classes deemed necessary and desirable. The board shall have the power to prescribe and enforce rules not inconsistent with the law or rules prescribed by the State Board of Education for its own government and the government of the public schools under its charge. A, board trustees have no authority as individuals and do not severely possess the powers that reside in the Board of Trustees except when as expressly authorized by the board. The board has no powers when not in session except for such powers as may be delegated by the board to a committee thereof. Section 3, rights and responsibilities. The Board of Trustees possesses the sole right and responsibility to operate the school system, and all management rights repose in it. The rights include, but are not limited to, the following: the right to determine location of schools and other facilities of the school system, including the right to establish new facilities and to relocate or close old facilities, the determination of financial policies of the school district, including general accounting procedures, inventory of supplies and equipment, procedures and public relations. Well, this is going to be pretty lengthy, but we have a lot of responsibility is my point. The determination of the management, supervisory, certificated, classified, or administrative organizations of each school or facility in the system, and the selection of certificated, classified management administrative positions, the maintenance of discipline, and the control and use of the school system properly, on it goes. So it's not like we're just supposed to sit here and just go, yeah, okay. We are involved. We are involved in this, and we are hired to do this. And the issue, so it's not about taking power away from anybody. It's functioning as the board was meant to function. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
You got to put things into perspective.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There's a purpose. No one person has power. No one person has power. That means that no one, as a teacher, as a principal, as a superintendent, they do.
And as a board member.
Excuse me.
Yes.
But no one has individual power. Then it comes to the elected position. And now we become the legislature. And out of that, the final rulings or the setting and what Catherine read there is the picture is there are 7, and no one of those can be individual as power. There is no individual power.
Yes, we get that.
So it comes back to the 7 board members are responsible. They have to pass with the majority to change things or do things or promote things. You cannot have a person that's as an individual to run the show. And actually, does not have, because they're not elected, it's a legislature position. You cannot have a person taking that charge, and as a legislature, and that's what we are as a position, we have no right to delegate that to anyone. We cannot delegate that power. And that's what Catherine was saying there. So we have to keep it into perspective. And I think Kira can explain these things. I'm sure explain the actual bylaws and why they needed to be changed.
Really quickly,
I have a
would like
question.
to
I have a
everybody
question.
read what
Can
I
you
just
hear
read
me?
like a page and a bit. There's so much more than that to that. So if everybody was to read that, I think it would give a better understanding of what a board was designed for, because there's quite a bit that is on our plate there. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. K.
So, okay, and you can interpret that as you want. I think that there's no single board member sitting up here that's qualified to do all those things. That's why we have professionals that we hire. We do have control over the superintendent. He works for us. If he's out of line, we take care of that problem. And that's what this is all about.
Thank you.
I think we can do everything that was on that paper if you read it. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to do that. It's within our power to do. I speak for myself. Okay. Well, can we be nice? I mean, just saying.
Dave?
Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Oh, Tony's trying to talk. Maybe we should get
Can you hear me?
Trustee Magnata, go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't understand number 10. Full forensic audit of entire district funds.
Tony, we're not on number 10.
Oh, I thought we were discussing this 6.
No, we're discussing number 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, well, cue me in. I can't hear very good. Cue me in when we get to 10.
We are going to postpone 10 tonight. We're not going to talk about 10 tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Qualifications to do a position still never alters the power of the board. It never alters. It doesn't matter who it is. Doug had a good point. What if he's not here 2 years from now? What if he's not here tomorrow? You have to have a structure that is based on what the board is responsible for. It's not taking power away. You can't give a person power over their boss. And we're the boss. He's our only employee.
Yeah, and I perceive it differently.
Well, I'm sorry, but that in fact, in fact, let me tell you this. Nowhere in NRS regulations that we even have to have a superintendent.
Yes, we do.
That's just
Okay.
a general comment.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. I have something I'd like to say before Ms. Kara speaks, if that's okay. Thank you, President Jansen. Dave, just your statement, we don't even have to have a superintendent. So maybe we don't want you, right? That's how it feels, doesn't it,
Trustee
Keith?
Gilgerson, that's
wow.
I promise
Okay,
you
let me
that's not
finish.
it. We just, in reviewing all the bylaws and statutes, that's just a
No.
fact.
Okay, let me read.
It's not-
I actually talked to a couple of our past superintendents in the last day because it doesn't matter if it's long. I can talk as much as I want as a board. I'm sorry if it's long. I apologize. So I talked to a couple of, what, Dave? I'm sorry. Did you say something to me? It's not filibuster. Jesus, everything's political. Okay. Anyways, I did talk to our last 2 superintendents that we've had in the district, and they worked under these bylaws as well. And I asked them, can you give me a little?
Because these bylaws were enacted in April 2020 and he came on in May 2020.
Okay, Kara,
So
let
the
me
changes
finish.
that we're looking to revert, they didn't operate under,
But-
they operated under the ones
Okay,
that we're
so
looking to
let me just
install.
say this, okay? I got a couple things. First of all, what I wanted to say was The last meeting, you said something about executive and legislature, and he can't be part of the legislature or whatever. But I thought about this and I thought, who speaks for the nation? Our president. Who speaks for the state? The governor. Who speaks for the city? The mayor. These are all executive positions. Who speaks for our who speaks for our schools? Our superintendent, okay? So there, and also I received, and I know you did too. I don't know if you wanted to read this or not, but I will. It's from NASB, from Rick. Oh, okay. Well, then I do agree with it. Okay. Well, I'm going to read this because I think it's important. It was sent to all of us. It was sent to all of us. Right. And mine says, that's why. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read this. It says, "Dear members of the Douglas County School Board," is how it's addressed. It says, "For 6 decades, the Nevada Association of School Boards has been dedicated to providing comprehensive training in the realm of school board governance to school boards across Nevada. In my capacity as the executive director of the association, I would like to offer some observations regarding the policies and bylaws up for consideration in agenda item 6, 7, and 9 at your upcoming meeting. There is no reason to change the policies currently in place. The existing bylaws and policies closely mirror those across most, I'm waiting for Mr. Gilbert, mirror those across most other school districts in Nevada and have never been found to be illegal or in violation of statute or the state constitution. I know of no NRS provision that would in any way be against the current bylaws and policies. Notably, these current bylaws and policies not only stand within legal bounds, but also exemplify established best practices for fostering successful student achievement within school districts. It is worth highlighting that the proposed alterations as currently outlined would undeniably impose significant challenges in the management of the district for any superintendent. Effective school districts are defined by board members who nurture positive, collaborative relationships with the superintendents. These partnerships are founded on trust, mutual respect, and a shared dedication to enhancing the educational prospects of our students. Thank you for your service to Douglas County children and for thoughtfully considering this input. It said, sincerely, Rick Harris. I have one more I'd like to read that's from another superintendent. This is from a superintendent, Lisa Noonan, who was our superintendent a few years back. She says, "Dear school board members, as you consider your options for revising board policies, please consider using this simile as a guide. A school system is very much like a living organism. Think of how the human body has vital organs and endless moving parts. Blood and oxygen move essential needs throughout the system. Each area has its own responsibility to the success and well-being of the greater entity. As the top leadership for this school district, your communication and cooperation with each other and the superintendent are essential for success of these students. When policies and procedures are changed to exclude the superintendent from discussion and decision-making, it is the same as cutting off the blood flow to the vital organs of the body. Our students, staff, and parents are counting on you. Meaningful communication and cooperation with your superintendent are vital in your efforts to ensure a healthy and successful school system. Stephen Covey wrote, "Seek first to understand, then to be understood. Please make the choice to model genuine cooperation and communication from the top. When in doubt about an action item on your agenda, give yourself more time to make a decision. Thank you for taking a moment to read my email, Lisa Noonan." And
Thank
then
you. And I will tell you that we as a board aren't looking to do
Why
anything.
are you saying we? You're one person.
Okay, me.
Thank you.
Me as a board am not looking to do anything illegal, Linda.
It's not
And
illegal.
it's not illegal. And
Mm-mm.
as we talk about having an intimate county, it's very tight knit. We have a right to do what I want to do. It's up to them whether they want to do it. It'll be voted on. That'll be the decision made. But everybody has an opinion, and that doesn't mean it's the only opinion. Okay, that doesn't mean what's being proposed here is some horrible thing, because there was a time when it was fit in just fine in Douglas County school system. A lot of it's being reverted mostly back to what it was and was worked under by boards before. So this isn't that scary of a monster, in my opinion. I don't know what this whole angst is about, and I'll leave it with that.
I think if you, you're gonna, I think if you ask, I think you saw last Friday what the public wants. They want Mr. Lewis. They want him to stay. I heard 95 times, I counted them, of what they said to our new board members.
I'm good
It was
with that.
the opposite.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Trustee Gilkerson,
late.
Thank you,
can I please
Trustee
make a comment?
Gilkerson.
I'm not done
legal-
talking.
I'd like to make a comment.
I'm not done talking. Thank you. I heard those people. Doug heard those people. He voted to keep Mr. Lewis here, and they thanked him profusely, right? I don't know that Mr. Lewis wants to be here, and I can tell you for sure, if you go through this, you're doing just what you want to do, and that's to push him out the door. And that's what I believe. Those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Trustee Gilkerson, I have two comments. Number one, is Mr. Harris a lawyer? Mr. Harris for the NASB's your lawyer?
No, he's an executive director of
well,
NASB, which is
Well,
a school.
I am a lawyer.
And
I
you're
am a
not,
lawyer.
but you're not a education lawyer.
This is an
Mr.
education law. What
You're not
talking
an
about.
education lawyer.
Stop deflating, okay, and conflating it. This doesn't matter. Number two, the last superintendent you just read from, she operated under the very same bylaws that we're reverting it back to, and you said she did a great job. We're only reverting back to those. So that's where we're at.
You are not reverting back to the exact same bylaws.
The exact same.
That's not true.
Can I
Can
say
you prove
something?
it's not?
Dave.
Can I?
Well, let me address NASB for the public. NASB is lost 22 states out of the union. 22 states have kicked them out. NASB. We have at least, I know for sure, Nye County has kicked them out. And I think there's one or two other ones in this state has also kicked them out. So I'm not looking at dependency of what's going on there. There's too much things going on in NASB that does not line up with what we want. I think this community is conservative.
You said we.
NASB is not.
You're only speaking
Linda,
for you.
Linda,
Quit
I
saying
never
we.
interrupted you.
But quit saying we, Dave.
I never interrupted you.
Okay.
Would it be all right if I just
Yes, go ahead, Kira. Thank
elaborated
you,
a little
everybody,
bit?
for your very thoughtful comments. And Kira,
I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
I just wanted to elaborate that while there are some additions, it's reverting the bylaws back to the way that they were prior to COVID. So I wanted to point out, I think it's important to point out that the Nevada Association of School Board is a paid special interest group, and they are the ones that brought forth these provisions to the bylaws, and that's why they don't want them changed back. But it's very clear that people are upset, and they think that this has to do with politics or the board, but it's not. It's the law. And so the Nevada legislature creates the law, and it's the Nevada legislature that created the board and vested all of the power and rights in the board. They didn't vest the power in the superintendent, and that has nothing to do with Mr. Lewis. It has to do with the statute. And I just want to talk about the election process and why it's important that the legislature vests the power in the board, because the board are elected officials. And that's your only recourse if something happens, that you're able to vote the board in and out. You're not able to vote in and out a superintendent. And so the power is vested with the board, and that's what the statute says. And NRS 385.005 states that the provisions of Title 34, which is the education law, are intended to reserve to the Board of Trustees of the local school districts such rights and powers as are necessary to maintain control of the education of the children within their respective districts. These rights and powers may only be limited by other specific provisions of law. They can't be limited by the board members. They can't be limited by an association. And I just want to say that the board operated under these original bylaws for 20 years, and they were only changed during COVID. So I just wanted to point that out. There were, but some of the changes that were made in these provisions were limiting the power of the board and delegating the power to the superintendent, and the state law doesn't allow for that.
And again, which law is that?
It's NRS 385.005.
And you said something about the board can't get rid of, you said something about the board can get rid of the
No,
superintendent?
just
or
that the
can't get rid of
boards are comprised of elected officials.
Yes.
And how you turn over the board
And they
is by
can get
electing
rid
them.
of the superintendent.
Yeah, that's our job.
That's our job.
Well, I think if you saw during the last meeting, it wasn't very easy to get rid of the superintendent.
Was that your goal, to get rid of the superintendent?
No, but I'm pointing out the fact that what's happening is that
It's
when you take power that's vested in elected officials and you delegate it to someone that's not an elected official, not only is that not allowed under the statute, but it limits the authority of the board, and it limits the process that you all come in here to, and that you're able to speak to the board and give your opinion. That's based on our system of government and a separation of powers. And the only reason that you have recourse is because you're able to come up here and give public comment and elect officials and choose to not to vote for them. And that's why the board is given all of the power by the legislature.
But you said it's really, we serve, right, at the pleasure of the community, of our community, because
Correct.
we're elected.
Correct.
But then we see 400 people come in, more than that. There was 400 online, 300 people showed up on Friday wanting to keep the superintendent.
And you did.
And you said, but you just said, so it's not so easy to get rid of a superintendent.
It's not.
That's not true. The
She
board
she's making that as a general comment. As a general comment, people are elected. Obviously, it's an easy thing. It's an easy election. Getting rid of superintendent is obviously deliberation. Board with election, it's just you run and you might get voted out. But the superintendent is a much different recourse, because you saw what happened. This wasn't meaning that something wasn't attained. It's just a much different process, as we saw, because of the robust public comment, because of your ability to come in and deliberate, because of the fact that the public was able to participate. That's all we're saying. It's not being, I don't want it to be categorized as that it was harder to do. It's just, we're saying it just is harder to do. But that wasn't dispositive of the process outside of what we're saying in here, which is that in this body, obviously look at the robust the discussions and argument and support, especially like I said to Keith when I first walked in here, watching what happened last Friday was amazing. The support that came out for him. It's much different with a superintendent. That's what she was merely alluding to. But with an election, the public can hold the board accountable quite easily. And there's not any, I mean, they can run debate, they can run ads, they can do PACs, but it's much different process and much more involved, as we saw with people coming in with heartfelt stories and amazing, just accreditation for what Keith has done. So it's just a mere generality. What she's saying is that the process is different. And I just don't want you to get stuck on that, because it's all what she's trying to say is that it's a different process getting rid of a superintendent than there is voting you guys out. And at the end of the day, if the public is not happy with what's happened here, they're going to vote the board members out. That's what's so beautiful about this country.
And I agree with everything you said, Mr. Gilbert. I think though, getting rid of a superintendent is easy, because it just takes 4 of you, and you could sit here right now and get rid of them.
No,
but
was
now
saying
we
is that
have
it
to
wasn't-
sit here. But now we have to wait 3 more years for an election, right? Before we can vote again. So
It's just
No, that's true.
important.
That's
Listen,
true.
it's just important to identify. It's important to identify the statute, right? So the statute says that the Board of Trustees of a school district may direct its administrators, principals, teachers, and other licensed personnel employed by them to exercise such power and authority in the schools. So the delegation of authority of rights happens in the schools. It doesn't happen in your bylaws. So the bylaws and the agenda, those are your legislative functions. And all of those things have to do with the board and the board members only. And so
That's
your
not true.
ability to delegate rights and responsibilities happens within the schools. And you're absolutely right. The superintendent's role is to come, that's what the law says.
And this is, you're reading from 385.005?
No, this is from 391.210.
391.
210.
0.210.
0.210.
Okay. Okay.
I
I
have
would
a
like to be able
question.
to read these because I've not seen this. And I've looked through a lot of NRSs
I'm happy to provide you with all of them.
but before I want to make a decision, I think I need more information on this. I think
Well,
I need
the
to know
decision that
these.
you're making is reverting them back to the way they were before you changed them. You changed
don't
them
think so.
from April 2020. They're being reverted back to before you changed them.
You're adding things to.
The language in
There's some
purple is what's
clarifying
being
language.
added. And you have a right to not add that, but everything else is reverting it back.
Can I ask a question? Hello?
I can simplify this. It's very simple because it's elected positions.
Can't hear me.
You have an election coming up next year, Doug, and you two, and Tony.
Tony Baloney.
If you're right, run again. If you're right, you'll be reelected. If you're wrong by majority, that's the way the American system works. Majority calls the shot. And if you're reelected, you're correct because the majority voted you in. If you're wrong in this county, you will not be reelected. Somebody else will be. Same way with us coming up. If we wind up in 2 years or so, but we were elected by the majority and we were elected for the purpose of legislature. It's not complicated. That's the way the board changes. And that's the way you find out whether you are right or you're not, is by a majority that votes you in or not. Linda, you don't have, that's the American way. It's vote in or vote out. Simple.
Mr. Kangas?
Don't try to read my mind, Catherine. Oh, I'm sorry. You looked at me and I had my hand up. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was rude. Listen, we're talking about how hard it is to get rid of a superintendent. If your convictions sitting at this table right here are that strong to change these bylaws, I have a feeling it'd be just that easy to get rid of our superintendent. And that's my statement.
But you guys did the
It's gonna
same
happen.
thing. You changed bylaws. It wasn't, no one was clutching their pearls over that. I mean, what's the difference, Carrie?
The difference is we will not have a superintendent, that's my opinion, if your convictions are so great to change these. And it's because of the intent of it.
But acting like what? Nothing. That we're just telling you what's going to happen, and it's not about right or wrong.
It doesn't get
and you
rid of
talked
the
about the
superintendent.
majority calls the shots. The majority were the people that were here on Friday and that were here tonight.
We
That's
got
what we're talking
thousands
about.
and thousands
Majority.
that weren't here.
Where
It's
were
a
they?
majority of the county.
And where were they?
Can I
I'm
say
just saying,
something?
they could call
Probably
in. That's not
working or
true.
whatever they want to do.
Whatever.
It still comes down
If you
to
listen to the
election
majority,
time.
you listen to the parents.
All
the
right, if I
teachers.
could
Simple as
insert,
that.
please, nobody should be speaking for me, and I'm not going to speak. And so let's get on the topic of the bylaw changes. I would ask, however, I want some clear identification of the why. Kira, you've used lame duck board, you've used the law, you've used the statute, you used COVID. What is the real reason? Because if it's COVID, did COVID cause, you're saying let's strike a positive working relationship with the superintendent, respecting the superintendent's authority to advise the board, implement board policy, and administer the district. Because of COVID, that no longer matters? I'm confused on what the why is, because we're getting lots of different answers. That's all I ask.
Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Your bylaws aren't supposed to contain all those provisions about the superintendent.
The bylaw, so statute or law says that you can't have in your bylaw to get along with the superintendent. That's what you're saying. That's what I just heard.
No,
I
I
didn't
can
say
answer
that.
You said that you just,
it doesn't, let me just put it, let me simplify. It doesn't need to be in there. And I don't particularly, so I'm general counsel, and reviewing what NASB's been doing the past few years, especially since COVID, I don't agree with what NASB's trying to do. And NASB is rolling out national effort to take power from school boards. And whether it's, again, Keith, the school board
but
is,
I think that's fair, Joey. If you don't agree with what NASB's doing, and this is a reversal of what NASB's doing, let's call a spade a spade.
Yes.
Let's not get it all in this other stuff.
Okay, so, and let me say this again. Let me say this again. I said this a minute ago. If Mr. Lewis isn't here, and I mean, a lot of people talked about he got the schools open quicker. He didn't follow certain things, and that was it was a good thing. Well, if Superintendent Lewis isn't here and we lose the governor to someone else, people know that someone else is going to be running. And then that person steps in and wants to put these mandates back in, and we don't have someone that's going to think for himself or think differently. We've just limited the board's authority. And that's where this is coming from. And let me remind you, NASB is the same organization, trade group, that was lobbying for school board seats to be appointed and no longer elected positions. So I have that is absolutely true, 100% true. And they're also, and there's minute notes coming back from this. There's minute notes coming back from when Trustee Engelkirk had just been elected. And if you remember, it was the National School Board Association sending a letter to the Biden administration asking them to designate parents as domestic terrorists. And then many states started pulling out of this stuff. And you, Trustee Gilkerson, when Doug said, hey, I don't like this. This is concerning, and we should be worried about this. And you actually said, we have the minutes of this. Well, that's your opinion. And so, again, you're asking why we're doing this, because I don't trust NASB, and I definitely don't trust the National School Board Association, National Association of School Boards. So that's why we want to go back to this. This is my role as counsel. I'm explaining why I'm advising the board that's asked me what to do. I'm advising them that they should absolutely revert back to the way the bylaws were before NASB and the National Association of School Boards and other ones got involved and started meddling in local government. And as Republicans in a Republican district, as you guys have all said many times, we believe in less government and less of an administrative state. And so my recommendation to them, they can do what they want, is to revert these bylaws back. It worked great before. You just gave accolades to the superintendent before, Mr. Lewis. You said she did a great job, and she even said it was good, but she didn't have the same bylaws that he has now. Somehow she was able to do business just quite well. So that's my recommendation. If you don't want to follow it, you don't have to follow it, but that is my explanation. I'm very thankful Keith just pointed that out. It is 100% something to do with the way that NASB and other trade organizations and unions, National Teachers Union, the School Board, National Teachers School Board Association, and others have influenced local policy at the local level. And if you'd like to take that back, you should put it back to the bylaws as they were back in April 2020.
I have a suggestion here, if I may.
Mr. Gilbert, you had a sidebar with me the last meeting last Friday and claimed not to be political. You just showed your hand, buddy. That's all political.
So, Mr. Trustee Kangas, did you not say at the same meeting that you're Republican and you're conservative? And so I'm Republican, I'm conservative. We're all agreeing the same here. I'm merely pointing. This is not this is not politics. These are facts. This is called factual information. The factual information being put in front of the board is that trade groups that are not even supposed to be influencing local elections and local business are doing just that. Those are facts, and they're uncontrovertible. They're very simple. That has nothing to do, but that has nothing to do with this. Trustee Kangas, this has nothing to do with it. And I'll also put out there for you that this didn't just happen in Douglas County. This happened statewide. It's happened nationwide. It's a problem. And any conservative Republican would absolutely think that perhaps we shouldn't have these groups influencing local elections and local policy to our detriment. That's just my role as general counsel is to point that out. You do what you want to do. If you don't want to vote for it or you want to make additions to it, then do that. I have my votes. Okay.
Mr. Engelkirk? Doug?
I mean,
I shouldn't take so much time. I'm the general counsel. They're asking for legal opinion. Thank you. It doesn't matter. I'm the general counsel. Well, you don't know what you're talking about.
You remove her?
It's-
You need to go.
I'm doing my ethical duty in advising the board.
You need to leave.
No, that's
Thank
not
you,
right.
ma'am. You need to leave.
You need to go out.
Officers, please remove her. Please remove her. Thank you.
I just want to say very briefly, this is going to be a shocker, but it's the truth. By definition, schools are political. They are state-run institutions. By definition, they are political. Does anybody not see that? You're kidding. They are run by the state, and that doesn't feel political to you. Wow. Okay, thank you.
I kind of want to address one more thing. I've asked this question. We have November and December, two of these major bylaws were revised and adopted, knowing that the new elected trustees were coming in, and those two items were specifically put in there after we were elected, and you promoted those to be specifically to take and keep us as the 3 board members coming on from doing anything by giving power away. You didn't have a right to do that.
That is an opinion.
That is
Can
not
I
true.
can I offer, we're dealing with 070 here. This is the first one we're discussing. And there seems to be a sticking point with item G. I'm going to ask legal counsel if there's an issue, if we just decided to leave that in there. I really don't see any of the changes as being hugely consequential to affecting the superintendent's ability to run the district. Is there an issue with item G if we decided to leave it in?
I just think it's not necessary. That should be rules of professional conduct and conducting yourself ethically and good business practices. 281A, that'd be which is an NRS for ethics. But again, it's just not necessary. Everyone should be treating each other and listening and being professional. It's not necessary, and it's a NASB addition.
It's not happening.
Well, and I think past board members have made those changes because maybe something came up where it was necessary to remind board members to do.
Again, my opinion as general counsel is to say that I worry that if it's not Mr. Lewis, it's someone else. You have to always be thinking ahead. I just don't think it's necessary considering what everybody dealt with during the pandemic, that all of you faced, the wrath of the parents, and then those same parents by these same trade organizations that changed this and gave the suggested language for these additions were the ones that were actually trying to prevent parents through Biden's Department of Justice, calling them domestic terrorists. That's a problem. And those are facts. That is not my political opinion. Those are facts. So for that reason, Trustee Engelkirk, I would say, no, we've spent a lot of time. And as Trustee Gilkerson and Trustee Kangas have said, too much time and money outlining these and putting mindful thoughts into them. And I would advise you to just to leave it in there. But again, it's up, if you want to take it out, then you do that, but I don't recommend it.
Enough talking, enough.
You cannot stop me from talking, President Jansen.
Go say what you want to say. You'll
Gosh
talk
darn it.
until 12.
Well, whatever. But I have problems with quite a few things on this document. Not just what Trustee Engelkirk pointed out, strive for a positive working relationship with the superintendent. But I mean, that just to me seems a no-brainer to have. The one other thing, there's more than one, but number 11, I have a real problem with this. And what it says is board members should direct all requests for information which are unrelated to board agenda items to either the superintendent or the board secretary. Any individual request by a board member that requires staff to create reports, projects, or compile information that would, in the opinion of the superintendent, require more than 1/2 hour of staff time requires consensus of the full board unless agreed to by the superintendent. The superintendent will copy all board members on all requests for information and on any reports generated from requests. Removing this scares the heck out of me, and I'll tell you why. It scares me because now you can go up to Karen, Sue Estes, or any other person and request anything you want from them. It could take them 3 days to do it. It could take them whatever. This number 11 protects our employees. It protects Karen. It protects all of our employees from you being able to go up and ask them to do something
From
that's
you.
going to require more than a half hour. Now, the thing is, Mr. Gilbert, and again, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we've seen the cost that what you've charged us. And there's no checks or balances with you. There's no, after $500 of giving your advice for emails or whatever, you tell the board members, hey, you know what? You let Karen know we're at $500. Maybe we need to slow down on the questions.
So Trustee Gilgerson,
So I don't think this is what we should do.
You're conflating the issue. This is trying to limit the board's authority from receiving information from the administrative people that they oversee. There's nothing wrong with this.
They don't oversee anybody but the superintendent.
But they actually do.
They can actually go up to Karen and say, hey, Karen, I need you to pull up report up.
Yep.
I know it's going to take you about 5 hours of your work time, but there's nothing in here to protect our employees from the abuse of that.
You're saying abuse. No one's abusing anything.
In 10 months, I have never asked anybody for anything, nor am I aware of anybody
again-
else asking anybody for anything like that.
Oh, I
That's
know you haven't.
vicious. That's assuming that we're just going to be vicious and like
Catherine,
that.
I'm not saying vicious. I'm saying
that's
there's no,
kinda
I'm,
vicious,
no,
isn't it?
I don't think it's vicious.
Using somebody that
Oh,
way.
I don't think
and
that's, I don't,
dumping on them that way.
I would not call
Catherine?
that vicious.
Can I weigh in here?
Yes, please.
This really was put in because it was a problem, and not with this board, but with a previous board, that the requests were extensive. They were taking a lot of time and they were somewhat pointless. And so that's why this was put in. It wasn't to give me more authority. We have experience that has been a problem. And Karen can probably nod her head because she's lived through it. So again, a lot of this, nobody ever stopped to say, hey, Superintendent Lewis, can you give us a little background on maybe some of these? That might have been nice.
Again, all I'll say is this comes directly right out of the NASB documentation. That's why I don't like it. I'm not particular fond of what I'm seeing from NASB and from those trade unions and those trade groups. I don't think they have any business advising, and I don't think it's necessary. But taking that into account, Superintendent Lewis just weighed in. We can make the additions or changes or revisions to it, modify it if that's going to make things easier.
I want to make comment on this.
It's certainly not that we're trying to keep information from the board. It's just trying to honor the time that was being asked on a regular basis.
Well, we also have to look at it's either policy bylaw. I'd have to go back in there, but I clearly remember that we are not to be hindered from an investigation as a board member. We have a right to request information in order. Now, can it be abused? If it is, then the rest of the board needs to deal with it too. That's the board's responsibility, is check themselves of what's going on. And I expect the superintendent to say this is out of line and coming to the president so it can be addressed in the meeting. I do not agree with overrunning with that and putting the employees. I try very much never to ask any information that would tie them up. I respect their time, and I would be against anything that somebody's trying to tie them up with time and stuff. But we still have a right as the board members, individuals, to request information for what we would consider an investigation, and that is in a different place within the bylaws. Bylaws
But
are
you brought it up,
policies.
so I'm going to address it, because you cannot be the prosecutor and the jury. And in all of our negotiated agreements, Mr. Burns, the board is part of the grievance process. So if we are investigating something and we issue discipline, it would be mighty unfair to an employee to come before the jury the board who knows everything about the situation and could have a biased preconceived notion. So you can't play two different roles. And that's when in bylaw 3, you have a judicial role as a board, and our negotiated agreements outline in a grievance process where that role fits. And so we've had situations where board members have tried to do the investigation, which I will say is completely inappropriate. And we've also had board members who have gone indirectly around the superintendent to seek information about an investigation, which I would think is a little bit inappropriate. So I think there's got to be a balance. We can't have every role at that. And you're right, it's in a different place in the bylaws that will come up later, but you brought it up and I wanted to address it.
A quick example of, I guess, what we would like to see more of is, I'll give an example of when somebody came into a room and announced that, well, there's a lot of white teachers here. And that was like, offended somebody. They actually sent an email to me, and then I guess all of us, and then it was given to you, and we had asked follow-up questions. How did that go? And you said it's all taken care of. It was a misunderstanding, but we didn't keep hearing that it was a misunderstanding. It wasn't dealt with at all. So in asking those questions, we were completely shut out of that. We're just saying, can we just,
Trustee Dickerson, but that's not true. You got the copy of the letter back to the anonymous complaint that outlined the investigation and what we had done and what we had found. So
no, it wasn't really, it was very vague, and you just said it was worked out, in all fairness.
Superintendent Lewis, let me ask this question. Would it be acceptable that it not to be in a bylaw, but it be in policy? It could be a policy of the board, which is where I think it should go. And so it doesn't necessarily need to be in a bylaw, but the policy could be something that we do. It's a policy. It's in a regulation. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the bylaw. And it makes sense what Karen and I just talked about. I think that could be achieved that way.
On what topic?
On the topic of the
request.
number 11.
Yeah, I mean, again,
as long as it's in there, would you be okay? But I'm saying, this is me asking, would you be okay with, as long as it's addressed and that is said in a policy, but not in a bylaw, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I just think we live the life of the requests, and they could be.
Well, then taking the superintendent's input into consideration, I would advise that we construct that policy and make sure that's in there. It'll achieve the same thing, but it doesn't need to be in a bylaw. And I would be happy to make sure that's
I'm
that's
good with
tailored.
that.
And that will give the same, it'll have the same effect, meaning that the same things that are in there would be a policy of the board, and that would have to be followed.
Okay, so I tried to articulate this before, but just take this one or any one of these that we know you were asked to do by board members. If this would have been brought before the board by a board member and we would discuss what the problems they have with it, and as a board agreed that we needed something done here, and then ask you as legal counsel to fix that, or you and the superintendent, who has a lot of knowledge about education, work together, and the president, of course, because that's their duty, to fix that without all these charges up front for doing all the work that the rest of the board knew nothing about and didn't vote for. Even if we got voted down, it's contrary to the way this board should work, in my opinion. And that would have been a different situation completely, because we know that we all have different opinions, but you all have a vote, and we didn't have a vote. There's substantial charges for doing this work, and it seems to the public they're blindsided because they didn't get the public process of doing this. I mean, it's a sensible thing to do. I know it slows things down, but that's why boards are here, to make solid decisions and based on 7 different opinions. I don't know how else to put it. I tried to say that before, and this is the main problem behind all this. We know we all have different opinions, but we can articulate that before we're spending $30,000 or whatever it took to do all these hours and hours and hours of NRS work that we had no idea was going on until I saw an invoice. Sorry,
And
that's my opinion.
That's true, because the first time I saw a whistleblower policy was the month ago, where it was saying Mr. Burns was putting forth a whistleblower policy. It's like we've never even talked about a whistleblower policy. We never, as a board, agreed that, yes, let's talk about a whistleblower policy. And that's true what Mr. Kanga said. Had we said, okay, put on future agenda items, yeah, we want a whistleblower policy. Hey, normally what happens is we go to Mr. Lewis, who doesn't cost us anything, but his normal job is what he gets paid for, to be a superintendent, to try to put together a whistleblower policy. If he can't do it, he'll reach out to Joey and say, hey, Joey, I put this together. Does this look legal to you? And you got 30 minutes to go, yeah, that looks great. Or no, you know what? You need to add this or you need to add that. We're putting the cart before the horse with all of this stuff. And you want to cut costs. How we do that is we bring everything we're going to do before the board, put it on a future agenda item, whatever it is, whether it's 060, 020, whatever we want to talk about. But we bring it forth and then we say, yes, it's on a future agenda item. And then you can bring it forth, whatever. But it needs to go through the superintendent, not through our lawyer who charges us $3.25 an hour. And what happens if you could see these things, you see that Miss Kara does all the review, does all the work, all the drafting, and then we get double charged for Mr. Gilbert.
No, that's not true.
Oh, it is true.
No, it is not true. Only
and then
Kara
we
bills.
get double charged for Mr.
That is an
Gilbert
absolute
to review it.
fraudulent comment. We did not charge Ms. Kier.
Can I show?
charges.
Can I show this?
Go ahead, but you're not going to see double billing.
Oh, okay.
You're not going to see double billing.
Okay.
Well, I find it interesting, Linda, that you want someone that is not an attorney to bring things forward, but also the whistleblower.
Yeah.
If you really knew the laws, that's both state and federal.
It
And
is
we
a
wanted,
federal.
and it needed to be in, it needed to be in here. So it didn't need really to come before the board, but we did.
It's already, we already have one through the state, Dave. We're off topic. Yes, we're already protected.
And
Dave.
we've got a lot of stuff in state and federal laws that are in our policies.
Okay,
Anyways.
Ms. Dickerson. Okay, so I move to approve the adoption, changes, amendments, and revision of bylaw 70. It's okay. Bylaw 60, policy 338 and 902, as stated in the agenda, items 6, 7, 8, and 9 as a first reading. Okay.
Just read them one at a time.
This one, so this is item 6, which is bylaw 070.
But read what it is, sis.
To approve the adoption and change the amendments and revision to the bylaw 70, and then read it. Right?
Okay, I'll read it off of here. It'll be
Yeah,
easier.
that's the one.
Okay.
That's the one.
Is it? Tony wants to talk.
Okay, Tony.
I can say something now? Hello? Am I muted? Am I muted out? Hello?
Go ahead, Tony.
How about now? Can't hear me.
Go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me. Say yes or no if you can hear me.
Yes, Tony, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just want to point out what attorneys do. And I've said this in the past. They give us their opinion. Their opinion could be wrong. And they do that on purpose because it's an opinion And unless it's proven in a court of law and these cases are decided, then it sets a precedence. So we have to realize that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start it for, if Karen, you guys
Go ahead
ready?
and focus.
I'll wait for them to say okay. Make a motion. Yes.
And you're going to read
Yes.
each different one.
Well, I just have the number.
Well, read what the numbers are, have the number, and then you read what it is.
So this would be, it doesn't say here on the recommendation, it says approve the changes to bylaw 070 as a first reading, which is number 6.
You want me to do it?
Yes,
Yeah,
go
I'll do it.
please.
I'm like, that's what it was, sis. That's what you read.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the changes to I'd like to make a motion to approve the changes to bylaw 070 as a first reading. I'd like to make a motion to approve the changes to bylaw 060 as a first reading. I'd like to make a motion to adopt Board Policy 338 Nevada Whistleblowers Act as a first reading. And I would like to approve the changes to Board Policy 902 Communication with the Board and Public Comment as a first reading.
I second that.
So now we're going to ask for public comment.
No, we can discuss it more.
Okay.
Because we haven't discussed these other items yet.
Oh, that's true. Kira needs to read it too. Kira needs.
Do you have any questions?
Does anyone have any questions on any of these 4 items? Me too.
Can I speak?
Of course.
I feel like I need to speak on behalf of the community on 902. We talk about transparency, and we started this meeting about not wanting a meeting till midnight, and I don't think the community has a whole lot of sympathy for a board that meets one time a month, that they're not willing to put in the time. And I understand what you're proposing is other school districts do it. I know the Department of Education does it. I think the timing is very poor during a very contentious time. The public has spoken, I've heard them, and I've obviously heard them outside of meetings, that they feel like this is a move to quiet them and for you not to consider their input. So I feel like I need to speak on behalf of the community to convey that to the board.
Thank you, Superintendent
Can I
Lewis.
just say that the statute for public comment, it says that you can either have public comment at the beginning and the end of the meeting, or you can have it after each agenda item, or
Karen,
you can have it as both.
I'm not disputing that. I don't need the statute.
Well,
I'm
that's
not
what the statute
disputing.
allows for.
Well, I know. I'm not disputing the statute. I'm disputing that you're changing public comment and it's giving the impression that you're limiting input from the community at a very poor time when it's very contentious, and now you're shutting down opportunities. And I've been into enough of the meetings at the Department of Ed. It's really hard to remember what someone said in our meeting case could be 4 or 5 hours ago. We have trouble figuring out where we are in the motion ourselves. So I'm not at all saying that it's not legal. It's not by statute. By all means you can, and there are districts doing that. I just feel like I need to speak on behalf of the community of what I've heard.
Yeah, I have one comment on 902 also, and that is, I agree what he's saying. I was, elected twice by, I think it was 14,000 votes. Doesn't matter. What matters is the public deserves to comment on action items after they've been discussed by this board, so they can have a say, and it's not before and it's not after, but once they've heard our discussions, then they deserve that. Thank you.
Can I say
I
something? Can you
agree
hear
with
me?
that,
Can you hear me?
except
Hello?
We don't have them playing fair. Filibuster and spending 4 or 5 hours, and Mr. Lehman specifically was leading, and he said that line up and cause that. So there has to be some form that the board can have control and put a stop to that. Do we want to do that? No, but if you don't treat it properly, if you're not respectful with it, the board has to have a right, the president has to have the right in order to regulate it. And that's exactly what 902 is about.
Okay,
Can
I'll
I say
speak.
something?
Well,
Hello,
Mr. Burns,
can you hear me?
I heard what you said, but I have to say, there's, how do you filibuster with 90 seconds, really? The other thing is, we had, I don't know, 150 people talk the other night at 90 seconds, and we were still there forever. So these people want to talk, right? They want to talk. They want to have their voices heard. I know you guys ran on, the big thing was transparency. And this is, by doing this, this is not being transparent. I understand, why you want to change it. I understand the length of these meetings. I don't enjoy them either, but it really stifles the discourse that we have experienced since January. It limits comments from anyone who doesn't agree with you. Again, you ran on transparency, and this is not it. You wanted parents to be involved. You want them to be the decision makers for their kids.
You done?
Linda?
No, I'm waiting for Kara.
Okay.
Thank you. You want parents to be involved. You want them to be the decision makers for their kids. Yet when they take the time, their very precious time, to attend a board meeting, and most of the parents that are here, they have kids in extracurricular activities. They're giving them up to be here at a board meeting. And now they get a total of, 90 seconds to talk, to express their thoughts. Lastly, by limiting comments to the beginning and the end of the meeting, number one, most people can't get here by 4 o'clock. They're working. 5:30 public comment is a fair time. They can usually get to a phone, right? Not at 4 o'clock. The other thing is, by doing that, you're taking away their opportunity to speak. If they have to wait till the end, well, who's going to wait till 11:59 to talk? Second, by not letting the constituents speak after each item, they have no idea what we're going to say. How can they make a decision? How can they feel about something? That's something that's been really lacking in our board meetings since January, is the ability to discuss, to say, hey, have you thought about this? Or always I walked into a board meeting, never with my mind made up, honestly, open-minded, trying to listen until this year, Catherine, but open-minded, trying to listen. And I've gone into many board meetings where I thought, I kind of feel this way. But then I listen to my board members and I go, wow, I think they know more than I do because they're well-versed on this subject. And I've changed my mind, but this is not happening. So it's not fair for us to tell somebody they get to speak in the beginning on items that we have, like tonight, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. And they get maybe even 3 minutes you'll give them, but there's no way. There's just no way unless you let them speak after each item.
Can I bring something up?
I think it's because you fear our community. That's why I think you're stifling them. I think you're afraid. You're afraid to really hear from the parents. You said you did, but you don't really want to. Thank you.
Linda, do you know how many parents we
me?
hear from that will not come to these meetings because they're so contentious?
Hello.
Because there's been people
Hello.
these meetings because they're not agreed with, because they're confronted in the parking lots. Can you imagine the contention that goes on in here if you disagree with the majority or the people that show up? What goes on in the school if they don't like your opinion about what they think is right? There's a lot of people not being heard because they're afraid to have backlash, and we have talked to many.
You know what, Catherine, what I would like, and I've asked this before, that if there's people that do not agree, we have this side and that side. I don't know about you, but all I've gotten is 4. And I bet Doug has too. All you've heard from are people that are for Keith or not for this.
There's
I have
others like
not,
to talk here.
excuse me.
No, others like to
And
talk.
I'm going to
You're
finish my
important.
comment, sir. And I think that I've asked to hear from people that have a different opinion because I represent everybody.
I don't know that.
And I've never heard one, I've gotten one letter from somebody.
Linda,
That's
I
right,
don't
Mr.
believe
Z.
that many feel that way because I'm telling you, I am not lying to you. I have talked to some and many, and they do not want to even be known because they're afraid of backlash. And I can see why. If what we deal with here, I can see why.
Okay, I just have my concern. Okay, I agree. I want the parents to be able to talk. I want them to be involved. But my concern is that we have an 8-hour meeting and 2 agenda items get passed. And at the last month, I know that Superintendent Lewis really wanted the social studies teacher item passed. And there was literally a filibuster to prevent it. And I was really getting upset because I knew he wanted it passed. So there has to be some kind of a middle ground here so that we can get our agenda items passed, at the parents to speak. I would like everybody to have a happy medium so that everybody's happy. I don't know how that could be achieved, but that's my suggestion. My concern is that we don't get anything passed and they keep going over and over from month to month. And that's not good. We need to do the business of the district. That's what we're here to do. Anyway, Trustee Burns.
Can I say something?
You have to give the president the right to control the board meetings. If you do not do that, we will never accomplish anything or very little. I said here, and I will apologize to every person that is respectful, that would like to speak. And we have to put a control on it because of the ones that filibuster and disrespect what's going on here. And when that happens, you have to allow the president to control things. That is her right, or his right, whoever the president. That is their right in order to put perspective. In fact, I was told clearly it has to be controlled. I've got some very professional people that watched it and last month and just couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. And I apologize for that to the ones that were respectful and could speak and we wanted to hear from. That's the bottom line. And if you don't have it, she or he can shut it down, we're going to have chaos. We're going to have it every meeting if we don't.
Well, I was just going to say that these items were on the meeting back in September and they didn't get addressed because of all the comments and the fact that the meeting went till midnight. And now we're going again late. And these are items that were carried over for the last board meeting. And I don't know exactly why the student representative agenda item didn't get on here, but I suspect it was because we were trying to take care of past business. And when the past business is taken care of, maybe we can put that sort of item on the agenda.
Agreed.
I have one comment to make on the whistleblower policy and a question for Mr. Gilbert. Do we really need a whistleblower policy in the school district? Doesn't the state and perhaps the federal government take care of our problems? I mean, it looks like a responsibility with us handing out forms and giving the board power that I just don't know that we have time for.
I mean, is it necessary?
Yes.
I don't know if it's necessary. I think it's more prudent. It's just something that there's other statutes that come into play. So I think, again, this was not my number one item by any stretch. I don't even think it's something that's an issue. I think there's plenty of things to deal with it, but it was just a matter of making it simplified, clearing it up. So, it's something that Mr. Burns had brought up and something I looked into, but by no means was it something I put as a top priority.
And again, if this was brought up and discussed
Hello.
before anything was put into it.
Hello,
Probably be a
can you hear me?
perspective on everything, maybe even from some of the other board members, but Thank you for your answer. I
Can
appreciate
you
it.
hear me?
My
Hello?
reason for that whistleblower
Hello?
policy is
Hello, hello, hello.
I want every teacher, every student, every parent, every person that has any connection with the school system to not feel like they could not say something if they have a complaint, and especially if it's a complaint that would be something to the realm of bullying or sexual, it could be a list of things.
Right.
But the point is, when you leave it strictly in the federal and state, and we don't deal with it in the school district, or we don't set it up so anyone can have that security and feel that they can come and file a complaint on someone else. If we don't have that locally, I feel that it's a disservice to someone that runs into a problem. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well,
That's just, a lot of times nothing gets done.
Well, I understand why you might want it, but we do have bullying policies and that go through, discipline to, I mean, we have things in place for some of the things that you just mentioned. And I do believe the state would step in on anything. In fact, I think this is pretty much like the state, except for we're handing out forms and, yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, for your explanation. And thank you, Dave, for your explanation.
Tony, go ahead.
We've had some of these things in place for 25 years. 25 years. Have we ever had any problems? Answer that. Have we ever had any problems? 25 years. Now we get a bunch of lawyers that are questioning every little thing, and now we get huge bills. So why do you think they're questioning everything? Put money in their pockets, Mr. Gilbert. Do you understand? Look at me, Mr. Gilbert. Look at me. Answer that question. Now every little thing you're questioning, and it's your opinion. And we pay for opinions, don't we? So I need to think we have to stop this. These legal bills they're going to get worse. Thank you.
One comment that I'd like to make with regards to 060. I do think that in reading this, what I'd like to see language in there, because in my opinion, I think it should read that the superintendent shall recommend, advise, and assist the board officers with the development of the agenda items, which shall receive final approval by the officers of the board. I think that we need to make some changes here to make sure that.
Could you say that again, Mr. Gilbert?
What I'm trying to do is make sure that, in reading this.
Item A?
On item 060.
Right.
Number 7,
Section
item 7.
A.
Yeah.
A,
I'm
that's what I
sorry.
meant, A. Okay, could
And
you say it again?
I think it would be mindful of the superintendent's knowledge to have him obviously included in this, but not just there, but like I'm saying, superintendent shall advise, recommend, and assist the board officers with development of the agenda items, which shall receive final approval by the officers of the board. But if he has something he wants to add on, it should be absolutely considered and added. I just think that reads smoother. 060, section 4, number A. Instead of prepared, I'd say development of the agenda items, which shall receive. Correct.
Is this a private discussion? Because I can't hear you.
So my concern is that if Keith and the president decide on something and it is solidified, when you, to go off and prepare that is one thing, but when it says develop, that means it can be further finessed. I think it should be exactly as it was decided when they part company, and that's what should be there. I think that opens a door to a further manipulation of what was put there.
It does, like I said.
Could you please explain further manipulation?
Further development.
No, you said manipulation, and I've been accused of manipulating the agenda.
Sorry, I meant to, it's late. Meant to, adding in a little bit.
So
I can't hear you.
I guess I would like to point out, in my entire time as superintendent, on one occasion, was there a disagreement over an agenda item? And I knew going into the meeting, there was going to be disagreement because it was the censure. I knew that is the only disagreement.
How about transgender being put
that
into a policy? That was never intended.
I think that was the general counsel.
That was not a disagreement of putting something on the agenda.
Well, how did that happen?
Well, because it's hard to make to say a protecting girls in sports policy when the president in her a future agenda item also listed girls and boys. She went both ways with it. So it wasn't a protecting girls in sports the way it was agendized.
Well, I don't want to see either.
Well, then why don't we say protecting youth? So
Hey,
again, we're getting
Catherine.
off topic here. I don't want to
Hey,
debate that.
Catherine.
But
Hey,
this is,
Catherine.
I
Catherine.
can show, and I have documentation. I have been accused of changing agenda items. And in fact, I have emailed the president and the president doesn't respond. Then I get accused, and I have them right here if you want me to read them. It's happened multiple times where I've been accused of changing an agenda item. We have public comment almost every week with someone saying that I totally manipulated. It's false. And I'm not going to sit here and not defend myself.
Again, what I added in there was to receive final approval by the officers of the board. And I think that could solve that.
Never been broken.
Well, that was just to make sure there's some accommodation and some, working together.
Dave, the way we've always done it has never been an issue. You're trying
hasn't.
to change it.
And it can be a lot. Sorry.
Well, I just think it's
You're
important to
making it
note.
so you can be in the room all the time.
I just think it's important to note that it's just the way that it's worded is important because it maintains the integrity of the board, right? So what gets put on the agenda is part of the legislative process that the board has. So it's just important to be able, and I don't think that it had anything to do with you. I just think it was the way that it was written from prepared to developed.
And I'd like to take Mr. Gilbert's, our attorney's advice on this and the way he stated it. I also know that if it is, how'd you word this, developed by the superintendent and the board president, then it gets to be seen the next day or whatever they decide by the rest of the officers. And then once everybody agrees, I know Keith sends it over to Mr. Gilbert. So Mr. Gilbert I'm going to try to help save money because Mr. Gilbert should not be involved in the agenda making. He reviews it. He should not be there spending hours helping with the agenda. That's the superintendent's job, guiding the president with that. He's there to say, this is here's the agenda. Hey, do you want to put the student on this time? Whatever. And Susie says, well, they have to agree together. It's unilaterally. He can't put something on. She can't put something on. They have to agree to get something on an agenda. And then they send it through council. Joe, you always get to see everything before it's right. He should be sending it to you for you to make sure there's nothing illegal that's written on there. That's how it's been for 20 something years, right? And it's always worked, and we've not come up, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we got an agenda tonight that didn't have board reports, and I'm really sorry to all the groups I went to that I was supposed to report back, and I didn't get a chance to because it wasn't on there. We didn't get to do correspondence. We didn't get to do a lot of things, was taken off, and that's not okay. We took off donations. That's not okay. The superintendent knows these things. Mr. Gilbert doesn't, no offense. He doesn't know the business of a school district. He's not an education lawyer. Mr. Lewis is the education expert. He brings that with Ms. Jansen, who's the board president, and they talk together. It doesn't have to be with a gang of people. It's just her and Mr. Lewis. And he always emails you what it looks like. We don't do there's nothing underneath. There's nothing nefarious. It's all been out there. I don't know, this little glitch with the transgender word or whatever, I'm
That
just
lit the
saying that didn't
community on
happen and
fire.
it was a mistake. It's wrong. Whatever you think what happened didn't happen.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I think this is the way we don't spend, $15,000 putting together an agenda and attending meetings and all this other stuff. It's got to stop or it's going to break us. We need to go back the way it needs to be, regardless of legislative, executive, whatever that is. It's always worked and it's not illegal.
Linda, can I say something? The
Yes,
reason
ma'am.
all that got taken off the agenda is because we haven't even passed anything yet because we got so far behind. And my hope is that if we can get a little caught up, that we could put all that fun stuff that we all love back.
We should do it next meeting, Ms. Jensen.
Well,
I think we should put some of this contentious bylaw stuff. It's not going anywhere, right? You're not going anywhere. Nobody's going
We could
anywhere.
also
Let's
always
just
add back
wait.
public comment to each agenda item.
Let's just wait until after maybe the first of the year. Let's put some of the fun stuff on, like the lakes and whatever we were talking about. Let's bring ourselves together.
I want to say something.
Pushing ourselves apart.
Thank you. Okay,
Can you-
let's
can you
let's
hear
go
me?
to public comment so
President
we're not
Jansen.
here
Can you
till
hear me?
midnight.
Can you hear me?
Well, we haven't started it yet. As soon as you
I
want to
just-
go first, go
No,
ahead.
No, Tony.
Oh, Tony, I thought you said there's someone on public comment. Okay, Tony, and then we're going to go to public comment. Thank you,
You
Mark.
know, I think that if someone's going to use our lawyers, it has to be board approved. You just can't call them up, ask them a question, go up to their office, ask them a question. I think it has to be board approved. Otherwise, Mr. Gilbert has an open checkbook, which I don't think anybody wants to do, including all the taxpayers. That's all I have to say.
Is there a sign-up sheet for public comment?
I thought that sign up sheet was for public comment at the end, so I apologize. I don't know. Yeah. So do you want me to start this one for agenda 6 through 9 then?
President Jansen.
Yeah, I thought that was for the last public comment, so I apologize. I do. No. Okay. Erin Miller, for the record. I really liked the way you all talked and articulated when you guys realized the difference between a bylaw and a policy in regards to the item 11. The way you guys communicated, I think that's what we're supposed to be doing here. One of the questions that I have is I have an HOA and we're only allowed to talk at the beginning and at the end. But what's very clear is the agenda, is what is on the agenda that our 5 board members are going to be discussing and going forward with. Our school board agenda is not like that. It's very vague. And I have to spend a lot of time going through all of the documents trying to figure out what exactly it is that you guys are going to be discussing and voting on. When you don't have that and you don't see it, it's very hard to understand that. So I think if you guys get rid of public comment during agenda items, you really need to make that agenda a little bit more transparent. We're talking a lot about transparency, but you need to be a little bit more clear and concise about what it is. But us as the constituents really don't know how anybody is going to come up with their ideas and the discussions behind it. And then listening on this, it was interesting because then it was like, oh, I really liked the way Trustee Kangas explained something, but then I really liked the way Trustee Burns explained something, and maybe I have a difference of opinions with one of them, both of them, who knows? But it was nice being able to hear all of that. So if you remove 902, you guys really need to work on making that agenda a little bit more clear and concise for your constituents who don't have the time to really go through the agenda, pull through all those documents, and spend the time like I've been able to email you guys ahead with the questions that I have. So thank you.
Thank you. Damon Kicksmiller.
My name is Damon Kicksmiller. And I think maybe opinion and perspective might be a nice change, because we keep throwing around our opinions here, and everybody's going to have an opinion, and everybody seems pretty bright and pretty well versed in their own perspective. And I think whenever we view them as perspectives, we may not have to worry about so much that our opinions are different, and we're just hearing from different people's perspectives. Again, as what you have to do, super tough. I don't even know the right answer. I don't know if you're supposed to do what your constituents want, or what you as board members and through your intellect and education know what's good for the board or good for the school. And I don't even have that answer, like which one you should do. You know, it seems like you should do what the constituents want, but it also seems like you should do what you know is right. And good luck.
Thank you. May Hyatt.
We have 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. May Hyatt, for the record. There's a lot to say here. After listening to all of you talk, I just want to first of all say that I support Trustee Magnata's comment saying that if any of their trustees wish to speak to legal counsel, that it should be board approved. Earlier, Trustee Burns sort of admonished the board and everyone here saying, almost lecturing us, saying, no one person has power. No one person. And he said it very sternly. So I call on him and ask him, why is it that last month, why did you make unauthorized phone calls and consultations to Joey Gilbert to the tune of thousands of dollars? And you did that by yourself as one person. No one else was authorized on that. No one else knew about it. But here you are speaking to tell people that no one person has power, but yet you did that. So sorry, I'm calling you out on that. I heard Trustee Engelkirk's comments earlier stating that the bylaw revisions don't necessarily remove powers for the superintendent, but if you read it carefully, sir, especially bylaws 070, there are specific aspects that have proposed inclusions of the board president. It starts to include her role more and more. There are certain positions where you don't even ask for his advice anymore. Number 6 on bylaw 070, facts and or information that will be needed from the administration may be referred through the superintendent. So you're not even going to go through him if you don't want to anymore. That's a removal of his authority and his role in participating with the board. So I have questions with that. My concern as a parent, as a taxpayer, as a stakeholder, as a former teacher is when these bylaw adjustments are written, I would want the trustees to work together to help revise them as a unified body. You talk so much about no one person has power, and yet it seems like President Jansen, you're working with the collaboration of legal counsel and you alone, without the collaboration of the rest of the trustees to incorporate their input to change the bylaws. If you want to revise it with their input, with Trustee Magnotta, with Gilkerson, with Kangas, with Engelkirk, with Dickerson, and not just you and you know, your legal counsel, because it seems like you two are just doing it by yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt.
Thank you. I had more to say, but
Marty
evidently
Swisher.
3 minutes is not enough.
Tom Starrett. These proposals are long overdue. They're all well taken. I want to compliment the 4 of you, as well as council, for the reasoned and patient explanation to what, and I mean no offense, what seems to be our cog in the system there. I don't remember all of this breast beating and teeth gnashing when the bylaws were changed just after the election. They kind of seemed to go through without exception. Now, you got along, trustees Kangas and Gilkerson, with those old bylaws just fine until you changed them just after the election. And just after the election, trustees Kangas and Gilkerson, you showered the superintendent with a hefty raise. I believe it was $15,000 plus $61,000 in PERS. That was just skated right on through. Where was the checking? Where was the money saving on that? No, that was just easy come, easy go to the old board. Now, you two folks are remnants of the old board, so you seem to be desirous of opposing everything that the new majority wants, even that which was in effect during your tenures right up to the time that the election results were in. You two should be ashamed. Now, Trustee Gilkerson made the comment that she thinks she can talk as long as she wants. You good folks should read, and I mean no disrespect, you should read those rules for conduct. I don't have them with me, but I can recall that there are 3 rules that each of you are regularly in violation of and should subject you to censure. You're supposed to be reasonable, succinct, and respectful of your other board members in your presentation. You are not supposed to draw things out and filibuster, which is what you know in your hearts you are guilty of, and which you do consistently. And in so doing, you drive up the attorney's fees. You waste the time of all the constituents and the people and your other board members. These matters should be passed. They are well taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia?
Virginia Starrett for the record. Having 3 minutes, and because some of my comments I wrote aren't so applicable right now, I just wanted to respond to some comments that were made previously. And that would be that you guys should all talk about, for instance, changes you wanted to make on a bylaw and work it out together. That is what this is. This is this board figuring out what wording they want in those bylaws. If you tried to work it out outside of this meeting, you would be seriously guilty of an open meeting law. Any majority of you that is a quorum that talks together, deliberating over what you are going to do at a meeting, it becomes an open meeting law violation. So the very thing that you keep being charged with that you're not doing, you would actually be doing and should in fact be charged. The other thing I would say is that Trustee Gilkerson, I think she's a little mixed up about things. She consistently strikes me as being mixed up about things. But in this particular case, this thing is about the level of authority between the board and the supervisor. They don't share authority. And so when you're talking about the agenda, items on an agenda, the board could tell the superintendent that something he wants to put on the agenda can't go on the agenda. But the superintendent, the non-elected superintendent cannot prevent any elected official from putting an item on the agenda. That is completely out of line for anyone to get that idea. Contrary to what Trustee Gilkerson says, the superintendent is hired by the school board to implement the policies and direction the school board puts in place. And a significant part of the superintendent's job, on which his job performance is evaluated, is the superintendent's success at backing up the school board. So in that language that talks about harmony here, the harmony rests with the superintendent mostly. The employee is there to bring harmony with the boss, because the boss is setting the direction and the employee is supposed to be making the office work or making the school work under those directions as pleasantly as possible with his boss. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Lawrence.
I might need a little bit extension of time. Okay, for the record, my name is Colleen Lawrence. I'm going to try to go through these notes quickly. Okay, section 902, it's been discussed. I personally would recommend that this just gets tabled and it's just written as following open meeting law at this point in time. It's a matter of building trust at this time. You have all the tools in your current toolbox to manage time at this point in time. Under Madam Chair is your discretion that you have, as you've been doing. Section or bylaw 070 is at this point in time, I would also recommend tabling it and discussing at another time. However, if you are going to make the changes, I would say just by the discussion that happened beforehand, it's very unclear what the vision is of the board in regarding your code of conduct. We heard information from council and the board that seems to be differing. And so it's unclear how to have your code of conduct if it's not aligned. If you are going to move it forward, just some changes that are with new language seems to be conflicting. So section number 1 is duplicate language now with the changes of section 6. And I would recommend that council review those changes now with the added changes. Because one now says They compete with each other now with the added changes. Under letter D, as in David, is telling you to resist every temptation of outside pressures to use their position as a school board member to benefit themselves or other individual agency apart from the total interest of the school jurisdiction. There's no reason why in a code of conduct that this should be removed. That's really code of conduct, right? That we should probably keep that in there. It's nothing about personal associations. That's just our code of conduct, right? We shouldn't have to worry about removing that. G, strive for positive working relationship with the superintendent, respecting the superintendent's authority to advise the board, implement board policy, and administer the district. As it was pointed out earlier, you are in a supervising type position with your single employee. That would be one that I would keep in. Okay, I'm going to go quickly to 060. These are all just changes that I would recommend. First of all, I applaud council for adding that language under 4A. Very nice change. There is definitely, and he also changed the developed language because having no definitions in the bylaws when you use developed versus prepared, again, you can ask different people and you won't get the changes. May I have 2 more minutes? Okay. Although I understand and I absolutely agree with having all agendas items are sent through your council before they are posted. They absolutely should be. That's contract language and I wouldn't put it in your bylaw. You should be that in your contract though. Again, because it then says whether internally or externally, every meeting that is posted externally. Page 200, again, there's language in there about open meeting law. If you have that in there, whatever you put in 902, it's going to be duplicate. So I would just again say in accordance with NRS, open meeting law, section 241. Under letter D, all of that section is removed, but by removing that section now, how does it get approved? The majority vote has now been removed. How does it get placed back on? The items for future agenda, majority vote has been removed again. So I would at least keep the language that says a majority vote by the board can place a new or existing item back on the future agenda. And I would also keep a majority vote by the board can also remove any existing future board agenda. I would sub-bulleted those out because again, that section D has 3 different ways that a future item can get on there. So it's very confusing for the people. Last on that section, I would, in the spirit of what council did on the first section, I would put the president, comma, officers, comma, in collaboration with the superintendent. It's not giving him powers that overrides anybody. It's just saying that you will all be nice people. And then the last one on the last page, section 6, I would strongly encourage you to leave the board workshop language in there because it is a form of a meeting that you can conduct. Your bylaws are a way that you educate your public. And if you remove the board workshop, then people, as soon as you host a board workshop, people are going to come to you and go, you can't host a board workshop. So leave your board workshop language in there. That's all.
Thank you. Casey Rogers.
Casey Rogers. I'm going to be real brief. There are a few things I wanted to discuss with you. First, I wanted to say to Linda, she made a comment that there was 400 people in support of Keith Lewis the other night. You don't know that those 400 people were in support. About 20 of them spoke online and nobody else did. So you can't make that statement that there were 400 people in support of him. There could have been people just listening. There was a lot of social media blown up, partly due to you and Lehman's, you know, trying to get the new board kicked out. It's your whole gig. So those 400 people could have just been community members in opposition. So you don't know that. The other thing I want to say is I had an observation. What? Yes. Well, it's all was in the discussion. So an observation that I found interesting is if the power of the board if the power is in the board and legal counsel is here for the board, then I'm really trying to understand, is it because of the bylaws that in 2020 to 2023 that legal counsel was sitting to your left the whole time? And Keith, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because legal counsel seemed like it was here for him, although he did speak to the board, but I just found it kind of interesting that he was seated to the left of Keith. That's kind of just an observation. So I was wondering why that had happened. And one other thing is the fact that Linda.
About why he said, okay.
Yeah, you don't have to, you're not supposed to answer me. I'm just supposed to speak.
President
Sorry,
Jansen
Susan.
requested I sit by her.
So, no. You're supposed to sit next to the board. That's what it's supposed to look like. I mean, they're constantly attacking you guys for everything, but yet counsel was seated to the left of Keith all the other times. So I just found that interesting. And Linda, you are so concerned about getting through these meetings and getting to business, but the only business you really want to get to is what you want. Otherwise, we can't get to it. So I just found those kind of observations kind of interesting, and I just thought I'd comment on that. Yeah, I think it's on the discussion that they had before. Oh, and that was all that I had to say. Oh, the last thing. The last thing is, if you open up time like you did the last time, that's just, yeah, not a good idea.
Thank you. Nick Meyer.
Nick Meyer for the record. Trustee Gilkerson is acting like a child, not wanting to deal with bylaw items that might be difficult or contentious. She seems to think this is a kumbaya session and we all need to get along. If she doesn't want to make a cogent argument against the bylaw changes, a constitutional argument or a legislative argument, then she should abstain from voting. She's had ample time to prepare for this meeting. And it's an embarrassment that she's not prepared. The fact is the board has all the legislative power given to it by the NRS. And it's worth noting that some of these bylaw changes were made by the past board after the new members were elected, but before they took office. This goes to the heart of intent. The past board, including Kangas and Gilkerson, intended to tie the hands of the new board. That was underhanded and deliberate.
Thank you. Jensen Gunter.
Jaren Gunter for the record, Jeren. Want to start by saying just because I don't agree with you guys doesn't mean I agree with them. Okay? You started off an hour of this meeting worried about people out here and their time. It didn't. We could have saved that hour, and there's not even anybody here hardly anymore for public comment. The other thing is you brought up during the discussion about the people that come to these meetings and the 400 people and all that. I've been dealing with county commissioner meetings for over 11, 12 years. The only people that show up are the ones that are mad. The ones that are happy don't show up. If you have 1,000 people happy, you're going to get 100 reviews. If you have 100 people mad, you're going to get 90 reviews. So the people that are happy aren't here. They voted. The public voted. They voted these, even though I don't necessarily agree with everything they say, they voted these three in. You're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to all get along. All of you are acting like children. Work together, get it going. On these bylaws, They were the bylaws that were pre-COVID. They're only bringing them back to what they were, where like it's been stated that the previous superintendents worked under those bylaws. I don't see any reason why there should be this much discussion over bringing these bylaws back to where they were. I don't get the wasted time on just bringing these these bylaws back to where they were. It doesn't make sense to me. That's it.
Thank you. M.E. Kowchuk?
Emmy Kowchuk for the record. I agree with the goodwill comment that kicked off this whole agenda section. This is your opportunity to take a breath. This is your chance to pause, collaborate, and discuss further, perhaps even in a workshop format, which is in fact allowable under open meeting law. However, that was one of the items that has been proposed to be removed from the bylaws. So his verbiage requiring trustees to come to meetings prepared and open-minded. There are many other examples that the previous speaker referred to. Why are these language adjustments being prioritized over other district issues? As earlier noted, every other district in this state that publicly posts bylaws has similar language to the current bylaws in Douglas County School District. In fact, the Douglas County Commission also uses similar language in their bylaws. Stating that this puts us in Douglas County in violation, which is how it was presented, is categorically false. This process of adjusting language in bylaws has been misleading. And in fact, we just heard during the discussion that the main issue that many had regarding language in this proposal was quickly and easily modified. So thank you, Mr. Gilbert, for your recommendation. This could have saved everyone a lot of time, and that kind of communication could really lower the temperature here. You just read bylaw 020 practically in totality. Take the time, write a newsletter, identify the proposed changes and why you are making them. Explain why each change is being proposed. Again, if you are as well-intended as you describe, and you want to be as transparent as you promised, review each item. It does not simply revert it back to pre-COVID. Have a special session, tell the public exactly what your intentions are. Regarding public comment, I would recommend collaboratively developing agendas to ensure that less contentious and important items are acted upon early in meetings. The superintendent does need to be involved in this process. These meetings have been crafted to create drama. You set the tone. You choose to address issues that are intended to divide and polarize, and the community has reacted. This should not be a surprise. I will ask again, take your time, work on your communications, your collaborations, and reevaluate your intentions. More care needs to be taken in evaluating language. We just heard this. Maybe you will earn some trust and respect of your constituents, or you can continue to act as the ringleader of a circus. It's your choice.
Thank you. Paulette Irving?
Paulette Irving for the record, Minden, parent, and concerned citizen. I'm having difficulties sitting here tonight and trusting you, David Burns, Susan Jenkins, and Catherine Dickinson. I'm having troubles being able to trust you because you are not including our superintendent. I know there's a lot of eloquent speakers in this audience tonight. I wouldn't consider myself one, but I do consider myself an important person in our district. I care about our kids, and I care about our teachers, and I care about our superintendent. And I'm concerned that, Susan, you want to develop the board agenda with your vice president and your secretary, but not with Keith and not with our superintendent. I'm having troubles trusting you, but I worked under Keith for 28 years and worked with Keith for 28 years. I know I trust him to have a say. And if you don't have his say on the agendas, then you're pushing your agenda. And that's not the school district's agenda. And for taking away public comment, for how difficult it is right now to sit up here in front of you and tell you how I don't trust you. And now you want to take away our ability to be honest and truthful to you is wrong and is causing our community to be so divided. You need to come together. We need to work together for the kids in our district. I am sure that Jeannie Dreyer could develop some goals and objectives for all have my opinion and listen to other people's opinion. I wasn't always right. And I did learn a lot about other people's opinions. I want all of you guys to start to listen to everyone at the table. And Joey, stop, back off.
Thank you. Susan. Is that an L? I just, is it I just can't tell. Pardon? Oh, thank you. Okay. Jane Lomé. Is Jane?
The administrative state is where the elected representatives cede their authority to unelected bureaucrats who have no accountability to the electorate. I, as a Douglas County voter, demand that the board not relinquish any authority and reestablish their authorized authority given by the Nevada legislature. Kara made this point very well, and I just want to emphasize it, that this administrative state has a way of twisting their ideology and their desires into a place that it doesn't belong. And that's only done by the relinquishment of the elected representatives of their authority. So I encourage this board to vote and change all of these issues back to the pre-COVID state that this district worked under for so long, for so well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Schmid, it's your turn.
For the record, the name is Pat Schmid, not Paul. I'm going to be short here because Joey finally let the cat out of the bag. You know, our superintendent that everybody loves, what they love about him is he really does personify what the Nevada Association of School Boards recommends a superintendent should do, how he should interact with the school, the students, the parents, the school board. But Joey said it really is a battle against the Nevada Association of School Boards. He just doesn't like them. Therefore, his opinion, and that's all it is, his opinion, it's not very good. And so he recommends that we undo all the language in our bylaws that do nothing more than implement the best practices and recommendations of the Nevada Association of School Boards. And guess what? At least in Douglas County, it works. 3 years in a row, NISH has declared they are the best school district in the state. The system works. But because you have a political agenda that is decided for some reason that is a wrong way of doing anything, as legal as it is, you're going to foobar this district. Oh boy, I wouldn't want to be in your seats in 2 more months. Good night.
Shelley, it's your turn to speak.
Good evening, everyone. This is Shelley Speck. I'm a resident of Gardnerville, Nevada, and I have a child in the 2nd grade at Gardnerville Elementary School. I've been looking at your bylaws, and it looks like a lot of work has been generated by changing these bylaws. And I'm specifically looking at bylaw 070, section 11. And I'm just going to read a little bit. As a means of fulfilling its mission, each board member will A, be an advocate for public education, B, help the people of the community understand the importance of public education and the need to support it. This means for me, allowing parents and members of the community to provide input before action is taken on an agenda item and not potentially hours later. The board cannot ensure that with a flexible agenda, the comments which made an impact will be remembered by the time a vote is called for. Best practices dictate that collaboration with the superintendent can only create positive outcomes for all students and advance the district's educational goals and initiatives. If we want to see test scores increase, then wouldn't working together as a community with laser focus on outcomes be in our best interest? We don't need a legislative argument to dictate common sense. Stop the discourse and let no outside agency come between our children and their ability to access the solid foundation of a good education. Have a good night. Thank you.
John Sheridan, you're up.
Thank you, trustees. I want to speak to section 902 on limiting public comment after each agenda item. As an elected official, I am concerned about this because I think it works both ways. When public comment is opened, I believe it enlightens some of the board members, it spurs new ideas, and it vice versa. And I do think limiting it would add to the hostility of this board. That being said, I do understand that it is the president's job to control the meetings, and I believe I do understand why this provision is being put in place. So again, if we can do anything too, I would like to see that public comment still be allowed after each agenda item. I did want to mention a couple talking points that were brought up by trustees during this agenda item. Trustee Gilkerson mentioned that the president speaks for the nation, the governor speaks for the state, the mayor speaks for a city or town, and Keith speaks for the school district. Keith is not an elected official, as she compared him to the other three, and he is not the figurehead. Also, Linda, you keep talking about the majority. I don't disagree. The majority of admin and teachers, present and past, showed up in support of Keith Lewis, and I fully understand why. He is a great man. Great volunteer for our community. But you keep putting words out that it's the majority of parents and students, and I think you're misspoken there. I have 3 children in the school district. Want to speak on the bylaw change before this board was implemented. I do think that was in bad taste. And lastly, I wasn't understanding what was being talked about during the bylaws. Linda brought up in the current bylaws as they stand, there's a provision that protects the employees from the abuse of board members going around the superintendent. Keith then stated that this was implemented from previous board members' actions doing this that were unwarranted. So I would like to understand, was the previous board abusing our employees of the school district? And I also would like to know, because I did support this current majority, I would hope that they're not abusing employees of the school district either. Again, thank you, trustees, for your time. And I know it's been an extended meeting, so I do thank all of you. Thank you.
Maddie Kennedy, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, Maddie Kennedy. I want to talk about policy 902. I personally don't feel confident talking about the proposed reversal and changes of the bylaws because, quite frankly, while I've looked over the bylaws, I don't have enough information at the time to make a sound judgment. But I do feel confident talking about public comment and this policy change. All of the trustees need to hear others' perspectives whose lives you are directly affecting by your vote. I try to think about your point of view and why you might be talking about certain agenda items. I try to broaden my thinking to understand your actions and why I might be wrong or lacking in information. But I matter, my peers matter, and what you are talking about and implementing matters. I understand that you want to regulate the length of these meetings. Believe me, I don't want to be here for 8 hours either. But with all due respect, it's 8 hours of your entire month. You signed up for this when you ran for election. I choose to be here. So it must mean that I think it's important enough to spend 8 hours of my day here to speak to all of you and listen to what you have to say. So I would hope that you're able to offer me the same respect. 90 seconds to talk about all the agenda items, every single one. Around 30 items were put on the agenda last meeting. So I would have 3 seconds to talk about each item. We go round and round in these meetings. I don't want to be here either. But I do think there's a solution to be made here. Maybe you start meeting more than once a month, or maybe there's a different way the public can be heard after listening to your discussion. But I truly do believe that there needs to be more action. More needs to be done. But it needs to be done in a way that you can hear the students, staff, parents, and community. That solution does not involve 90 seconds for the entire meeting. I would recommend tabling this agenda item because there's other solutions to be thought of for shortening meetings. Thank you.
Like we doubled the length of time for the public comment on this agenda item from 1:30 to 3 minutes. Thank you for all your intelligent comments.
Heather, begin when you're ready.
Hi, this is Heather Jackson for the record. I just want to clarify, I want to begin by clarifying that the bylaws that we're talking about tonight, 6060 and 070, neither one of these were changed after the election. The last time that they were changed was in March of 2022. So I just want to clarify that because that has been brought up several times. I really enjoyed the discussion. I feel like we finally had a discussion about things where everyone was talking and sharing their viewpoints. And I found it interesting as you talked about the difference between policy and bylaw. And so if that is correct, then a lot of the things maybe that are in the policies that are being redacted are maybe, as you said, maybe better put into a policy, which sounds fine. My question and concern with that would be that Mr. Gilbert said that he would make that policy. And I'm just thinking of the money that would cost as they go through and put that together. In the past, we've turned to the superintendent and the administrators, and they would create the policy and then bring it before the board or bring it to legal to have them look it over. And that helps with the cost. So that would just be my suggestion is, and I know I'm sorry, that's more work for our superintendent and his admin, but that process will cost us a lot less money. It will still be looked over by legal counsel to make sure it's okay, but that way we aren't spending the money on that. I also wanted to thank Mr. Gilbert. I liked his idea of, or I liked how he said we should put the superintendent back into the process of making the agenda, and I really liked that. I would also just ask that you think about public comment and make sure that you are careful in the way that you limit that, because there are many people and a lot of people trying to get involved, and I want to be able to share their views and ideas. And the last thing I wanted to mention is just the fact that we do need to be careful of the spending. And so I would ask our school board members to think about that, even as whether it's in the policies or the bylaws or not, that when we send him articles or emails and things, that's going to cost us money. And so those don't all need to be sent to him. And the same thing with the agenda, that if we can create the agenda ourselves and then have him look it over, that's going to cost us a lot less money. So please think through some of those so that we won't be spending so much money on our legal. And I'm not blaming legal, because he is going to charge us for the things we ask of him, but let's make sure that we're doing that in the right way. Thank you very much.
Jenny Cartwright, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, this is Jenny Cartwright. I just want to say that I worked all day, as many of others did. I left work, drove to the lake, was there for the earlier part of the meeting. Now I'm home and online. I'm exhausted. I'm sure there's plenty of other tired people out there too. But I'm here because I believe that this is important. And I'm not here to frustrate the process or to be a roadblock. But what the work that you're doing is significant to the future of our district. So I am encouraged to see that there are some compromises that have been brought up through tonight's discussion. Specifically, I think for 070, putting paragraph 11 into policy is a great suggestion. I would also really hope that the old paragraph G about the relationship with the superintendent goes in there somewhere as well. I also liked Mr. Gilbert's recommendation for the agenda development language, so I really look forward to seeing that next time around. I'm excited at the prospect of having an agenda item that I can just come to public comment and say, I support this. I think getting there has been a long road, but as we're learning, if you can explain your thinking and explain the reasoning and the background behind things, then it really helps everyone to at least understand the issues that are being presented and the reasons for them. And from there, we can find common ground. I also hope that we can work on some positive things going forward. As far as public comment goes, I wholeheartedly agree with Maddie Kennedy's public comment. And honestly, if I could just hit replay and have you hear it again, I would. I think she nailed it. It's really important for us to feel like we have a voice with this board. And I think it goes a long way to demonstrate good faith by allowing public comment to stay how it is, whether that be through a workshop or through tabling this item and moving forward with other things that are important for schools and our education. Whatever that might look like, please, I really encourage you to consider that. And again, congratulations on the potential common ground that we've found. It's definitely a step in the right direction. Let's take those wins and leave public comment alone just for now, as a gesture of good faith that the board will listen and wants to work together with us, the public.
Thank you, Ms. Cartwright. Have a good night.
Emma Archbold, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, Emma Archbold for the record. Kindergarten teacher at Pinion Hills Elementary. I am exhausted. I have to teach 5 and 6-year-olds all day tomorrow, but I'm still up because this means a lot to me. And I just wanted to kind of bring up what Carrie Clubben said earlier tonight about her pool packed situation, kind of going through that training, and about bullying. And the kind of definition of bullying is to seek to harm, intimidate, or coerce someone who's perceived as vulnerable. And I believe that a lot of members of the board are exhibiting bullying behaviors. Now, I have heard a lot of, oh, I do hope that President Jansen and Mr. Gilbert are listening to what I'm saying right now. Do I get my time back? Yes, no, maybe. Do I get my time back?
Actually, we were discussing something that I think you're going to like, so
Oh, beautiful.
go
Okay.
ahead.
Can I have my time back to continue talking? Okay, awesome. I did hear some previous comments from public comment about some teachers and community members and the comments that they're making, that we might not want our students to make the same things, but I generally advocate for my students to stand up to bullies. I generally stand up for my students. I ask them to stand up for themselves and what's right. And I would think that you would want them to do the same thing. So I do want to invite you all into my classroom. I've talked to Representative Engelkirk, and I'm excited for him to come into my classroom and get to know my students. But I would like for all of you to come into my classroom and do the same thing. I don't want my students to be bullies. I don't want my board members to be bullies. And I want to make sure that we can all move forward in a spirit of collaboration for what's best for our students. Thank you.
Amanda Reed, you're up. Amanda, go ahead and unmute.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to flip between 2 screens here and get to my words that I tried to write down. So this may be a little scattered, forgive me. There are 4 separate and very different action items that you have chosen to make motions to approve all at once, even though you focus the majority of your comments and discussion on only one of them. I don't really feel that I have enough time to address them all. And I would ask that you take each item in its turn rather than trying to approve them all at once, or in the future, at least consider doing so. I keep hearing that the bylaws that are being discussed and changed back were revised immediately following the most recent elections. However, some of the bylaws show that they were last revised prior to the last year. For example, bylaw 060 was last revised in March of 2022. Also, as a reminder, you guys have a board member who's attending by Zoom tonight. There were multiple times that Trustee Magnotta tried to speak and get somebody's attention, and he could be heard by myself, and I'm sure those of us who are watching online, but apparently not by you guys, which was distracting for us and surely frustrating for Trustee Magnotta. I find it ironic that you say that the changes in the bylaws are to be prepared in case Mr. Lewis was not the current superintendent. But when the history that past boards have abused the power to request information from district staff, board members say quickly, well, I have never done that. I would never do that. If it's about the position, then let it be about the position, please, not about who's in it now. I want to thank you for taking time to discuss tonight. As I have said in my previous emails, for me, the most frustrating piece has been that it appears things are decided prior to meetings. So please continue to strive for discussion, transparency, and finding compromise. Even when you disagree, there must be compromise somehow. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Rob Lehman, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you very much, Rob Lehman, for the record. I want to go over a little history of a few things that have been said tonight that I just don't think are right. I was involved with several of these bylaw changes, and I can tell you that never once was NASB a part of my calculus for these. Never did NASB contact me and ask me to make changes. Never once did I communicate with them. In fact, I have my own issues with NASB. If you go back and look through the meetings, as you said you've had, you'll see that I was a critic of that organization. But I don't think it's fair to say that all of these were just pushed through by NASB, because they really weren't. I want to look at bylaw 0701 and number 1 specifically. We changed this because we didn't think that a board bylaws should control what trustees do privately. You wrote this back, and yeah, this is the language it used to have. It says once the board has acted, only the board can change that action. Members are obligated to support the decision of the board publicly and privately. That means that Trustee Burns and Jansen and Dickerson could not have gone home after last Friday's meeting and said, I cannot believe the vote went that way. They couldn't do that. They have to go home and say, boy, that was a great decision. I love that. Have to support that. That just makes no sense to me. I'm not sure you guys really want to get into restricting the free speech of board members with this changed or reversion to say support the decision of the board publicly and privately. I think you got some problems there. As for number 11 and going after information, Mr. Gilbert said this was put in to limit information that the board could receive. I think that's wrong also. This was put in to limit information that a single board member could demand without the board approving that demand. And if you don't do that, if you don't have limits, then you can have a board member go into a classroom, say, Mrs. Jones, I would like to see all of your class plans for every class for this entire year. And that would be allowed under what you're doing. And that would take that school board, take that teacher a long, long time. And now you have given power to one trustee. The point of limiting what a single person could ask for is to make sure that a single person doesn't have too much power. If that single person really wants something badly, well, then they can go back to the board and ask the board, say, hey,
Marcus, start when you're ready.
Marcus Zinke for the record. First off, the girls golf team qualified for state today, so that's a huge accomplishment to them, and we're proud to do that for the third year in a row where we are back-to-back champions. So that's awesome. First off, I'm concerned about the same thing Robbie just said regarding 070 and it's basically either censoring or getting rid of people's free speech. You cannot control what people say in the privacy of their own homes or publicly, especially if they're in dissension. And I don't want people to be censored, especially if they're the opposition. I both want to know where they stand so I can counter it, but then it's always in control of whoever's in power. And you're setting a dangerous precedent for if someone's in power that a lot of people disagree with, that's going to be significantly important. With 060 section 4 subclass C, I'm a little concerned with the word shall and the ambiguity of whenever possible. The Supreme Court in 1991, I believe, decided that shall is actually not an obligation, and it can mean maybe, and usually does mean maybe. And so that feels like you're trying to maybe not allow us to get the agenda items, or not allow some certain people to get the agenda items. So I might be worried about nothing there, but that certainly feels a little ambiguous. And then with regards to the public comment, it's hard when every time you talk about public comment, you say, we need to be able to pass these items. No, you need to be able to discuss the items. The passing of them is decided by the people that are there in the board and the majority vote, which I fully understand and support. But when you say we have to be able to pass them, it sounds like you already have them decided before anyone has spoken of them. And then it is really hard to feel like our voices matter when I have a parent group with hundreds of people in it and 77 different voices each time telling what you think. And then you say, we want to limit public comment. I've done a lot of the legwork for you, me and the other members, to get you a lot of this information in order to make educated decisions and not have 8-hour-long meetings. And you told us right to our face that we didn't have enough people speaking. And so, you know, again, I'm just trying to help out here. Furthermore, I would love to get back to the kids. Everything for the last 9, now 10 months has been policy that you want and power that you want, and not a lot for the kids and the teachers and the parents and the schools themselves. And it would be nice to get back into that, and let's see what the kids need and what the schools need, and the safety of the schools and funding of the schools and whatever else would be important to the schools, not power and who has it. And then lastly, every time you guys bring up a motion, it's a motion and a second and then public comment. It feels like you already have made your decision before we've even got to see.
Kendra Oakton, it's your turn to speak. Kendra, go ahead and unmute yourself. Kendra, we will come back to you. Jane Lommel, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you. This is Jane Lommel for the record, and I'm speaking on items 6 and 7. The suggestion has been made before that there are members on the board that are more concerned with their power and control than serving our students. I want to thank Dickerson for reading the job of the board. I'll read 2 things that she pointed out. Carry out the will of the people. And number 2, the job of the board is to supervise. I think there is confusion about the word supervise, leading to confusion over roles. I feel there are members of this board who have lost touch with their role. A board, whether a municipality, a nonprofit, or a for-profit, is to provide oversight, not to operate the organization. An executive director runs a nonprofit. An executive officer runs a business. The executive of a school district is the administrator whose job is to run the school. Your job as a board is to provide oversight, not to systematically remove authority from the administrator. It is clear that multiple proposed bylaws changes are intended to restrict Superintendent Lewis and improperly enhance the power of the board. It is Superintendent Lewis's job to run the district. It is not the board's job to run the district. It is your job to provide oversight and supervise. If you continue to restrict Superintendent Lewis, he cannot perform his job as he has done successfully for years. The parents, teachers, and students, i.e. the stakeholders, made clear Friday their opinion on Superintendent Lewis's job performance. You listened and you did not approve his termination. Thank you. Superintendent Lewis cannot perform his job if you don't allow him to. We cannot expect him to stay under these conditions. Listen again to the stakeholders. Do not approve these changes. You risk forcing him to leave his position because he is hobbled from doing his job. This is not what the public wants. Please take this in mind as you formulate your vote. Engelkirk says that these changes don't restrict Superintendent Lewis. I disagree. He also said there is no accountability if a supervisor fails in this duty. This is simply not true. The board has oversight. Don't be afraid of letting him do his job. You have the power of oversight. Listen to the public. Leave Superintendent Lewis with the ability to continue to do his job serving our students.
Thank you.
Monica, you are up.
Hi, I wanted to speak up. This is Monica Dat for the record. I believe I don't want to be in these meetings forever either, guys. And there's got to be another way to get information in. I know there was a parent group that was sending out surveys to us, and we were trying to put our information in. Maybe we need to make it bigger. Maybe we need to make it a community survey through Google surveys, but many people don't get online. So maybe provide us a sheet up in our community centers and our libraries. Let's get the conversation going. But if we can get this conversation and get some stats before the meeting, then us parents and hopefully, the community will feel that you have the information needed to get this there. And then you can limit public comment. Hopefully not limit it, but maybe you won't have as much input. But we all stood up for Superintendent Lewis because he is the one that we trust to speak for us. And thank you, Trustee Gilgerson, for speaking up for us and helping keep us informed. But all in all, please, let's get some talk going, Douglas County, please. Let's all communicate.
Kendra Oakton, let's try this again.
Is it working now? Oh yeah. Hi, this is Kendra Oakton for the record. So I resent that over and over again, the people who are speaking out are being called filibusters. I'm not one, nor are the many that are speaking. We're speaking out because we care and we're concerned about what's happening. I stayed quiet for a long time, and then I finally reached the peak where it mattered. So please, please stop referring to us as filibusters. I want to talk about what just happened, which was now a while ago, but it was so nice to see when Joey Gilbert actually listened to what Keith said when I explaining why a bylaw existed. And then they sorted out that maybe that shouldn't be a bylaw, but that should be a policy. That's the first time I've seen this with this board, and it needs to continue. The frustration I think you're feeling from other board members is the fact that you show up and have all of these agenda items and it's only just a select few that are part of them. And I know you can't meet outside of it. They understand open meeting violation by now, I hope. But these need to keep happening or you're going to walk into a contentious meeting with people feeling as if things are happening behind their backs. So again, I really appreciated what happened. Joey asked Keith why it was occurring. Keith explained and Joey could respond. So I think that has to continue to happen for you guys to make any forward progress. As far as the public comment goes, I will say it does feel like a horrendous time to do it. I understand these meetings are exhausting. I'll be back in the classroom tomorrow at 7:30 teaching math. But right now, when you have a group of people, whether you think it's the majority or not, who are feeling like they are unheard and they do not trust you, now is not the time to limit public comment. I don't think you guys are incapable of doing something creative. Maybe you can think about creating shorter agenda items, maybe one bylaw at a time, maybe X amount of minutes per agenda item. I think you can figure it out, but limiting it is not going to help this environment that you walk into once a month. I know it keeps being said, we're bringing these back to what they used to be, but that's not true. If you look at bylaw 060, there is much more purple than there is any other color. So saying that you're going back to what they used to be is false. So please be honest about that. And I know that we were going to blame Linda for this and say it was her fault that we had to have a legend, but it actually was helpful and beneficial for those who hadn't looked at bylaws before. So I hope you don't get rid of or public comment, because I think it helps us gain perspectives. And I've asked and emailed numerous times trying to understand perspectives, and I've only gotten one response. So without those perspectives, we can't move forward. And I think tonight, just that 45 seconds that happened with Joey Gilbert and Keith Lewis was pretty astonishing. And if you can keep doing that, you will have a much easier time at every meeting, and they won't be 8 hours long. So thank you.
Rob, you're up.
Thank you, President Jansen. As some previous speakers have asked, could I have a couple more minutes? Hello?
If public comment at the end, okay? We're still on the agenda item. You already spoke on this agenda item. Thank you, Rob.
The person before me asked for a couple more minutes, and this is the last thing I want to say tonight. I just have a couple more things on this agenda item. Is that okay? I don't know if I'm supposed to be speaking or not, am I?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it, President Jansen. I just want to say that we've talked a lot, or been a lot spoken about filibuster. Trustee Burns even mentioned my filibuster last month. What he didn't mention was how bad I felt about it immediately afterwards. And in fact, I sent every member of the board, the superintendent and the general counsel, an apology saying that that was inappropriate and you wouldn't see it again from me. And so, to be honest, I'm not sure filibusters are really a concern. I'm never going to do it again. There was one other person that night that tried it. I don't think you're going to see that. So I don't think changing public comment time is very important. And then one last thing I want to talk about. Well, actually, that was on a different agenda item, so I won't say that one. But I did want to address Mr. Gilbert talking about the National School Board Association, as he was talking about this agenda item. And he says that the National School Board Association asked that all parents be designated domestic terrorists. And that just isn't true. They said they want to hear from parents, and it's those that were actually committing violence or threatening violence that they wanted looked into. So I think there might just be some miscommunication there. And finally, I just want to talk to Doug real quick. Doug, you made a decision. You made a strong decision on Friday. And that decision was to keep Keith Lewis here. If you want him to be effective, if you want him to be the superintendent, like it sounds like you do, he needs to be able to run the district. And I encourage you, I implore you to not vote for these bylaw changes. Let him be the superintendent that you know he can be. Otherwise, he's handcuffed and he can't be that superintendent. Thank you for my extra time.
Thank you, Rob.
Right over here. She's just been waiting patiently.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 Douglas County School District students. For bylaw 070, the language saying that the board members must support decisions publicly and privately is kind of absurd and surely infringes on freedom of speech. Members vote in public. There's nothing to hide, or at least there shouldn't be. The worst part of the bylaw changes for 070 is the part that's taken out, the striving for a positive working relationship with the superintendent, respecting his authority to advise the board, not run the board, advise, supporting employees, being informed of education issues that come before the board. All of these changes to the code of conduct circumvent the superintendent and alienate teachers and parents. It's all under the guise of the changes are being made to follow NRS, but it's been said tonight that these are not illegal. It's just that legal counsel doesn't like them. The changes to 060. I'm glad to hear that we're working on keeping the superintendent involved in the agenda process. I feel like that is a side that the board doesn't understand the district's inner workings, and by leaving him out, I think a lot of things would fall through the cracks. So thank you for listening to all of us and taking that into account. Section B, the changes to public comment. I really encourage you to not change the public comment. If you want to limit it to a smaller amount of time per person after each agenda item, absolutely. Section C, the changes, adding the verbiage whenever possible. Copies of documents must be included to board packets and shall be submitted to the district office 4 working days prior to scheduled meeting. This allows the board to restrict public's access to the supporting documents regarding items the board is taking action on, not necessarily intentional, but it could be unintentional. And I believe this violates NRS 241.015 defines supporting materials as materials that is provided to at least a quorum of the members of the public body by a member of or staff to a public body, and that the members of the public body would reasonably rely on to deliberate and take action on a matter contained in the published agenda. NRS 241.020, Section 8, unless it must be made available at an earlier time, a copy of the supporting materials required to be provided upon request must be if the supporting material is provided to members of the public body before the meeting, made available to the requester at the time of the material is provided to the member of the public body. So per NRS, the public has the right to the same amount of time as the board members to review the supporting documents. Not only are you trying to limit public comment, but access to the documentation the public has a legal right to. One last thing. I realize that I come up here and you don't agree with me, but I still should be able to have my say. I'm not accountable to you, but I am accountable to 3 children, and I have to be able to go home and look them in the eye and say that I did everything that I thought was right for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think there was some confusion because there was 2 lists. Because I was on both lists, and so that's why I asked you. You want me to go first? Great. Yeah, so yes.
Okay, I'm Kendra Wilson. I have a lot of thoughts, and so I'm doing a memory exercise about trying to get to all my thoughts that I had. So my memory exercise is for specific board members. So I want to start with Vice President Engelkirk. You proposed a question about what if we had a bad superintendent? What do we do then? We better change the rules right now in case we get a bad superintendent. What do? You change it then. If everybody agrees we've got a problem, we can change it then. But I know the public supports Keith Lewis. Most of the board now supports Keith Lewis. I just have a kind of a strong belief that if it's not broken, if there's not a reason to change something, we don't need to change it, especially when we're paying buku dollars to an attorney to crisscross everything out and rewrite it, and then rewrite our policies if it doesn't belong in the bylaws, with no real effect on the outcome. Why would we make changes? Why would we pay an attorney to cross something out over here, put it over here, if there's no real outcome that afterward, and we're paying him for that? Okay, I think that's it. And also just thank you for, I feel like you're listening to the public. You come with an open mind. Thank you for that. What was my reminder for Jansen? Oh, you want to control public comment. You want some control over that. In our last board meeting, you cut people off before their time if you felt the filibuster was happening. You did do that. You have control of public comment. That's not a reason for you to restrict in general public comment even more. You already have control of that if you feel like it's a filibuster. Catherine Dickerson, you tried to make the argument that this is a political body. you kind of argued that, like, because the schools are run by the state, it's naturally political. You guys all ran nonpartisan. It's a nonpartisan race. Our schools need to be nonpartisan. That's the best way for our kids to learn. Another thing that happened, Keith Lewis, you asked why on item 11. And I agree with Kangas that he said Joey Gilbert showed his cards on that one, and he did. There's nothing, he could point at nothing. None of these bylaws are illegal. He doesn't like them. He's picking a fight with NASB. I guess that's kind of a no pun intended since he's like a fighter. But he's picking a fight. He's got his own agenda. And we're paying him for advancing his own agenda. I got through all my memory.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I did, yes. So I was confused on the lists. That's why I wanted to make sure that we're on the right list. Marty Swisher, 3 quick points on bylaw 070. I'm looking at point 1 and point 11 that struck out. I believe somebody already commented that the purpose for this, and again, thinking of any board members, the purpose for this is to say that one board member can't walk into an office or into a school and make a request. It was standard operating procedure as an administrator in our school district with all the superintendents I worked with, that if a board member came to me or called me and said, I need you to do something, my comment back would be, you need to contact the superintendent. If they're calling for a question that I could answer that's routine, I'd provide that for them. But there needs to be a stopgap between you as board members and the staff. And that's where the superintendent comes in. When there's a request for information, the superintendent should take it and say, yes, I'll get that for you. And he is efficient, or she will be efficient in providing that for you. So when I look at the wording that's added in number 1, I'm concerned that it provides an open access to the board that I don't think is necessary. There should be some context to that with the superintendent. Secondly, I ditto all the comments saying leave public comment where it is. I don't think that you need to restrict it. I know NRS provides the opportunity to choose, but I think that we should stay where we are as a district. And then thirdly, I'm looking at the whistleblower policy, and I'm looking at number 8.8 on the whistleblower policy. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's policy under the policy category number 4. And it talks about that the board will provide the form, and that the form needs to be sent to legal counsel. So my concern would be if there's a complaint made by an employee of the school district against another employee, it goes to legal counsel. Okay, what does Mr. Gilbert in this case do with that? Who does he contact in the district to alert them that there's been a complaint? At what point does it come to the board for consideration? There's not a process that's built in here, and I'd be very concerned about that. I'm not saying that I don't trust Mr. Gilbert. I'm just saying that once it's in his hands, what's the next step? Because I think in the state process is clearer than what we've got here. So I'd ask you to consider the wording in that section to make sure that the process is clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4 on policy.
If I could, Mr. Swisher, let me clarify something. If it goes to legal counsel, the purpose of that is because he's neutral. So he will make a decision, look at it and say, okay, legally, this should go to the superintendent, or otherwise could be something that may be a criminal offense. I don't know. I'm just saying that's the purpose of that, if that makes sense.
And I understand why it would go to your legal counsel first, but then after that, what's the next steps? Is there a process?
HR, superintendent,
or
wherever he
call
feels
the
it needs to
police,
go.
or what's it going to be? Yeah. So it's not clear based on what's written so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make a quick comment, very quick. This is a first reading. I've been taking notes on people's comments, and we will address these at the second reading if for some reason it passes and we move forward.
For the record, Laura Cadeau. I'm going to shorten this up. For public comment, Maddie Kennedy said it best. I want to see the 3 minutes given back to the public. I want to remind this board that open meeting law section 11 requires that your agendas be reasonable to your stakeholders. Clumping these 4 important policies together, holding it so late that the members of our community cannot be here to give their opinion, violates that law. Not only should it be reasonable, but it needs to be within the spirit of the open meeting law. And when in doubt, the law says go with the constituents. So next time I am asking that you listen to the public and break these meetings down. There is no reason these were not emergencies. Ms. Sears told us at the September meeting that nothing was done illegally, that these were just form, go along with what the NRS had written. I thought that I was going to hear a history of why you're taking things out. I heard from Mr. Gilbert his political viewpoints on these policies, but I heard more history from Mr. Lewis and from Rob Lehman. That is what you should be bringing before us, not your political agenda. I want to remind you, Ms. Jensen, that when you gave your acceptance speech for president, you only said 3 sentences, all about the agenda. And you specifically said that you looked forward to working on agendas with Mr. Lewis. The community has already told you, hundreds of them, how much they appreciate his 28 years of service, 28 years that go beyond your own tenure here in this county. You should be listening to what he brings to the table, and trying to take his authority away, trying to silence him, goes against what the community wants. I also support what Jane Limo said. She is the woman who spoke about the roles of everybody here. I would encourage you to go back and read the minutes, or go back and look at the tape on what she said in terms of what you're supposed to be doing and what Mr. Lewis is supposed to be doing. Finally, I also want to say, because you're going to have another public comment, if you let me
Thank
say
you.
one more thing, I'll be done and I won't have to come back. But Monica Dat spoke tonight. She spoke at the last meeting. She talked about the problems at Pinion Hills. She talked about how they have to share teachers. I loved what I saw tonight about Lake Tahoe, about the presentation. I loved Doug Engelkert bringing forward comments from the public about how to correct some of the issues. I am suggesting you go through all the schools, get comments from teachers and the public, how to fix the problem. We
Thank
have
you.
a
Thank you.
critical teacher shortage, and you're not addressing
Thank you,
that.
ma'am. Thank you. All right, we're going to vote on items 6, 7, 8, and 9.
President Jansen, before we do vote, though, I do want to clarify one record. There were no bylaw changes made in November or December of 2022, what you refer to as the lame duck. Board Policy 815 was the 4th reading that started in May. That is the only action that was taken. So it's been said multiple times tonight that this board made bylaw changes in November and December. That's not an accurate statement. I also want to clarify that we actually have 4 people on our board still that were part of the board in November and December. Trustee Gilkerson and Trustee Kangas get pointed out a lot, but let's not forget that Trustee Engelkirk and Trustee Magnotta were on the board at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I appreciate you stating that, because we've been pointed out a lot tonight that we tried to sneak something in at the last hour, and that was not true. So for those of you that made those comments, well, they're not here anymore, I don't think, maybe. But yeah, that was not true.
Thank you for the clarification, both Superintendent and Trustee Gilkerson. Okay, so all those in favor of Going forward on the first reading of items 6, 7, 8, and 9, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye. Tony Magnot is a no.
If we have just a brief second, I did want to say that I did want to make a comment with regards to what I would advise the board to consider is with regards to public comment after hearing everybody tonight. I think what we could do for number 4 would be on the policy 902. Public comment may be taken on all action items prior to a vote of the board at the discretion of the board president or upon majority vote of the board. That would be something I think we should take into consideration. That would allow you to say no, we want it tonight, or to not allow it. And I think, again, Doug has been there in a vote in the past, and he's his own man, so he might decide, tonight we should do that. So I think that might be something to consider. That way, it's not gone, and it's a may, and it would be up to the board president or up to the board to vote on, in the event that that's something you want to do. So I just would make that suggestion, and we can talk about it before the next meeting.
So now we're going to go to future agenda items. I know trustee Engelkirk has some.
Yeah, we have to do a closed session.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I don't know how detailed I need to be about the direction for the MOU with the school board, reaching out to the fire department about their programs and the surveying the family about their interest about busing up here, if they'd be interested in the fire programs. Do I need to go into more detail, or you got the gist of?
Yeah, I think that, so I think the fire program is more part of, I think, an overall as the steering committee talks. I would see that coming back kind of in that format. What I think maybe you should do is direct staff to come back with a presentation on the interlocal agreements of the surrounding areas. Maybe that would be a good start. And then we
Well,
will.
and also, I mean, you said you were going to probably be talking to them, so you could bring out discussions of current ongoing discussions with South Lake Tahoe.
Yeah. Yeah. So the part of that whole, what I'm envisioning, part of that would be that conversation, that meeting with Dr. Cutler from Lake Tahoe Unified School District regarding that interlocal agreement, be able to come back to you. And I guess Mr. Gilbert would be part of that too, to look into the NRS as well. My inquiry was to Superintendent Joan Ebert, who then did contact the DAG, Deputy Attorney General, for acronym purposes. That's their interpretation, but he could follow up on that so that it's our new legal counsel interpretation as well.
Okay,
So,
and
does that?
That's great.
So
just one more,
you got that?
the 070 item 11. We talked about doing that as a policy. Oh, right. I need a second for the first one.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Okay. So the other ones, we talked about this item 11 and policy 070, making it a policy. So let's address that as an agenda
That's
item.
something I can do with Keith. I can do with Keith for
Okay.
sure. That Keith can do, and we can keep the expenses low.
Yeah.
Can,
Okay.
I'm sure he could write it as.
That's all I have.
Yep.
Anybody else? I know. So we're going to go to close.
Wait, Linda has something. Okay, does somebody second?
Second. We will. Go ahead.
President Jansen, I'd like to ask you if it's possible to at all of our agenda meetings, are all on the agenda, excuse me, all the meetings on the agendas, that you keep certain things on there. One of them would be our board reports. I went to 4 different meetings between the last month, and there was things that I would have loved to have reported out that are timely. And now I didn't get to do that. The Parks and Rec, I didn't get to do the chamber, and she gives me lots of fun information to share with the public. I didn't get to do that I went to the Teachers and Leaders Council, and there was one more, and I can't remember. Oh, I went and visited Jacks Valley, and I can report on that later. But I wish you would not remove some of the things that are always like our report, superintendent's report, donations. This is part of the process. This is how I get to communicate with the public. And I don't think we should ever remove that again.
Okay.
Maybe shorten take something else off,
it
but
wa-
keep our things.
It was just, I felt like we were so far behind, but I think
And I get
hopefully
that.
next
I
month
get
we can
that.
bring it all back.
I hope so. Thank you.
Me too. I love that stuff too.
No, you don't need to.
Just a comment,
Just
just a
comment.
comment, but
Sorry.
So are we breaking for closed session?
Oh, my God.
I make a motion, we go into closed session.
He said so.
second.
Not. Sorry. Yes, I make a motion that the board recess to closed session in order to discuss matters with its management representatives pursuant to NRS 288-220/4.
Second. Do we? We don't vote to go to closed session, do we? Okay. I don't remember ever doing that, but it's so late.
Can we all turn the mics off?
Cell phone for public or for closed session real quick. Tony, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I will call you on my cell phone for closed session.
Oh, you want my cell number?
I have it. I'll just call you here in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
My plug's been, oh, there we go. Sweet. I have a minute. Awesome. For the record, Erin Miller. I'm really glad you guys enjoyed the lake video. No, it's okay. It's fine. It's just Keith. I'm really glad that you guys enjoyed the lake video. We had a lot of fun putting that together. I wasn't on that video, but I did a lot with the back end. The compost program that we talked about, I helped steward that pilot program. We did 12 weeks. We composted over 3,500 pounds of food trash and turned that into things that we're going to be using through full circle compost that we now put back into our garden domes, which is awesome. We had 0 contaminants, which is like pretty much unheard of, and we got a little award that South Tahoe Refuse came and gave to us. So that was really cool too last year. Up here at the lake, we kind of think of ourselves as a stewardship. And I think with our fire technology program that we're going to try to be implementing, my son's going to be attending one of those classes a week from tomorrow. He's going to be trying to work on that. So I think that's going to be something that's really unique for our area, and it helps us with our area. As you heard, we have a lot to offer with the lake and the clarity and learning more about that and about where we live. Vocational schools with local trades is important. It's something that other parents have talked about. Up here we have a housing issue. Local families can't afford to live up here, but we also lose businesses too. It's helpful if we can find a trade route for some of these kids who cannot or do not want to go to college, but they understand what it's like to live in Tahoe. We're a very transient town, and if we can keep the residents that we have, that's going to be ideal. We're a small school. We're a gem for a lot of students. So talking about bringing those students up from the valley up here may be a really good opportunity for them. I would love to bring back football to Watell. Having Friday night lights up here, we have an amazing football field. My middle one, she loves football. She's a safety. She's going back to a defensive end. She wants to play for Watell. However, in 2 years, when she's a freshman, we may have to look at going to Douglas. But I know she'd rather stay in her community. Mr. Pace and Mr. Ryan have really talked with all of our kids to see their interest, engage their interest with sports, which is really nice. And like I've said during other meetings, our budget, that's where we need to go back to legislature and really work on getting the money that Douglas County pays for property taxes for our school. We need to work on getting that back instead of it going to Washoe and Clark County. Same thing for those other small schools, small districts. We need to work on finding a way to get that money back to those communities that need them. So thank you.